Good morning, we're back. Day 2, CCT Season 3, EU Series 1. It's the playoffs, everybody. I have to lean in. I rode over my headphones cable, so I don't have the extension anymore. I've just got the headphones straight into the computer jack, so I'm tethered right now, guys. I can't even sit back if I wanted. Anyway, nothing relaxing about today, fellas. I mean, you guys had the evening shift last night. We're coming into the morning shift this morning. Charlie, did you get enough sleep, mate? Are you feeling bright-eyed and bushy-tailed?
Not as much as I'd like to be, but I'm hoping some Counter-Strike can sort of rejuvenate me a little bit. I'm sure we're going to have some pretty high-octane stuff. I mean, look, regardless of how many delays we had yesterday, you can't discredit the Counter-Strike. There was a lot of action and some really chaotic moments. Probably that kept me sort of locked in from yesterday, so I'm hoping we get to bring some of that momentum over from yesterday, at least.
All right, fair enough. Let's bring the schedule up and we can get Zola's thoughts on that, what we have lined up for everybody today. We can just show them. Of course, it's the second day of the playoffs, like I said, so we're finishing off the rest of the round of 16. Lads will be covering 500 Ruby and then Parivision against TNL later on today. Saw, Favbet, ENCE, Nexus. Now, you look at these games, Zola, do you have a pick of the games? Is there one that kind of gets your juices flowing?
Look, I'll go for the kind of the third and fourth match, the ones that we won't kind of be, I guess, won't be doing, because I think maybe my insight will change based on vetoes, based on kind of individual performance. I think Saw should take it to Favbet. I think Saw, they're coming to this event, I think the highest ranked team here.
Yes.
And I don't want to discredit Favbet. They have been on really good run of form, but this is still Saw. I'm going to throw in a bit of a spanner. I'm saying Nexus beat ENCE. Crazy prediction.
Okay.
Yeah, nuts, right? Absolutely nuts. And from someone who's usually discredited this Nexus team at any turn I can get, I actually think that their recent roster changes have been insane. They brought in Lounix. I think Lounix has done so much for this side. Obviously, they've got a lot of experience as a roster. They've got great synergies. And I think ENCE are just going to get rolled today, and it's going to be really funny. It's going to be one of those games that everyone throughout the rest of the playoffs, throughout the rest of Season 3, will just go, yeah, but think back to that game where ENCE lost the Nexus. That is my rogue shout for today.
All right,
there's your headline, CCT.
Yeah, there's a clip that. Put that on Twitter. Tag Zola, tag ENCE, tag Glaive, and let's see what happens.
I'll get in the ring with him, Anik.
Well, I reckon you'd come out on top, but either way, let's have a look at some rosters, fellas, and we can break this one down. Ruby against 500, our opening game. Now, the faces we have on our screens right now, these lads have been on quite a journey. They came through all the way from the closed qualifier. They then made it through the Swiss stage, and they've now gotten themselves into the playoffs, and they've actually been getting better as this competition's been going on. Now, the one guy that has been playing quite underwhelmingly lately here for this team, in my opinion, is ENCE. However, I will add to that by saying last time out I saw him, he was actually significantly improved. I think it was against Partisan. He had a much better performance. He was clutching. He was being way more proactive. Whereas before that, you could see he was lacking confidence, not really going for opening picks on Dust 2. Last time I saw him, he was peeking mid doors. He was going long for picks. He was setting himself up on the B-bomb side. So it seems like he's a bit more sprightly. Hasinator, X-Factor player. But what gets you excited with this Ruby team here, Charlie?
Yeah, for me, it's got to be KD in terms of recent form. This guy has looked great. I don't know if I've just been a bit of a curse every time I've watched him, but it feels like I've been so hyped to watch him play, and then it's always someone else on the team picking up the slack a little bit, and KD going a bit by the wayside at times. But I did get treated with the final map of the Iberian Soul Ruby game where KD did pop off. Took a couple of series for me to really see his best moments, but he fully showed it on full display, and that was great to see. And Fred, me and you, we got to watch a ton of Ruby's games in the in the Swiss stage, and I mean, don't get me wrong, a bit of a worrying storyline that we were building up at times, where they did kick things off 2-0 in that Swiss stage, and it took them all the way till the 2-2 game to finally make it into playoffs. Took them the very final map as well to do so, but look, they eventually got it over the line. Already, for me, playoffs is a bit of a success story for this Ruby roster.
Definitely.
And it feels like anything else they get on top is a bonus. But look, this is a team that has really good individuals. Sometimes inconsistencies does feel like that's one of the big things that kind of feel like they all have at moments. But that being said, I don't know if this is necessarily going to be a spot where this team isn't feeling all too much pressure now. As like we said, this feels like already kind of the expectations where they wanted to be. You're against a good team in 500. Show us what you can do, put on a good display, and I'll be happy end of the day regardless.
Well, I'll save predictions for the end of the conversation because I think I got a bit of a hot take, much like Mr. Zola. Either way, we're looking at 500 now. Don't be deceived. That is not Oxygen. It's a different Oxygen. I think he plays for Rage or Delta. Plays for one of those Kazakhstan teams. So he will. That is not the fellow who will be on the server. We will have the Bulgarian Oxygen, of course. Now, we shouldn't have ships either. I don't think we have ships either. Production, we've done everybody pretty dirty with this graphic. We should have Red Star as well in place of ships. I mean, ships got benched a while ago by 500, which I don't know about you, Zola, but for me that was quite a shock, like that they decided to bench ships. I thought he was their best player. Obviously something internal within the team. Red Star though has certainly been providing the goods as well. So I don't know, 500. Where are you at in this team while we just kind of plaster the veto on the screen?
Look, I think it's a decent roster. I think that's safe to say. I think when you look at kind of the side that they've got, obviously Cirque a lot of the time is going to be taking that mantle as the star. I've actually been really impressed with kind of what the rest of the guys have been able to do. I think Red Star as well, a fine addition to this side. Yeah, I'll be honest. I think the roster was looking a lot better with Ships. I think Ships was such an important player to this side. But at the same time, we always say that, okay, yeah, just because their performance is there, you know, there could be kind of disputes going on behind the scenes or maybe, you know, personal reasons and stuff like that. But yeah, I think Raywaker as well has been really, really good. Look, this 500 side, they're coming into this as the favorites. They're coming into this as the invited team. Let's not beat around the bush here. I feel like they are the David to Ruby. Well, they are the Goliath to Ruby's David.
Yes.
Sorry.
Sure.
So I think it is going to be the idea that Ruby are the underdogs here. But not to say they can't beat them, because it's not as though this 500 side, they have had their roster kind of confirmed for a while. It's not as though Red Star's been playing here for, you know, 6-7 months and they've got all the contingency plans, they've got all the roles, they've got everything figured out. Because I understand that Ships and Red Star are both going to have that kind of similar fragging power, but they don't kind of facilitate the same roles, do they?
Oh, yeah, I think that they do have slightly different skill sets kind of thing that will take time to integrate. But now we can have a look at the map pool and we can see what's going to get played in this playoff match between the two teams. Now, Dust 2 has been picked by Ruby. I was just talking about how good Easy's looked on that map in recent times. Fozel anchoring the B-bomb side is really good on this map as well. Hasnator loves to push up middle. So, yeah, that's a great pick for Ruby. They've actually got like a pretty strong 5-map map pool. Inferno being their permaban and Train being their other kind of deficiency in the map pool. So the fact that they get to ban Inferno and 500's permaban is Train, that's actually like best case scenario for Ruby, who are the underdogs here. So that's going to give them some sort of an edge in the veto, Charlie.
Yeah, I think it has to. I think this really is best case scenario for Ruby. I don't think you really could have got 3 better maps. And the fact that some of them feel like 500 has shown some weaknesses on as well in this last sort of few months. Dusty's been pretty miserable, if I'm being honest, for 500. So many of their games against teams that I'm putting them on pretty even standing with, they just get absolutely battered at times. Have shown us a few wins here or there, but it's been nothing concrete. I think this is a perfect way for Ruby to start off a series like this. Early morning, if you guys can be warmed up into the server, I think there's all the chance you can just steal Dust away without 500 really being able to have much of a response. And at that point, being one map up in the series, you never know what's going to happen from there on out. I still think this is as good as it gets for Ruby, and this is as good a chance for them to make it to the quarterfinals for what they can do. I just want to see these guys, people like Katie and Screen, getting sort of locked in and warmed up into the server nice and early, so we can really just see what Ruby can do out the gate.
What's crazy with Cade, we have him on our screen right now as our star player to watch here for the player to watch for Ruby, of course, up against Rainwaker, one of the very solid components for 500, super reliable. I don't know if you guys know this, but Cade's actually the IGL of Ruby as well, and he's been putting up the best numbers on the team consistently. So for me, that combination is just that is what, you know, NPL's been speaking about recently in terms of how the fragging IGL is becoming far more prevalent and pertinent in World Counter-Strike, and I think K definitely fits that bill. Could certainly be somebody on the horizon of some of the bigger teams that might come knocking if they're looking for an IGL who's also doing damage in the server. But yeah, for now, I think it's good for Cade to be in this Ruby team. Freddy can really just kind of cut his teeth and gain some reps, get some experience. And I kind of don't feel like this Ruby team is just destined to be picked apart and go different directions. I think there's actually potential for this team to make it with this group of players. Yeah,
I definitely think they can. And obviously a lot of the kind of the spotlight will land on Katie. But I think at the same time, I think Fozel, you just have to look at that game recently. He had such a stunner of a game. And look, KD was a little bit kind of in the dark in look, a few of the maps. And that's where Fuzzle really stepped up. And I think when you can have that, it's so vital. I'm really happy you touched upon Easy as well, Hayes. You know, a player that maybe isn't feeling 100% confident at the moment. The map that we got to see from him where he absolutely took the server by, you know, by the scruff of its neck was on Dust 2. He was going for those opening kills. He was looking really kind of confident and looking electric. And the fact that Dust 2 is the first map here, if Easy has that type of performance, if he has the confidence behind him, it should traverse through with map 2 and, you know, if it's needed, map 3. So I think if we can see a strong performance not only out of Ruby but out of Easy, more importantly, that's where confidence can move to Mirage. And obviously we've got Mirage and Nuke as that second and third. These are maps where AWPers can really kind of dominate, can really change the game. And I think obviously for Easy, having a good performance in a round of 16 game, especially when kind of he is this newest addition to this roster, it can be so helpful for a player's confidence to kind of go, look, I am the right choice. This is why you've brought me in.
Yeah. I mean, I'm actually very intrigued by the AWP battle that we have in the series between Cirque and Easy. I think both of them have been in a bit of a rougher run of form lately, and also Cirque seems to be emerging from that ever since Ships has left the team. Cirque's actually been trending upwards, which is really good to see. You know, you look at the last month, he's got a 1.09 rating in the past month. I don't remember seeing a 1.09 rating for Cirque for a while. He's always just been around that like 1.0, 1.03 kind of thing. So for him to kind of be slowly trending upwards is actually a very good sign for 500 as far as I'm concerned. So that AWP battle between Cirque and Easy is certainly going to be an intriguing one. I'm looking forward to seeing that. But I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of the predictions game, but the reason I do want to actually do the predictions thing is because I think Ruby are going to win this. I know they're the underdogs, but I think with the map pool, even before I saw the map pool, it's actually only just kind of reassured my choice a little bit more here. Yeah. But I think that Ruby are actually in a better place as a team, and I think that they have stronger individuals as well, actually. So I'm going to back Ruby to get the job done here. Where are you, Charlie?
Yeah, this is a really bit of a coin flipping one for me after seeing those vetoes now. I came into this one still believing 500. I don't want to change that just because I've seen vetoes. I think we've seen so many vetoes and looking back at prior stats, proving us wrong on so many occasions that, yeah, I think I will trust in 500. I like that you touched on Cirque. I really do think we need to see the best out of Cirque today. I do think, yeah, both Easy and Cirque have been a little bit more underwhelming, which kind of feels like it's where Cirque's at right now. It feels like we're struggling to see that sort of 2019, 2020 form and haven't really seen as many moments as we would like. And I'm hoping this isn't just a purple patch, like you mentioned, after Ships leaving. And hopefully this can be something a bit more concrete that he can build onto. Shows the player that we know that he is still in there. It just feels like we get glimpses rather than anything. I think I will go with 500. I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be a 3-mapper, but I'm looking forward to this one regardless.
What about you, Fred? What are your thoughts? Are you siding with your co-caster on this one?
See, it's interesting because I was going to side with my co-caster. I was going to go 500, but I saw the vetoes, and that has actually changed my mind massively. So Charlie's gone 500 regardless of vetoes. You've gone Ruby regardless of vetoes. My thought process was 500. I wish I could have said it before the vetoes came on, because then everyone can laugh at me changing my decision. So I'm going to go. I'm going to go. No, we don't.
5 minutes.
Yesterday he said
3 times. In 5 minutes.
Hey, look, I was right? I don't even think I was. I think I got it wrong at the end. No, I'll be with you, Hayes. We can be buddies in this, and we can. I think we're going to take it.
Don't worry, Charlie. There's a little olive branch out the window after map 1 for you. If you don't, you know, there's a little chair next to the fireplace here as well. We won't leave you out in the cold, mate. But we know what? We're going to send you guys into the fiery action of the first map of the day, 500 against Ruby. It's Dust 2, round of 16 playoffs, baby. We're going to be populating all the quarterfinals today, which I'm really excited for. So I'll catch you boys after the first map. Enjoy.
Big first game, first map of the day, 500. To start on this CT side, it is Ruby's selection. We've mentioned how difficult this map has been for 500 and also the positive signs that Ruby have shown throughout Dust 2. But here it is. Big first pistol hit. Kind of put that stamp of approval on Ruby's map pick.
Yeah,
I'm loving the utility already.
Instantly bringing things to the nature of what Dust 2 is all about. These gunfights in towards long. That is where Ruby are looking to set their sights, and the kills are coming through there. No real damage has been dealt to the T's at all from 500. Rainwaker desperately spamming with these Julies, catching glimpses and hoping something connects, but Fighting can easily go against them as very quickly it's a 3-on-3 again.
Yeah, the problem is the T's have taken control of short, and this becomes really difficult. Although there's two of the 500 players in CT, a bit of an island is Oxygen as he's taken down towards long. He's completely alone. It just means the T's can isolate so comfortably. But halfway twixt, Rainwaker able to find another. Oh, what a round from Rainwaker. And the bomb could just be stuck. This becomes so difficult. Katie needs to hurry things along now. Needs to find Rainwaker. Minimal time. Is he going to be able to take him down off the defuse? And he does. Through the box. Ruby. They do win the pistol. And look, Katie needed to step up in the clutch. Ruby looked as though they had that round dead to rights. It was a 5-on-3 at one point. And as you touched upon, there was very little damage dealt to the Ruby players. But Rainwaker's Julie's kind of a masterclass, yet still surpassed a ridiculous pistol round. And it sets the tone and tempo for this series.
Yeah, I still love that we see no celebration there as well from Cade. Just sort of business as usual for him, it seems. We saw yesterday some of the reactions from Christo in that ecstatic game, how hyped he was getting. But even despite the age of a lot of these Ruby players, seemingly ice cold. Love to see it, but early kill from Sawalio. Tag from the scout of Easy through the door onto Cirque as well. This is the investment from 500.
I saw some people, when I think it was I want to say it was the first series yesterday. I saw a lot of people saying they're loving the player cams kind of behind the screen. Which I feel like the over-the-shoulder player cams can look quite cool.
Well, maybe turn around, give us a little...
Yeah, a little wave, a little Carrigan look, a little Carrigan step.
But, I mean, this is a really sharp and clean-looking anti-force buy for Ruby.
That was brilliant.
Up against weapons and been no response at all. Red Star has this M4. Intel's been traded back and forth. They will go down. The scout of Easy not quite connected. But there's no need. Look, eventually he's going to get found. Fozil does it with the scout, actually.
Not the best of weapons though. There was a couple rifles that could have been retrieved. There's still a Galil, still a Scout, still a Mac 10, but yeah, important round there from Ruby. I think Sawalio is someone that goes under the radar a little bit in this this Ruby side. I think a lot of it, you look at Katie, you look at Fozil, Hazanator as well. I feel like he puts up some really good performances. And when Easy's fragging on the AWP, it's quite kind of it's understandable as why he goes under the radar. But I actually think Sawalio is the type of player that can have some huge.
I mean, this team is actually stacked with individuals. Oh, there are so many players who can pop off. But the thing is, you still have Sawalio, Cave, Hazanator, even Fozil to some degree, being very, very young players that. It feels the inconsistencies are just sort of a nature of the industry when you're this age. But yeah, these guys on their day are unbelievable. They can all be star players in their own right. So yeah, this team is stacked on Ruby. I do love to watch these guys, even when times are a bit tough. But so far, so good on the opening map of the day. Be around where they look to minimize any losses and any casualties.
Yeah, we spoke about in yesterday's game about the fact that how in some scenarios with these ecos, with these half buys, although the round is possible, we're not talking about what you can achieve there. It's about the damage, it's about the financial implications that you can have. And I think we do have to say, one, not a single point of damage dealt to Ruby there, but when you do have these little half buys, if you can just get 2-3 kills, keep things competitive, keep your finances or your opponent's finances in question, it just gives you the opportunity to reset. And that's something that I think I'm going to keep harping on about because the amount of impact it has is huge.
I mean, yeah, we saw Ecstatic on Nuke yesterday. Every buy, whether it was a half buy, even their full buys, they just couldn't really do any damage at all. They looked really flat on rounds like that. And they can be difference makers in the grand scheme of things, but weapons are out and Ruby make a fast vehicle. 1-for-1 trade initially. Oxygen will get one onto Hazanator, so the advantage before the bomb can even get planted just yet. And that's what you need on a bomb site like the B, but still a decent bit of util from Ruby. They've got a smoke, they've got a nade.
I love it from Sawalio.
They can delay, and 500. That kill they got back from Sawalio, second kill of the round. that's going to be the one that confirms it.
Well, I think as well, because oxygen's so low, there's no defuse kit. It's the B bomb site to retake. They do have 2 smokes, but just the 1 flashbang. I think 500, quite comfortable to go for the save. I think it's the right decision. I think you try and head into that bomb site with very little information. It's always such a tough game to play. But Ruby, yeah, I like the change of pace there. Works out nicely. But Sawalio, what a start he's having.
Of course, with these 3 weapons being able to be saved, we can see that reinvestment from the CT side. No issues in terms of bringing out the rifles again, and hopefully we can see a defuse kit. So something like that isn't going to be as prevalent.
Something I try and bring up at every moment. Both Red Star and Rainwaker can invest in a kit. Only one of them has gone. Okay, they've still got 2 defuse kits. It's not the end of the world. There was a game we watched the other day where I think it was 4 rounds in a row. Where players, they were on a win streak, yet they still had only 1 defuse kit. And they all players had like 5, down. Yeah, they had like 5,000-6,000. It didn't cost them, which really, I'll be honest, it really pissed me off. It's one of those moments where like, you've not bought a kit, this should be costing you a round. Why isn't it?
A great opening kill here again from Ruby.
Oh, excellent, yeah.
A quick, fast pop-up short. No utilities, just K going alone, and raw aim finds the kill. Cirque. He's playing a slightly advanced angle towards short, but it doesn't look like any of the Ruby players are going to give him an opportunity to find this kill. Not yet, at least.
Simple smoke here from Katie. Molly as well to land on the bomb side, forcing Spellan back. Cirque, I like the aggressive angle he's taken, but the problem is this is such a risky fight. He misses the shot, he's dead. Just goes to show how confident Cirque is with his own ability. It is going to be this split through middle. Red Star in an excellent position. He's got a teammate alongside him. But as said, if Cirque misses that shot, the round becomes tough as he goes down. Fozzle now to maneuver from upper tunnels, now back to middle, as it is going to be this play through A. The utility alone has forced 500 into this double B setup, and it leaves Spellan alone here on the A bomb site. A molly to land on his position. Easy, looking to post up with the orb. The flashbang's excellent. Spellan within the flames. Spellan can find 2. Excellent here from Spellan. I think he realizes, look, well, I've got no actual chance if I swing out of this molly. I've got to stay within the flames, within the kind of the heat of everything. Absolutely
what a difference.
Excellent. Yeah, brilliant that.
Every single one of his kills came in that round. I think the call was really good from Ruby. They clocked on pretty quickly. There's 2 towards B. After K does find the kill onto Cirque, we don't see Ruby sort of faffing about. Very quick to make the decision to head up towards the A-bomb side. But this fact that Spellan's able to double down 2 players towards shorts. The bullet's just not connecting. The molly doing all the damage. But that's all he needed. And even if Sawalio did find that kill, he's still got to make his way all towards short, retrieve the bomb and plant it in like 18, 17 seconds. What a find from Sawalio. These opening kills have been lethal.
Disgusting. Bomb
and
goes
just
down.
like that, that's probably, yeah. Round given up there. Nice try 500, but you lost 1 kill in the first sort of 15 seconds of the round.
I hope I'm not the only one watching the gameplay through the POV of Cirque Monolith.
What is it like? Giving us the idea of life as a coach.
Yeah, exactly. Prod, if we can, go to Cirque.
Yeah, just get that as the whole screen.
Yeah.
Another round, though, where Ruby don't allow 500 to show us anything. I do think the calls of these saves, I mean, they are really brutal. Just because like, it's a round where 80% of your team hasn't been able to do anything. And you've just got to give up the round just like that. But we are actually seeing money start to grow because it is a lot of loss bonus and you're still keeping these weapons alive. So it does give yourself a lot more buffer in rounds to come. And it will give you more opportunities to actually be able to pounce on Ruby when given that chance. There's no need, like you said, just to throw away these weapons for a round that's already going to be sort of stacked against you. Pause called now, though, from 500, discussing things over.
Well, I think it is time for a little discussion. They're 5-1 down here. Not to say that it is the biggest of issues. I think 500 kind of already understand that Dust 2 is going to be a real difficulty. Not only is it statistically Ruby's best map, it is by far 500's worst. So I think maybe the fact that Dust 2 was allowed to be picked, I think we knew where this one was going. I would have actually quite liked to see 500 look at the kind of their opposition's map pool and go, well, they're pretty poor on train. If we just ban Dust 2, we might alleviate that issue, but obviously here in the round of 16, some teams aren't willing to make risks like that.
Easy under serious pressure, but can still find Rainwaker. Hate as well will support. Spellan, is he going to be anticipated in pit? Finds one, but just the one is all he can get.
Yeah, he's got to do more from that position, especially the fact that he's not swung for a trade. He's not kind of looked to save his team. But Red Star on the AWP will find. I think the double AWP can work out well. Oxygen's in an excellent position here. Oh, nade of the smoke. Red Star finds Sawalio. Oxygen takes down as well. And Hazanator in the 1 versus 2. Aware of both players' positioning now. And Oxygen, he doesn't need to peek. He doesn't need to fight. Just wait for Red Star to emerge. Nade of the CT smoke. But Oxygen will find. What a round there from both Red Star and Oxygen.
4 versus 2. Red Star towards middle initially. It was Oxygen on his lonesome at A, but it's the fact that Fozil gets caught out and really quickly Red Star can just rotate to support, and the HE grenades that are just dropped in CT spawn Red Star uses absolutely perfectly. Should have been a simple finish to the round, Ruby. The take towards long felt strong enough, but still no success is found. Nice tag there from the boost onto Oxygen, softening him up in this round.
Yeah, we've got the boost here for Cirque to stare to tunnels. And this is where you've got to be very cautious. They have dismantled said boost. Cirque looks as though he's going to be joining Spellan towards long.
And this is 500's chance to be able to bring them to straight back into this game.
Oh,
Try to break the money now of Ruby.
Oxygen just playing on the corner here. It's a position we've seen a few times here from 500. Especially when Ruby have opted for this B split. Smoke's landing now. Swing into middle and Oxygen gives his life away. I don't mind the idea of that. It's clear that he said to Rainwaker, look, they're going to be pushing through CT now. They're going to be pushing through long doors. Send a flashbang and I'll get them all. Doesn't work out that easily, though, does it? Nice find from Rainwaker, though. Katie seemed somewhat trapped. Wanted to peek before that nade of the smoke kind of evaporates. Red Star found by Fozil, though, and advantage still back the way of Ruby. Smoke onto the doors, and Easy can now cross. Rainwaker systematically tapping through. We've still got Sawalio here towards long. Rainwaker will find Hazanator, though. Rainwaker and Cirque, 2 versus 3. Decided against fighting for Sawalio. Cirque completely out of this one, so I don't think we're going to expect them to go for this round, but
I mean, they technically do still have time. But it is just Cirque is so far away from the action that you could see 500 calling it quits. But the bomb's half tick. Cirque's now in middle.
Great flashback. Not going quiet though, it's Rainwaker. Cirque. He switched to this AK. Might not be able to escape though. Just gets around the corner. Finding Fozil as well is excellent. And Easy doesn't want to give up this AWP. But Ruby, they deny the 3rd round found by 500. But again, it's an excellent opener towards the B-bomb site. This time it's Fozil, not Sawalio.
Yeah, a couple of risky gunfights from Ruby. We saw 3 sort of heads-up duels across the map that, if we did see go the way of 500, probably would have seen a bit of a different round. Katie goes down initially, sure, that's whatever. But at the same time, we see Sawalio and Hazanator take a fight in middle and towards long. I think if Sawalio went down there as well. I mean, 500 are in such a good spot. Sure, Ruby will end up getting the B bomb, so I end up getting the bomb down, but that is a retake that you think would have been a big difference maker. We also would have seen Cirque be able to rotate towards B a lot quicker. We would have had all the CTs around that bomb site ready to retake it with plenty of time on the clock. But Ruby, they still managed to keep their finances in a good enough position where they're not able to be reset. Play in that round, but 500 still are so close, forcing Ruby into a bit of a rough spot.
Oh, missmoked that. Bit of blocking going on in CT. Easy posted up for the shot. That gunfight always seems a lot easier than it is. I don't know if I'm the only one that thinks that, you know, these guys should be hitting that shot, because it's such a tight angle to hit, but it looks like they've got so much more time than they actually do. This setup's crazy. So can just fire off the shot. Rainmaker playing anti-flash.
Yes, yeah, problem is standard short setup you used to see quite a lot of the time. Flashbang not good enough. Rainmaker not even blinded or remotely by it. So the kill comes through, smoke being dropped, no trade can actually come through. So the T's set their sights elsewhere, and that is going to be towards long spell. And had some big rounds already. Simple find onto Sawalio.
Yeah, such an easy kill. Didn't even really need to do much there. Spellan, though, wants to go searching, will go down. If Rainmaker falls here towards short, this is an open A bomb site. This is something Ruby could massively capitalize on, especially because the retake isn't going to have that much threat behind it on the basis that there's no utility. Just a one flash on Cirque. They're taking space towards long. Oxygen is slowly clearing out upper tunnels. Hazanator's heard the steps of Red Star, has spotted him, will find him! Hazanator, an important kill onto Red Star. Still disadvantaged though, Easy can get posted up. Minimal time. Bomb can go down. Easy is just going to have to stick. There's not that much damage taken in the Molotov. It does in fact spread as he jumps that final hurdle. But he can just post up with the orb. Fossil's found though. Oxygen and Rainmaker, lovely shots there. Said the retake wasn't going to have much potency because of the lack of utility, but with shots like that, always difficult.
And finally, 500 get the reward.
Yeah.
Break the money of Ruby. With the bomb plot, Ruby going to have no issues in terms of buying in the next, I believe, so it should just be the eco from them. But yeah, a great awareness from Red Star. And we could have even seen a world where Hazanator does go down for nothing. They are actually fully invested in this one. Yeah, Ruby just don't want to give 500 anything in this game. In doing so, it could cost them a lot more than they hoped for. Sawalio opening kill with
great
80
flash
by side.
Yeah, so what?
Find that frag. That's another weapon that can be retrieved from one of those pistols as well.
Sawalio and Katie have been the real catalysts here for Ruby. You know, whenever anything is going to go right, it's always these two players, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. We've seen, just so you know, out of these 10 rounds that we've seen now, 8 of the opening kills have gone the way of Ruby.
Oh, it's nuts. If anything, it just goes to praise 500 in these disadvantage situations.
I mean, that's what I mean. I do actually think if we see a reasonably close finish in this half, 500 kind of got away with murder at times. Because it does feel like Ruby, they've had a couple of rounds that have cost them where they probably could have found even more. Nice find there from Easy. Just drawn so much attention towards A alone with this scout. There's an empty B bomb site for the taking. We're likely just going to see a save from 500 here. But if Easy can keep on doing damage, this save could look pretty miserable.
I'd love to see Fossil go and help and maybe look to hunt a bit. Oh, even more damage. There's another player who's just crossed as well. Oh. Easy seems aware of it.
Yeah, perhaps the minimap showed it, whereas Scope didn't.
Yeah. I don't know why they're searching so heavily for a scout.
I think it's more of an escape route that they can safely look to save in towards along. I don't know if Ruby are actually going to give this a go.
Fossil needs a gun.
Fossil does need a gun.
Maybe I'll just go and claim that scout. What are we thinking the bare minimum is for 500 here on this CT side? Are we thinking 3's enough for them to do it, or is that a little bit out of the range?
I mean, in terms of the sort of wildest comebacks I've seen, it has been on this map. So I'd probably say at least find one and you've got yourself a chance. But in reality, you probably want to see a bit more than 3. You would probably look at something like 4 and say, yeah, especially as it is the CT side. Sometimes you can get stumped on your T side occasionally. But I mean, to be fair, Dust 2 can be pretty brutal in terms of finances. On the CT side, I think 500 have actually done a really good job to keep themselves competitive in terms of buys, at least. But yeah, I would say I want to see 4. I'm definitely not saying the game's done if there's only 3, but
it becomes very difficult and somewhat pistol round dependent. Tapping away with the USP, HE grenade thrown. Oh, okay, well.
I buy 500. I mean, Ruby's
round?
Dust has looked immense so far. And like I said, I actually do feel like they've done themselves a bit of a disservice with the scoreline as it stands. You look at that 4 versus 2, I think we would have seen a real difference maker if they were able to convert that big man advantage that they had there. Sure, perhaps it could have just been 2 rounds of 500, but I think what it would have done for the finances of both sides, of Ruby having even stronger buys, 500 being a bit limited there as well, I think we could have seen an even sort of more one-sided scoreline. But 8 is going to be a minimum that Ruby are finding, and all the chance to find 9. This would be a really impressive showing, nice and early in the day, and it's been refreshing to see Ruby look confident again. And it feels like it's something because we've been gifted to a lot of their games, and we sort of watched every single one of their losses as well. It did feel like Ruby at times were looking a little bit scared to make a mistake. I think just due to the fact they were so close to advancing to playoffs in the Swiss stage, that it didn't feel like we got to see the true form of Ruby. But yeah, we are getting to see it now, it seems.
I'll be honest, it's why I was somewhat shocked that you predicted 500. We've watched, this is our 4th out of their 6 games here in Series 1. I thought you'd just be supporting Ruby on business. Like they've been our team this season.
Yeah, it feels like I've got my Ruby jersey on. It does feel like, we're going on a bit of a victory lap of all of their games. It does seem, but again, opening kill for Ruby is there anything else you would have predicted?
B-bomb site open. Round over. Well, gonna have to be a retake attempt as it is final round of half.
Yeah, so
unless if they're playing for stats.
Keep your eye on. How's he rotated? How's he positioned? Spellant has taken space towards long. Ruby aren't pressing the issue anywhere on the map just yet, but we've seen 500 do it in these disadvantage rounds before. And Rainwaker doubles down before Easy's AWP can connect. Spellant towards long though does push out, and that is his go call, but he goes straight into the waiting crosshair of Sawalio. I mean, bomb is dropped, but it is still Cirque with the AWP. Not easily spam through this smoke or anything.
Yeah, the problem is Fuzzle is still patiently waiting. Oh, okay, Cirque. There's one. Please don't do it to us. Please don't bring it to a 1v1 and lose it because of time or something. We goes the AK route. Interesting. Maneuvering to long as well. I don't mind the idea of this, but this is where I would have actually quite liked to see him with the AWP. Think of how easy these frags would be with the big green in hand, but...
Oh, none of them are aware. Someone has to start to consider. Finally, Sawalio does. Molotov comes down towards both these players' position. The spray, good enough for one.
That's so unfortunate.
Just about manages to get the trade. Nice attempt there at the clutch from Cirque, but it is Ruby confirming what has been a pretty swift and positive looking half. 9-3.
Yeah, look, their Dust 2 has been really compelling in the past, and they are truly amplifying that statement here against 500. Probably one of the toughest opponents that they faced here on Dust. You look back to some of the teams they faced. Obviously, you've got teams like Bet Boom, obviously, Partisan, Monty, but I feel like 500. This is a team that have kind of You know, they've got such strong individuals. They played at high levels. But Ruby just make it look so simple. What part of 500's game do you think leads, you know, to a poor Dust 2? Because when you think about it, you've got kind of the ability of Cirque with the AWP, which is always so impactful. You've kind of got the chaotic nature of a player like Spellan. You've got the impressive rifling that can come from both Rainwaker, Oxygen, and Red Star. Why do you think Dust 2 has been such a struggle for them? I can't really think of a reason why this map wouldn't kind of be quite nicely tailored to their, well, you know, what they've got when it comes to players.
Yeah, it is interesting. It does feel like they've definitely got pieces to make this map work, but maybe it's something they're going to need to go back to the drawing board and have a bit of a deeper dive in. Because, yeah, it has been pretty tough for them and pretty miserable to watch at times. And it seems like that trend is continuing here in this one. But I'd love to see some sort of comeback on the opening day. And what a way to kick things off. 3 quick kills for 500 towards Short. And Hazinator and Fozzle can try to rotate in. I think maybe if they both had armor, it might be a bit more a closed case. So just keep these weapons alive, you know, keep the armor in play, maybe see what you can do in the next round. But even then, it looks like they're still just going for X's in this round.
Yeah, great openers there from both Spellland and Oxygen. They just destroy that short setup. I don't really know why Sawali is playing so out in the open there. I feel like there's just such an unnecessary risk. Fozzle just wanted to send out this this HE grenade for quite some time. He's getting flanked by Rainwaker. Interested as to why there was no knife kill there. We're talking about the player cams. Fozzle's got kind of got like a top-down camera angle. How is he? Has he taped a webcam to the ceiling or something?
There are a couple of webcams. I do wonder where are they positioned.
Do you think there's a cameraman just holding?
It might be. It might be. We are seeing a force buy from Ruby here, though. I'm always not sure about these forces. You know I love a force buy, but these always feel like a position to me where you kind of allow your opponents to get a few more rounds into the game, and just kind of get a bit of a comeback started before any gun rounds are really out. Oh, I say I question the force, but maybe I shouldn't. Easy finds a kill. Cade with 2 towards Short and Cirque. Not enough HP to look for the kill, and Fozzle with the 5-7 onto Rainwaker. I suppose I'll shut up about this, because what a call it's been from Ruby. Decimating anything from 500. From what was such a great pistol round from the Bulgarians, they have been instantly silenced and halted in their tracks.
Yeah, crazy. I don't really know what happened with Easy Shot. I assume it was in middle, but yeah, I'm kind of stunned into silence. Katie shouldn't be getting 2 there. Fozzle. Okay, I get it, the 5-7. It's a great weapon, but at the same time, it shouldn't be having that potency against the rifle. Just so quick to hit that headshot. So now in the 1v3, 13 HP. Once this smoke fades, he's a goner. Oh, Fozzle! Fozzle, why haven't you checked? What has gone on here? Fozzle, you just need to look left. There's minimal time now. Soak might just win this on time.
Wow.
Oh, what?
What have we just witnessed?
How? Why have they gone
Low
through a smoke?
HP Cirque.
They pushed through that smoke for no reason. I don't know what to say. Ruby, let's stop with that, yeah? So it's somewhat reminiscent of the round yesterday. I've forgotten the player already. Oh, it was Boomich. He didn't check Christou's angle and lost the round because he was on such a long flank because of it.
And that was a big difference maker. I mean, look, we spoke about the repercussions of that. And in terms of what that had overall for the rest of the series. I mean, all we can say, Fred, is there's a reason why Bedman were no longer in it, and it felt like that round had so much impact as to why.
But I just don't know why they don't wait out the smoke. But also, the smoke's got about half a second. No, it's probably got about 2-3 seconds left. Just wait it out. There's no way he wins that round. It was their own flash as well that kind of caught them off.
I mean, talk about being thrown out of the life raft. Red Star will find Cade here. This force buy isn't going to be a successful one for Ruby, so we're going to have a 9-6 scoreline, and with Ruby being forced onto an eco, perhaps, unless they are able to save all of these weapons, then maybe not necessarily. But 500 definitely can bring themselves back into this game, and I fear for if that round is going to really turn the tides of what looked like a pretty comfortable map number 1 for Ruby.
But look, it's not as though there was a team kill or kind of there was a or anything like that. It was just checking corners. It was the fault of their own, and I think with moments like that, not only is it so disappointing to watch from the outside perspective, but from internally, you've got to imagine how disappointing that is going to be for Ruby, because that was the force buy. That was that kind of beginning round where Katie gets the double towards shore. Fozzel finds one kind of through mid doors with the 5-7. That was a perfectly kind of executed setup. And then they throw it all away.
They are investing again around these weapons. Not fully, though. Which I actually like. Look, you've still got a competitive enough buy. Got the M4, got a FAMAS, couple of pistols. Easy on the scoped weapon as well. So, yeah, sure, I don't mind this. And the aggression towards top mid might exactly be what they need.
Oh, Katie.
Swallow almost actually takes down Oxygen there as well.
Oh,
Hasn't taken his face and will be able to finish the job.
Right, it was a 3 versus 1 before. It's a 4 versus 2 now. How did Ruby lose this one?
Yeah, this will be one that you're really hoping they don't lose. Because there's been a couple of big advantage rounds that they have lost.
Yeah.
Let this be the one that stabilizes it, and then back to normality, it seems to be.
I'm going to say, they've not lost these rounds because they've played scared, they played nervous and a little bit worried, which I'm quite happy to see. That's something that we have seen sometimes from Ruby.
I mean, look, it is early morning. I think it'll be, to be fair, it might be like 11:30 for some of these players, but either way, I'll pretend, for esports players, it's early morning. I feel like you can excuse a bit of rust every now and again, especially if it isn't going to impact the game. These are things that we can see Ruby just mop up in map number 2 and 3. I think we'll have no issues there. But double digits have been hit from Ruby. 500, they're still in a pretty decent spot financially. They had a lot of money in the reserve. So we are going to see the investment from them as well to keep things interesting and exciting at the start of this second half.
I don't know how easy gets both with the scout there. That just shouldn't be happening. And although Easy's only kind of 9 kills, 9 deaths, he has had a lot of impact with this scout. Has he even had an AWP yet? I feel like he must have had a couple rounds.
Yeah, did him round number not round number 1 in the first half.
In the pistol round. Got gifted an AWP.
Yeah, got a bit of a cash injection there from an investor. Mid to be here though from 500
Silent
as they take
middle.
down Hazanator.
I love it. I love the way they shift through mid doors. They're completely surprising Hazanator. Katie will get one back. They are going to maneuver their way back towards the A-bomb site. Oh, Katie can get one more. And Swalio can rotate in time. Katie just needs to live. But he's quite happy fighting.
I mean, he is on top form. You can't blame him for that at all. 3 kills from him, 19 and 9. His right-hand man, Swalio, leading up the final kills as well. And look, it took us until the very final map of Ruby's Swiss stage run to get to see Cade in this level of form, but instantly playoffs where this guy thrives seemingly. Was the solo defender towards A. Took a little while for Swalio to rotate in, but seemingly just did it all by himself. 500.
This is it.
Yep, they fully invested here. The weapons weren't able to make it work in the last, so they've gone for broke.
Katie and Hazanator. Oh, Hazanator finds 3. Rainwaker in a 1v4.
I was about to say, a 2-for-2 trade there feels pretty good for the Pistols, but Hazanate had different ideas. Rainwaker will get taken down by Easy, but gets the tag. Nice easy find for Fossil. And AWP's been retrieved, and Ruby might be bringing us onto map number 2 quicker than I think any of us thought. I mean, I don't think it's the fact that Ruby look like they're going to win Dust 2. It's more in the way that they're going to win it. Because this has been a masterclass. It feels like most of the rounds that 500 have won have been off of the back of, look, we've seen the Pistol, we've seen them win that 4 versus 2, we've seen Cirque win that 1 versus 3. A lot of these rounds that they've been given up have been mistakes from Ruby. 500 have looked really flat here on Dust 2 from most of the game.
I feel bad for Rainwaker. He's 17 and 12. It's one of those games where he's having a lot of impact, but sadly the rest of the team, not so much. Nice find from Easy. Gives that advantage. Hazanate finds another. And it's seemingly, they've got 6 opportunities to close out map 1, but I think it's just going to be this first one. Not messing about here at Ruby.
Does look that way. You can see Weapon dropped over to Rainwaker, even though he's the player softened up. And decisions. 500 disadvantaged, weaker weapons, not a huge amount of utility. Where do you opt to go?
They're going to head it right into the pathway of Easy's AWP. Not only is there a fast rotation in KD, but Sawalio's close by as well. Jiggle, Oxygen spotted, and this is where Easy should probably reposition. Oh, run boost, I like the idea of this. Very cheeky, but Easy hits the shot. And now they move on out, but Easy!
Good lord.
What a set of kills there. The first being the most impressive. Well, I say the first. The second, the flick there onto the flying scout. But Ruby, they close out map 1 13-6. An impressive performance there from Ruby. Obviously 500. They did have, you know, some slight kind of success, but not too consistent. Not enough to pose threat on Dust 2. But thoughts and feelings after that one, Charlie?
Yeah, I mean, look, you're never going to be able to win a game if you just can't get enough opening kills, and they just could not contend with Ruby in that department whatsoever. Like I said, really underwhelming Dust 2 from 500. We know they've had some difficult times on it against teams reasonably similar caliber of them. 500 are coming into this one as the favourites, and that story still continues there on Dust for them. Just didn't show us enough. Ruby felt like they were the one dictating the pace of all of it. There's a couple of individual moments that won 500 from rounds, which we expect when they've got the names on their team, to be fair, regardless of what map they're going to be on, regardless of what team they're going to be up against. But yeah, that was an absolute domination, really. And I think the scoreline even looks a little bit too generous for what 500 showed us. Yeah, obviously. If Ruby can continue that, though, what a series they could have.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, if you're only just tuning in now and you've seen the scoreline and you're wondering how it's all happened, we've got Hayes patiently waiting, and he'll break down the rounds round by round to show you guys what really unfolded on Dust. So, Hayes, look, thoughts and feelings on that one?
Yeah, cheers, Fred, mate. What a display from Ruby. Honestly, that was some phenomenal Counter-Strike coming through from them. I was very impressed from the word go, honestly. They just played like a team that were full of confidence. You know, let's just draw it all the way back to the start of that T side. I don't know if we can roll through the replays here at the same time, just to kind of reference what I'm talking about. But, you know, you think about even the impetus with the pistol round. For me, that kind of set the tone with them, with the way that they were playing on that front foot, with the way that they were pressuring 500, with the sort of the presence on the server coming through from Ruby was carried forward from this pistol round throughout the entirety of the half. And what I mean by that is that initially in the early stages of their approach, they were just looking to get down 500's throats. They were just constantly applying pressure as early as possible, as much as they could. And 500 weren't really able to withstand that pressure all that much, right? I mean, some nice shots here on the pistol round coming through from Rainwaker's Julies, but it's superficial. Ruby were in control. They were just in control throughout the entirety of the map, right? So we then kind of go with the conditioning aspect from Ruby, where they start to hammer home on that B bomb site. They start to play with pace going into that B bomb site, looking to maybe abuse and bully Oxygen a little bit. We see them kind of sprinkling a splits into the mix as well, but always like within the first 40 seconds of the round, they're already looking to pressure a bomb site. And I just think that pace and ferocity from Ruby certainly did just shell shock 500. They were never really able to get ahead of the game, play for information, start to rotate a player across to stack up a bomb site, because Ruby were constantly playing with that pace. So I thought that was a very good look for Ruby. And then that sort of direct approach wasn't working as well for Ruby. This is another round where they bully that B bomb site. You can see them just early on, first 15, 20 seconds of the round, already setting foot in towards B. And then that direct approach didn't work, and they had adjustments. They were able to then tinker with the approach within the half. You could kind of see them slowing down the pace a little bit, playing a bit more of a default-esque approach, and then this was the time they were still going for the direct approach, right? Then it gets shut down. It's this round that they end up losing, and then we see them go back to the default, slow things down a little bit more, massage around a bit more before they make a commitment. You can see here's the example of it, 45 seconds. Now they're starting to make a move. You know, they're pressuring short, they're pressuring middle. I think that was also a very big highlight of the success for Ruby on their T side, was just how they were able to accomplish multiple different objectives at the same time, whereas normally you'll see a team take long. Okay, pause. Now maybe fake in the B bomb side. Okay, pause. Now they're going to commit to that A take. These guys were fighting long while they had someone poking short, while they had somebody controlling tunnels, all just at the same time. And that's a reflection of a team who are in a very good flow state, where they're all on the same wavelength and the same page, where they can just make these plays simultaneously and it not get too cluttered or chaotic in the comms, in the plans, in the protocols. It's not like they're doing all these things at the same time without an idea of how the round's going to end. They still know exactly how they're going to connect the pieces in the round. And I think that's the big difference, between a team who are just trying to do too much in the same time and a team who are doing a lot at the same time, but there's still a clear and direct plan in terms of what they're looking to do. So I think that was the most impressive hallmark of Ruby's T side, honestly, was just how they were able to accomplish multiple objectives at the same time, but not look too chaotic or cluttered. Then we come into the second half, 500 win the pistol, all good and well. They then drop the ball big time against the force buy, but still go on to win the round. Cirque doesn't get checked. I've actually seen this corner do a lot of damage lately for players. I saw Rawls yesterday for 9 in the exact same position, getting a multi-kill on players coming through the smoke. So yeah, it's just not one you're like kind of inclined to check when you're pushing through the smoke, because obviously you're worried about the site, you're worried about ramp, CT. So that's what makes it so strong. If they even just glance in your direction, you're basically dead, right? So it's cool, all good and well. 500 win the pistol, convert against the force, then win against another force. Ruby are kind of coerced into going for that double force because they came so close to winning the force buy before. 500 win against both forces. They make it 9-6, and I'm like, okay, we got a game in our hands now. This is where we could see 500 starting to build themselves into it, and they lose to a goddamn eco. Like, that's just egregious. So 500 lost to a force buy in the first half, which certainly didn't help their cause. They then lost to an eco in the second half, and at that point, it's like, well, you're never really going to stand much of a chance of being super competitive on a map if you're losing rounds of that nature. So that was certainly a big issue for 500 throughout that map. And they were never really able to get it back on track. Charlie made a good point highlighting the opening kills there as well, and how lackluster 500 were in the opening kill department. I think they ended the map with 6 opening kills out of 19 rounds. So, certainly Ruby who bossed that affair. Either way, map 1 done and dusted, clear cut, clean from Ruby as they take the 1-0 lead here in this round of 16 playoff matchup. Next up is going to be Mirage. It's the pick of 500, but it's a map that Ruby are totally proficient on. We'll have a short intermission, and when we come back, we'll jump into 500's pick. All right, we're back. Ruby were free balling through that previous map, fellas. Living life, La Vida Loca. And now they have the 1-0 lead in the series. It's going to be Mirage up next, Fred. Charlie, let's start with Fred. I've been going Charlie first. Let's start with Fred this time around. Mirage, is this going to be a saving grace for 500, or do you expect Ruby to get this done in 2?
I really hope so. I think for 500s to save face after that Dust 2, I think they definitely need to put up a better performance. But I don't think it was map dependent. I think it was kind of just based on the individuals. When you look at the opening kills, every single head-to-head fight, whether it was a 50-50 gunfight, whether Ruby were disadvantaged, it seemed as though they were still victorious when it came to opening kills. So I think if that's consistent, I'd be very worried for 500. I think they can do it, though. I think we will push to that third and final of Nuke.
I mean, Charlie, they can do it, but the problem for 500 is that it's not like Mirage is a punish pick playing against Ruby. Like Dust 2, we know that 500 have their deficiencies. That's what made it such a good pick for Ruby, right? But 500 enjoy Mirage. I mean, you guys, they beat Iberian Soul yesterday. You got to cover that game. They beat Sinners before that, Fireflux, Copenhagen Wolves. So they've got a decent track record on this. 66% win rates on their CT side. Do all the signs for you point in the direction of Ruby, or are you still standing tall in your prediction here, mate? Are you standing on business?
I mean, it does feel tough if you do look at previous results as well, because even the losses that Ruby have, they lose in really close fashion. This is a team that I think they have all the possibilities now to be able to take this one in a 2-0, which I think is exactly what Ruby need. No need to mess around with a third map. No need to put yourself in that dicey situation with backs are against the wall there. Yeah, a lot of the signs are pointing that Ruby feels like they should be able to take it, but I'm not going to fold. I'm not going to give up that easily just because something's
that
gone
olive
against
branch
500.
is still there, mate. It's still out the window. You can grab it. Come join us by the fire. It's warm inside here. You know, Ruby Rosy inside, but that's okay. I'm proud of you.
The second round one starts, that olive branch is snapped. You ain't coming out.
We'll see.
He's gonna grab it and it's just going to break off, right?
Yeah,
He's like, fine. I'm going to just like take the olive. No, it's broken. Gone.
I'm happy you brought up the close losses for Ruby, because they played they played Mirage 8 times. Their 3 losses are 2 in OT and 1's a 13-11. They are a very good Mirage team.
Yeah, it's not like they're easy to break or beat on this map. Either way, we're going to see exactly what Mirage has in store for us. We're going to be jumping into the second map, and either I'll see you guys afterwards for a 2-0, or I'll be breaking down Mirage before we get into the third.
Yeah, look, big map for 500. A loss here, that is them out. And I'll be honest, I think it's always tough to see a team kind of invited in. You know, you're expected, they are the favourites. And for them to lose and to be a 2-0 would be crazy. But
fall as flat as potentially they can do here after what we saw in Dust. Hoping that they can step up and at least show us a bit of a second lease of life out of this team, because it's going to be something they need. Because, I mean, that onslaught from players on Ruby, just the individuals that we saw tearing them apart on map number 1, it could be a bit of a dire sign.
Yeah, I think the individuals looked incredible. KD played really well. Sawalio as well, easy as well. I feel like he got more scout kills than he got any other weapon, which is always a really important thing. Fozzel, though, he's got the information. He's just going to drop a smoke and back away. And I think for Fozzel, because he is very much alone, it's all about delaying. Hazinator rotating in, wanting to take these long-range shoots with the USP, trying to tap away. How is this bullet not connected? Maybe needed some more time in the, I guess, aimbots, because Oxygen can find him. Red Star now creeping closer. Easy will deny. And speaking of denial, the plant not able to go through Rainmaker, an important fight, but Easy still from short having impact. They need to deal with him, and Cirque will be the one to find the killing blow. Still, we've got Sawalio on the back of the bomb site. No armor, so the Glocks can spam away at the body, but it's the head found from Sawalio onto Cirque, and Sawalio now is confident in the fight, and he will find it. Ruby, they take the pistol round. So much chaos on that B bomb site, but Ruby, they are the successors here. They begin Mirage, how things ended on Dust.
Yeah, just not wanting to give 500 a moment to settle there, give them any chance to get that bomb down. And despite being disadvantaged, despite feeling like most of the round they were disadvantaged, they still make it work. Easy, you already highlighted the impact he had from short. 2 massive kills. Fozzel does great as that solo B defender to drop the smoke, keep himself alive, deny the bomb most importantly, and delay for those players to come in. And that's where Walio in that 1 versus 2 shows why, for me, there's no reason why he can't be that star of the team, why he can't be the player to lift this team on his shoulders and show us what he can do. What a way to win the pistol round, and just the eco for 500 as they're left stumped. Run boost feels like it's gone as miserably as their map number 1 in this series has gone.
Yeah, the rifles at range will deal with these pistols quite comfortably. Oxygen, he's invested in a deagle. He's all that remains. They know he's behind the boxes. And time is limited for Oxygen. And they do take him down. Hazanator, nice 4K there. Bit of a confidence round here for Hazanator. Yeah, I've got to say, it's really nice from Ruby because, obviously I'm talking about this pistol, because they keep the kind of the eyes and attention on the back of the bomb site towards kind of empty pillar. And obviously, kind of emerging from short, I think a lot of the time you'll see when you are kind of an unknown factor, you can have very limited impact. You might play a little bit hesitant. You don't really want to get yourself into that fight. He's so fast up short, and the fact he can have that impact and take kind of the kills while attention is elsewhere is always so important. But Red Star, he's going to be smoking the Molotov. I don't really know why he's done this. If anything, it's a true indicator that they're going to be making their way out towards B. So Fozzle can drop this utility. Hazanator can rotate in, but the flash from Cirque is excellent. Fozzle finally dropping the smoke with the MP9 at range. We know the limiting factors it can have, and what a B hit from 500. They dismantle the defenses so easily. And Ruby just
they look to drop the smoke on the flames because they already have players up towards mid ready to pounce. Wanted to really make the B hit come through as this two-pronged attack. And it doesn't matter that there's 2 defenders on that bomb site. Nothing can be found, so Walio needs to try to keep himself alive. Money is going to be good enough to get a buy, but no need to just throw away these weapons. An instant gun round for 500, and look, they show us why they picked Mirage. We had to expect more out from them on this map than we did on Dust, and what a show it is. I'm impressed how dark it is in Cirque's room. This is in the middle of the day.
Lights off. Blacked out curtains. I guess he wants it to be as kind of most natural for gaming hours. You know, those 2, 3 a.m. late night gaming sessions. Do you see what I mean?
What 500 needed, though.
Yeah, exactly. You know, just a fast hit. I guess as well, this sets the tempo for this T side because now Ruby, they're going to be having to not only so worried about middle, but so worried about potential speed. And in doing so, we will be seeing Ruby dropping so much utility in the early portion of these rounds because they are just so worried about these fast plays. But it's these set of smokes towards mid. The window smoke has missed. Okay, this could be problematic, but Spellam, while blindly confined, KD in the center and middle will take him down. The swing from short, nice from Hazanator. Not the easiest to fight, and both KZ and Hazanator have taken a lot of damage. Rainwaker, knife out in the smoke. He's not going to be prepared for Sawalio, though. He pushes through. Oh, this is going to be so tough. Rainwaker, smoke now fading. Oxygen can find KD. Oh, hello, Sawalio. We'll get one. Done a lot of damage on the second. He should have retrieved the AK. I don't know why he's sticking with that MP9, but it's now a 2-on-2 hit. Both players on 500 have been chipped away at. Bomb now retrieved. They don't have to go towards the A bomb site. The problem is, Red Star is going to be a little bit worried. There could be a player in TV. There could be someone pushed up towards top middle. We'll just head towards the B bomb site, though. Oxygen. He can cut off these rotations. I think sometimes... Oh, timing. Oh, it's devastating for Oxygen. Giving up his position now. And as he's heading to jungle, this should be a bit of an indicator that it's going to be this play to be. Great from Oxygen.
Just 5 points of health, scurrying away towards middle. So
Fozzle's
got a bit of a short 1 versus 1 period that he can take towards B. Both players low HP. Boss out Red Star is going to be aware of where both these final players are. Does have a smoke for the bomb as well.
Yeah, I think he's got to drop that smoke straight away. Create some chaos. No tap the bomb though. Red Star's gone wide and it catches off Fozzle. A great round from 500 again. But Sawalio in Palace, after he gets that first kill, he doesn't need to fight. He can just sit in Palace, tucked away, and it will be such a nuisance for 500 to deal with. And look, if you are going to take that fight, just pick up the AK. Why are you going the MP9 there? You don't need to be fancy. You don't need to kind of do anything like that.
I think this is this moment here is when he should have backed away.
Yeah,
after sort of being able to take those first bunch of shots. You know the players drop down towards Sandwich. You know they're going to be posted up on you now. I think that's probably where you back away from it. Either way, Ruby definitely still have the chances. The fact that Oxygen's able to live after that engagement with Hazinator as well at sort of 5 points of health. Oh, there's a lot of fine margins that allow that one to go the way of the Bulgarian. And I think it's down to the wire at times, but if that's what you need, sometimes it's what you need.
It's going to sound a bit weird. I think if the bomb isn't dropped towards ramp and it's on the player who's already emerged, I think they just go towards A and it gives Ruby a better chance of that retake. I think the fact that that bomb is dropped towards ramp, I think sometimes when you have to go back and retrieve, it kind of gives you that second look of the outcome of the round. Comfortable round here for 500. They should take the lead. Ooh, timing looks good for KD. We'll just find the one. Conflict on the A-bomb site, but easy taken down. Sawalio now, 1v4. Nice first shot. Searching for more now. Retrieved an AK. We've dropped the smoke. The Cirque spotted him.
A jump spot didn't seem like it's given that indication, but another kill from Sawalio would be great. Can't expect much more than that. Spellan is holding, has spotted now. Sawalio deals decent damage to both Cirque and Spellan. Won't go down to the bomb. Oxygen finally strikes from behind. 500 take the lead in this series. Well, not in this series, in this map.
Yeah, but it feels like the series because just the fact that, you know, map 1 was gonna go the way of Ruby because Dust 2 is such a tough one. I think for 500, once those vetoes came through, I think they knew that it was just going to be a 2-map series for them, just right off Dust 2. And this is where it begins. And for 500, the T side, so important for them to show success on the basis that Hayes pointed it out. Ruby's CT side is so effective. Nearly a 66% win rate there. Already though, 500 win this one. They'll have found 4. And if Ruby want to get to that 66%, they'll need to win the last 6 rounds. Molly and nade combination. Ruby seem very static here on this CT side. They're playing reactive based on 500's kind of contact and aggression. Ooh, elevation. Fozzle could get timing. Ooh, spots out 1. And now just backing away. Realizing there should be 2 players here. Why is there util in hand? Easy will get 1. Doubles down from the A-bomb site. Oxygen still in connector. He's heard the steps. Oh, Easy's going to get caught off massively here. Great find from Oxygen. And now Sawalio tasked with whether to go for Oxygen. What a round. Again, Oxygen's been so effective here in connector. Cutting off these rotations. Suffocating this side of Ruby.
Yeah, Oxygen's been a real menace in these connector lurks. Great opening kill from him as well. But a big issue is Ruby aren't really looking to take any fights towards middle. And it feels like players like Oxygen are having no issues getting into positions like this. This is where Ruby can look to find their opening kill, take these fights in connector, take players down, but they're just being a bit more timid towards mid than probably do need, but a lot more fighting in mid this round. Alan doesn't have a huge amount of health to play with, but KD fumbling with weaponry does get taken down, and the advantage goes back the way of 500, and even more so as Red Star finds the kill and puzzle towards B.
Great from Sawalio. If he can take down the bomb carrier, that's where the round has some kind of possibilities. But 500 again, continuing this streak of success on their T side. That's 5 in a row now in Ruby, identifying the issues. They're going to be calling a tactical pause, and quite rightly. But what a game Oxygen's having, 9-3. A far cry from the performance of what we saw on map number 1. 10-14 he was there. Just 1 kill shy of that already. Within half the rounds. Well, way less than half, obviously. You feeling confident for 500? Because I would be. They're looking very good on their T side.
Yeah, I'm ready to extend that olive branch to you two after this game. Yeah, look, I think this is what 500 needed. You can't be sloppy, you can't be slow to get off the mark, not after you're one map down. This is playoffs.
Yeah.
You're the invited team. There's a chance that if you don't come alive, we only get to see 2 maps from you. And I think if Dust 2 is one of those, it can be a pretty disappointing showing. But look, we've seen 5-round streak from 500. They're going with a serious bit of speed. They've got a serious bit of sort of bite to this roster right now. And even then, Oxygen in front of this. Molly getting flashed in, and Fossil couldn't get caught out with players being deeper than he's expected. Rainwaker's the one to find the early kill.
They deal with the Lurker spell, and they realise it is just a play out from apartments. It's going to be a 4v4 retake here. So Walio, surely to make his way through apartments. Oxygen is holding for this, though. If he can cross the kitchen, I think he goes overlurked. This fight is everything here. Taking their time on Ruby. I remember Ruby, their retakes on Nuke, on that CT side of Nuke, were so impressive. So if we do get to Nuke, I'm expecting to see something like that, but I would have assumed that their retakes on the CT side of Mirage would have some similar threat potential. Oxygen now flanking Katie. Steps heard. Katie aware. Katie's still taken down. What a game from Oxygen! And this is what 500 needed. They needed someone to step up. They needed someone to really kind of put the team on their back, and Oxygen, the main man here.
Yeah, Oxygen certainly is leading the lines and certainly is being the thorn in Ruby's side that they just can't seem to snuff out any sort of solution. I think we need to have Ruby have a bit more of a pause. Have so many... Just have a moment where they can just take a bit of respite and recover and discuss what on earth you can do in a situation like this. Because right now, it's been a bit of an underwhelming start from Ruby. Despite having those initial, that sort of pistol round success, that really felt like it would spur them on.
Yeah, Easy's already taken a lot of damage, but he will be able to find one here with the AWP. And this is where the T's have got to show a little bit more restraint here. Are you really going to be pushing into the AWP? I don't think this is a good idea, but with Hazanator falling to the molly, it could spur them on. Oh, the HE grenade. Red Star's going to find him with it. Oh, Easy! How has he survived?
Was a decent chance here for Ruby in this 4 versus 4. Mid undefended, you've got Sawalio having a glance there occasionally with the Eagle. 500's end goal is still up in the air. Aid here towards middle. It's all about timing. Won't be able to even find the first spell and readjust and takes him down.
Okay, 2 quick kills there. Bomb been dropped, so retrieving a rifle. Right decision. Needs to get up in the face here. Smoke dropped by Sawalio to try and delay, but Sawalio's the Eagle. Excellent. What a round from Sawalio.
Third of the round with the Eagle.
Crazy stuff.
Big round stolen away there, and Ruby finally can break this streak of 500 and find their 3rd round. It's been a long time coming, but it's the opening kill that they finally get. It's been a bit of a flip. 500 have done a really good job finding the first kills in the round, but on this occasion, Ruby can do so. They find the success from it, even with the weaker weapons. Easy again, a bit more proactive here. Searching for something, but this push through Palace can catch off all the T's. Easy goes down. Sawalio does get the trade, can't double up, as 500 make the call to shift through the Palace smoke. And it feels like they've won the round off of that alone.
Cirque posted up with the AWP. Missed shot there from Cirque. Molly to land. Oh, Cirque quick enough to react to it. Taken down. AWP can be saved here for Easy. Oh, Red Star wanting to deny that factor.
And it's such a great call from 500. It's such a level of fearlessness that I really was not expecting them to make it around like that. And it just completely catches off Ruby. Look, they finally went around. They finally thought, like, let's go on a bit of a streak of our own. They make a call towards A. You've got Easy posted up, but you've got another player in Sawalio playing a bit closer towards ramp and just a shift through the Palace smoke. It's such a good decision to make in a game like this where Ruby start to think you might have to respect them a little bit, but 500, completely different scenario.
Do have the ult for Easy, though. Bit of a quieter game here. Same can be said for KD. So while they're still putting up numbers. But the problem is, Oxygen surpassing the peaks of Sawalio. KD wanting to rotate in. The molly should deny the swing through the smoke. Flashes are excellent to keep Ruby contained. Sawalio gets one through the smoke. Oh, Sawalio. So many chances here. He finds three. Swing into CT. This is the bomb carrier. And Ruby. I like the decision on this round. They evacuate the bomb site so quickly in preparation for this retake.
Sawalio had a good game on map number 1. He was the second player behind KD. And now he is the one leading the lines where KD's sort of fallen off slightly. And I think if Ruby can manage to find 5 rounds, that would honestly be a really positive half for, given the context of how I feel like this game's gone.
Oh, massively
Utility alone finds the kill onto Rainwaker. Easy wants to get aggressive. Sawalio as well. Maybe not the greatest idea against these pistols, but you can get overwhelmed. Easy feels like a trade is going to come through regardless.
Yeah, except when he collapsed them. Well, sadly, he doesn't even get one. Sawalio's in an excellent position, though. He can just drop the molly here to Tetris. The eyes are just going to be so heavily towards him. 4v2, 1v4 now for Red Star. Gets the first. But needs a lot more. They will salvage the half by finding this final 2, which is going to be needed if Ruby want a chance to close things out in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, like I said, I think that is as successful as it can kind of get from Ruby when you consider they lost 6 rounds in a row. They won the pistol round very late to show us any life from them. And as winning 3 out of the last 4 rounds, just sort of finding their groove, maybe a little too late, but look, you give yourself a good fighting chance still. And that's what we want. We didn't really get to see a competitive map number 1. It was pretty one-sided. At least give us a competitive final couple of maps of this series.
Oh, final couple. Is that you saying 500 definitely win this one?
I think there's no definites in playoffs, that's for sure. But I'm still feeling pretty good for 500.
Oh no, I completely get it. They won the half on the T side. It's the CT side of which Ruby have looked most prevalent, and the fact they haven't even won the half, let alone tied it, is a cause for concern.
Really good calling. I felt like that we saw out from 500. Didn't really get too many moments on their T side where it felt like I was overly impressed by what we were seeing in terms of decision making. It felt like they're playing into Ruby's hands a lot of the time, and it felt like individuals were the only real situations that they were getting dug out of tough rounds. Here, though, it feels like a different story. You've seen some really bold plays, really in-your-face nature, and trying to catch off their opponents in a lot of these rounds. And it feels like, despite that feeling like the game plan on multiple occasions, Ruby never felt like they really clocked on.
Yeah, I've got to say that it was that first full buy that I was so impressed with from 500. Just the speed of which they crunched in on the B bomb site. I think sometimes things like that really just go to show that although it was a bit of a shaky performance on Dust, 500 aren't going to be shying away from the fight. Not at all. Sawalio has been really impressive, and I hope on this T side someone steps up alongside him. Because otherwise, I think, look, Ruby, they've salvaged something here, but I think we both know someone else needs to step up, whether it be KD, whether it be, Easy. Obviously, it was KD's T side that was so impressive on Dust. 12 and 6. To be fair, CT side was pretty decent as well, 8 and 4. Both 2 KDs, both above 100 ADR. KD has been a bit quiet here. Clearly needing to focus a little bit more of his attention on the calling and the reads here on Mirage, and less about the gameplay. Sucks having a really tough game. They're 2 and 9. Maybe all the energy out of Cirque has been used on that 1v3.
Yeah, you hope he's got still a bit more to show us. You'd hope the CT side might be able to give him a bit more room to breathe with this sort. But this pistol round is going to be an important one and might be able to set the tempo for how his second half's going to go. Red Star will be able to find Fozzle. Surely he does so.
Yeah, a lot of players coming his way, though. Taken down by Easy. Needs to find Sug. That's the bomb now. Things get really difficult. Retrieve now. 2 versus 4. Certainly a possible round here. Hazanator searching within connector. Nothing seen. Oxygen's going to be on a long flank. Rainwaker's backed away. And the T's seem trapped here. I don't really know where they go. I think the only way they can maneuver this round is if they push through Murder Hole. But easier said than done. Great find from Hazanator. Still, we've got Oxygen on this flank. Sawalliya will make his way through Murder Hole. Oh, Hazanator is dead to rights. Bye-bye. 1v3 for Sawalliya. And there it is. There's nothing he can do. Sawalliya's flanking through CT, and eventually 500 will put 2 and 2 together. Cirque still watching. And there it is, information gathered. 18 seconds on the clock. 500. This will be their pistol round. There's nothing that Sawalliya can do, just the setup is far too strong. I think he's just making sure that he goes down.
Velan will find him 500. Yeah, really great stuff there. The initial push through, you see Red Star find the opening kill. But it's just Oxygen chimes in before Red Star finally goes down, and Cirque with a really quick peek to find that kill. It's just a huge disadvantage, and it's this reposition from Oxygen towards Tetris. Hazanator just completely overlooking it. There was a chance at the round if he had the awareness that there was a player there with that flank coming through.
But why would he?
That's the thing.
Just the pistols in play here for Ruby. Nothing fancy. Easy does have the Deagle. So please don't quick switch at the wrong moment. Well, MP9's making the money in this one. Cirque. I hope he just drops his MP9 to Spellan and gets an AWP out. I can't think of anything else. Great decision. Cirque was 2 and 9 a second ago. He's now 7 and 9. 5 kills in the last 2 rounds. Obviously, the 4K there with the MP9 will be helpful. It's a bit of a stat saver around like that. Cirque's gone from having a dismal, poor performance to, he's just off the mark.
Yeah, just like that. I mean, you summoned it into existence. Cirque's delivering here.
Still, there are quite a lot of MP9s.
Ruby, though. And yeah, you said there's MP9s in play. This is Ruby's chance to try to capitalize.
I talk about it all the time. I don't really know why you invest in that many MP9s, unless if you know for a fact that it's going to be a force, because then you have 2 chances against these kind of pistols, against these weaker weapons. I always think it's really silly, because it just means that, you know, you've got such a weaker investment. Obviously, with Cirque on the AWP, that does strengthen up the buy massively, but still, just with this sheer amount of MP9s, it can be really difficult. Rainwaker to send the nade. A lot of damage onto Hazanator and KD. And the most painful thing about me saying they've got all these MP9s in play is because they're probably going to win this round. Look at the health of Hazanator and KD. Look at the setup that 500 have here towards A.
Need some big missteps from 500, it feels.
KD's got to find
window, Rainwaker. He just needs to connect the rogue bullet and will do so straight to the head. Spellan, underbout, has played this to perfection, allowing his teams to alleviate most of this pressure from him. Nice double from Easy, but the reload comes through. Too many players pushing towards him, and Rainwaker's triple confirms 500 will hit double digits.
Yeah, look, Ruby. they've not been as kind of potent when it comes to opening kills, and Rainwaker is just far too easy. But it begs the question: so why do we have the 2 low HP players of Hazenator and KD going in first? We've got KD and Winner, we've got Hazenator and Con. Why don't we just see Easy and Sawalio being the ones to kind of take that contact, take that pressure? Because then you can have a bit of a backstab going on, but they don't employ anything like that. And it looks as though it is going to be an 11-5 scoreline now. Oxygen can double. He's going to send the HE grenade as well. So much damage, and Rainwaker's rotated in.
And it looks like we could be on for a bit of a swift finish on map number 2 as well.
Yeah, definitely. I don't see Ruby coming back from this now. I think if it was maybe still at 9-5 where Ruby got on the mark and, bring it 9-6, they lose against a weaker weapon, but, there's a chance. But with a 6-round lead and only 2 to find, 500 on their favoured side here, there should be a fairly simple finish. Obviously, we have seen the successes of Ruby on Nuke, but same could be said for 500. So an exciting finish is expected, unless if Ruby can really turn things around here on Mirage. I love it from Cirque. Early peek here, and he will find. Going to send the nade towards top mid as well. Expecting a swing from KD and Sawalio, but a little bit more discipline seen from them.
And now it feels like just another round. We've had so many of these situations where Ruby just have to try to play disadvantaged. Yeah. It does feel a little reminiscent of how map number 1 went on the flip side of things. But Ruby just don't seem like they have any response to be able to silence 500 on this map, whether it was in the first half or it was in the second.
Look at KD and Sawalio. They've taken so much space here. They're going to drop the smoke towards top con. Rainwaker attempting to rotate in time to take this contact and take this attention away from Spellan, but Sawalio seems aware that someone's still here. Spellan will get one. Rainwaker swinging, and oh, wow. Excellent from Rainwaker. He was having a big game on Dust. Sadly, no one else was yet. Here, Rainwaker stepped up on this CT side. Oxygen has been brilliant as well.
I mean, the whole team has really. Circle other players stepped up on the CT side. Everyone else is doing their job or exceeding it. Whereas on Ruby, sure, you got Sawalio and Easy who feel like they're having a decent game, but it's not necessarily the same heights of anyone like Oxygen. And then when they've also got the rest of the team around Oxygen playing out of their mind, it's always going to be a tough and turbulent series for Ruby here. But 1 round away from 500, taking it, and Spellan kicks things off with a headshot onto Sawalio, the leading man on Ruby.
I've got to say, where's Fozzle been in this series? He's been completely lost. He's 6-12 here on Mirage. He only had 8 kills on Dust. He's having a terrible time of things.
I mean, I don't really criticize Dust too much. It was a dominant game anyway. There's only so many kills to go around, and look, you did your job for your team to get the win. But yeah, I think Mirage is a little disappointing. And even Hazenator had a pretty big round on this game against the Nico, if you remember.
What is that flash?
So forced backwards, but the T's do fight for it. It is going to be a Ruby round, but how many players can they leave the round with?
I just don't understand how that flash is blinding everyone. Just throw it behind your swinging teammate.
Ruby do live to fight another day, but you can see even the casualties that they sustained in a round like that.
They're going to have a worse buy.
Life, yeah, just as tricky.
3 Galils, 2 AKs.
Oh, grenade, Hazenator softened up towards on mid. Cage just domed through the wall.
Not that much damage,
boxes.
You know, you hear a dink from an M4, you're expecting 19 health. I think a flipped scoreline from map 1 to map 2 would be kind of fair.
Even more util damage dealt,
charge.
and Oxygen goes for the peak, finds Sawalio, advancing further. Fossil has a chance here to catch off Oxygen and will do so.
Rainwaker's in a great position though, and they're quite stagnant to get out of apartments, so Zerk can post up, but excellent from Fossil. Rainwaker will get one. It is this 3 versus 2. But with both Spellland and Red Star quite far away from the action, they're going to have to just save. Surely going to be this save. Hazinator on this last game of Mirage that we watched from them, he was such a menace towards top mid. He was employing kind of so much discipline. Even when his team kind of had the bomb down, he was still sticking around to cut off these rotations, and it was so excellent. But we've seen him go down here now. KD. Oh, did KD spot Red Star? I don't think he did, but he's certainly seen Spellland. Seen the utility now from Red Star. Easy though finding Spellland. Red Star's just going to have to back away. Still, the finances for 500 are excellent.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they had no real issues with going for a round like that. Sure, Red Star finds Hazinator towards middle to make it a 2 versus 2, but you can easily see if money's a bit tighter, they might opt to just call it quits and go for the save. But like you said, money's still in a great spot. Even after a loss here, you imagine there's still going to be able to be a buyout. So that's something Ruby really have a tough time to try to overcome when your opponents feel like, regardless of how many rounds you win, they can still get investments out, still have full buys, and you never really get any freebies to alleviate some of the pressure of the amount of rounds you need. But 5 more needed in a row for Ruby just to bring things to OT. 500 first tactical pause of the game being called here. Or for them at least.
Yeah. I quite like it. It's the fact that they know that, yes, they've got a 5-round buffer, but that can shrink in a matter of moments. And I think for 500, if this somehow does get to overtime, you've got to imagine their confidence will be shattered. Ruby back with the full buy, though. We've got the AWP on easy. Nice find from Rainwaker early on. Hazinator takes down Spellland. So quick in connector. Hazinator looking to aggress. Easy will find Rainwaker, the Red Star just behind this smoke. Trying to catch the timing, and will find it, and Red Star can find another. He finds the third, and that is Mirage over. Fossil in the 1 versus 3. Bomb dropped in middle. 500. They have found the answer to close this one out, and Cirque with the killing blow on the AWP. Fossil falling. 500. They pushed to the 3rd and final of Nuke. What a performance there. A far better result here for 500, employing that kind of threat factor that we've expected from them right from the get-go. But what a game there.
I mean, look, that's the issue that you do find yourself when you are so disadvantaged and you need to sort of claw back 7 rounds just to bring things to overtime. One mistake will cost you. And look, things look positive. The intention was clear from Ruby. Get Hazinator up towards connector, look for a quick hit towards A, but one man taking a time in Red Star eliminates any chance of a comeback or any funny business going on in Mirage. And 500, they are successful there. And now, moving on to that 3rd and final map of Nuke, I think there's a lot more action to be had between these two teams.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, though, to kind of break down the impact and the excellence of 500's Mirage, we've had Hayes kind of patiently waiting, so let's hear what he has to say.
Well, what I have to say is, color me surprised, fellas. What a display coming through from 500. I remember, like, going back 6 months ago, 500 were the talk of the town in Tier 2, and in particular, it was on Mirage. Like, this map was their stronghold. Mirage was the map that would just beat everybody. Of course, there was some drama that even came out around it, and you know, regardless about that whole situation, there was a dip in form for 500 just because of how much drama there was around the team. So it's just good to see them having this return to form now on Mirage. You know, Oxygen putting up a fantastic performance, it has to be said. I mean, he has so much impact on this T side for 500. And normally he was just like a wrecking ball that they would send up ramp into the A bomb site. But this time there was a little bit more finesse about his game. You know, he was getting himself into connector in a lot of these rounds, and then just being able to activate on connector, whether that was to open up the A bomb site for 500 to go A, or whether it was to sell a fake so the team could go B, whether it was to cut off rotations. He was so like a multifaceted tool in connector throughout that entire T side was Oxygen. Even delivering opening kills in middle as well. He was so impactful, so influential in the success there for 500 on their T side. Honestly, I can't actually sing his praises enough. I was very impressed by the output here from Oxygen in particular. You know, even just to talk about the T side in a bit more of a macro or broader sense from 500, I think they called brilliantly. I think Spellin had some great calls throughout this T side. You could even just tell from the impetus in that first gun round, fast B split, numbers up middle, numbers up apartments, and crunching onto that B bomb site. And they actually punished that B bomb site a lot. Fred brought up the point, where's Fozil been? Well, Fozil felt like a fossil because he was non-existent on Mirage. On that B bomb site, he was the anchor, and he just got beaten up so many times. They needed more work from him, and he just wasn't able to deliver the way that they needed, unfortunately. In fact, the man that's on our screen right now, Sawalio, was one of the key reasons, the key factors as to why Ruby were even able to put up a decent performance here on Mirage. In particular, in the first half, he saved their blushes with that multi-kill with the Desert Eagle, and then another big round anchoring the A site as well. So they kind of gave themselves a bit of a fighting chance at 5-7, but then they get rolled here in the pistol, and obviously nothing to speak of in the round afterwards. Then it's 9-5, and you're looking at the first gun round thinking, okay, Ruby, you have to win this gun round here. Lose this gun round, that's basically going to be any chance of winning the map. They lose the gun round. You could see they were trying to play on the front foot, kind of akin to what we saw from them on Dust 2, trying to take the fight to 500. And while I respect the approach of, like, we're just going to go all in, if this doesn't work, well, then so be it kind of thing. They didn't, like, go into a shell and start to play a different style than they normally do. So I respect the commitment. Just didn't work out, unfortunately. You know, Oxygen, who continued to contribute, he then got joined up by Rainwaker on the CT side, and we all know Rainwaker's core strength is the defensive half of the map because he's just like a turret. He's so solid. Put him in any position and you can just rely on him to lock it down, buy time, get multi-kills. That's exactly what he did there with the triple. And then if it wasn't poor enough for Ruby, I mean, I guess they win a couple rounds back again, just playing on the front foot, but it still was just inevitable that 500 would eventually be able to get across the line. You know, even here, the confidence for them, recognizing they have money, just trying to deny guns being carried over, showed that they were feeling really good. And then, yeah, from here, we see the next clip, which is going to be obviously Red Star just going nuclear, single-handedly destroying any chance for Ruby in the round. It looked good, looked like there might be a moment here for Ruby getting control of middle, getting some something to work with, but then Rainmaker just times that push through the smoke to perfection, swings connector, gets both the kills there as well, and shuts the round down emphatically. So with that, 500 have leveled us up here in this playoff game. We're going to require a third map, both teams winning their picks convincingly, and that means we will need that decider, which is going to be Anubis, right? No, Nuke. We even spoke. I heard the cast talking about that. I forgot. Oh, well, you know now. It's Nuke as that decider. We'll break it all down for you before we get into that third and final map. But before that, we're going to have a short break. So I was speculating whether we'd actually be breaking down a third map or whether we'd all be joining for the Ruby 2-0, and evidently here we are to have a look at Nuke, fellas. We are going to a third map off the back of what must be said a masterclass for 500, Charlie. It felt like they were in control throughout the entirety of Mirage. Now we go to Nuke. Your prediction is still alive and well. You know, Spellen's always been a decent IGL on Nuke, but the stats still kind of lean in favor of Ruby. Nuke as a decide is always an interesting one because I feel like the knife round actually plays quite an important role in terms of how that map's going to go, but just based on what you've seen in the series so far, what are your thoughts coming into Nuke now?
Yeah, I mean, look, I expected more things from 500 regardless. Whether they were going to be able to take Mirage or not, I was expecting more from them on Dust. They disappointed there, but look, it seems like business as usual again for map number 2. Ruby couldn't really get going. It felt like 500. Yeah, like you said, had a bit of a masterclass there and were dictating pretty much the tempo from start to finish. I do agree that I think the 9th round has a decent bit of importance. I also think if you're a T side and aren't necessarily as great at the map, that pistol round can be so key just for you to get a nice buffer of rounds early. So, yeah, I think the early portion of Nuke is always super key to like keep your eye on because they can be difference makers. You see teams who fall really flat on their T side, but sort of get 4 rounds from winning the pistol against the force buy as well, perhaps, and that gives them a decent sort of platform to build off of from the rest of the game. I'm hoping that we do get to see Ruby actually pick up the pieces now because, like, Mirage was underwhelming for them. They had a great Dust 2, though. Individuals weren't exactly stepping up to the same degree that they were on map number 1. I think if they can come alive again, similar to what we saw from 500 map number 2, I think we're going to have a thrilling final map between these two rosters.
Yeah, we have had some blistering affairs, and that kind of maybe we will have a more competitive game here on the decider. Zolo, we're just looking at like play styles on either end of the server coming into Nuke. I actually think Nuke's strengths and the way that it plays lends itself more to a team like 500. They're like more methodical, more traditional, probably have like a deeper playbook, don't rely as much on individuals finding openings and then mid-rounding their way to victory from there. You know, you look at someone like Ruby, they've got very strong players across the board, but how much depth do they have to their approach strategically? So I'm just wondering, like, do you think there's going to be a clash in styles here? Do you think that gives either team an edge?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tough one because I think for Ruby they do play quite reserved on Nuke. I feel like they play quite systematic, and I feel like on their T side it's kind of more of a we're just going to slow push towards outside, see what we can find, and then on the flip side, the way that Oxygen played in Connector, kind of cutting off rotations and being really threatening in that factor, I can see him being down towards Secret, being down in the vents, and operating with that same level of intensity and finding kills, you know, cutting off these rotations and keeping Ruby really guessing. So I think realistically, the T side, I think, is going to slightly favor 500 because of the fact that they do have someone who is not only on hot form off the back of Mirage, but that playstyle kind of tends quite nicely there. But also what we saw on that kind of first weapon round where it was a fast push up short, we had a fast play through apartments from 500 as well, and they crunched it on the B bomb site. I'm thinking when you look at those half buys, those Tech 9 rounds, whether it's towards ramp, whether it's towards the A bomb site, if they can still have that level of kind of effectiveness while kind of running and gunning and with a bit of speed, I'd be very worried if I was Ruby, because I think countless amount of times on a map like Nuke, you can see those Tech 9 investments work out really nicely. So I think that's something that Ruby need to think about. I think another thing as well is the kind of the AWPing duel towards kind of outside. I don't really know who I'd favor. I feel like Easy has had a bit of better moments than Cirque, but in the same regard, you know, I feel like obviously Nuke's a map that I think we know for a fact that Cirque has had a lot of impact. I still think of rounds that, you know, when he's towards lockers and he's finding impact, you know, kind of around Icebox, he can be such an impactful player there. But I think it's just whether Ruby can keep their finances humble enough to deny Cirque on the big green.
Yeah, I think that Nuke will be less a factor of success based off of the Yorpers and what they're going to contribute, and probably look more at the riflers. You know, I'm thinking like Rainwaker anchoring that A bomb site. He's played ramp as well in the past, so it'll be interesting to see. I'm not exactly sure where he's playing right now. I'd imagine he's anchoring A, normally the A anchor for 500. Red Star is another guy who tends to do very good work on this team. They can entrust him with that more like X Factor role, send him outside and just try and hold the rest of the map while he makes moves, giving him time and space, right? And then on the side of Ruby, I'm looking at, I mean, we've seen Sawali already play well when you need those reliable backbone players on a map like Nuke. But I'm looking at Hasinator here, Charlie. He's 20 for 30 in the series at large so far. And for me, he's normally also a bit of like, I'd also use the term like X-Factor player. He likes to be active, he likes to be busy. And we're going to need to see signs of improvement from him and Fozl as well, I suppose.
Yeah, without a doubt, I think you kind of come into this team, look at Cage, Walio, Hasinator, these three players, as they can be the sort of 3 stars on the roster, if you will. And guys, definitely keep your eye on it. Hasinator, yeah, he's had a really poor time. I don't mind that Fozl's exactly where he is. You'd obviously want a little bit more, but it feels like in terms of the roles, Hasinator is one of those players that you do need to really see step up. Yeah, I agree that the rifles are going to be a big difference maker. I do think you really can see when an AWPer fills the map of Nuke in terms of the rotations, how they search for that impact rather. It's not just you hold outside or you hold, get posted up somewhere. It is you're really going actively searching for these things. I think we've got to see that. I do need to say we did get to watch Ruby play Nuke against Imperial Soul. Just a couple of days ago, their T side was really lacking for me. I was really underwhelmed by that. Even their CT side wasn't as great as I wanted it to be. Maybe it was a one-off game. Maybe it's just a bit of a bad day at the office, but in terms of the most recent game that we've got to see, yeah, I remember their T-side being really, really weak there.
Alright, well, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer to find out exactly what this map is going to have in store for us. The decider between 500 and Ruby. Winner gets themselves through to the quarterfinals. Loser is eliminated. Ruby have been on this run since the closed qualifier, guys. Then all the way through the Swiss stage. They weathered that storm, and they may even be able to get themselves to the quarters. 500, invited to the playoffs, don't want to fall at the first hurdle. We're going to throw us into a short break, guys, and when we come back, we'll get into that decider.
Into the action we go now. Nuke underway, the final map to determine which team will make the push to the quarterfinals. Sadly, one will be missing here. We get to see the knife round. Oh, interesting. I was wondering why the timer says 59 minutes, but knife round. What are we thinking?
Yeah, I was going to say, this is going to be a slow play round, it seems. Both teams have plenty of time on the clock.
Has there ever been a knife round where a team's just been running around for an hour?
I hope we don't find out today. But look, Matt said he thinks, does think this knife round on this map in particular can have some real implications and some real difference-making situations in terms of just playing a knife, getting to choose what side you start on. I think Nuke, as that third map in the series, really does offer itself a lot of knife round excitement as well. And 500, they get the choice decided, and unsurprisingly, Fred, taking that CT side.
Yeah, I think if they were to choose the T side, data would have to be absolutely crazy.
We might have something monstrous prepared for it, but into the final game we go. One map, one spot up for grabs between these two teams. Dust2 and Mirage felt like a similar story for both sides, but just flipped on both maps. Now, no second chances, no map to fall back on. It's all going to come down on Nuke.
Yeah, big pistol here from 500.
Ruby just looking to set their sights towards ramp. They put Hasanite and Fozil both here. You've got Gade behind. And in the backlines under Heaven, but Spellan will still find Cirque. Julie's taken down easy as well. As Ruby do scurry their way down towards the lower bomb site. There are defenders here, but they go down disadvantage. Swallow dualies from range trying to connect. Ooh. Bullets not quite hitting the mark. No bullets connecting for anyone on the T side until Swallow finally finds Rainwaker, but 500. Clean looking pistol there from them.
Yeah, great from 500. Just how they want to start. And already Ruby identifying and wanting to talk about the issues of this one.
Early tactical balls. Oh, love to see this. Decisions. Ruby, do they go for a force buy of any sort? And yeah, they are seemingly going to. Galil's being purchased or dropped across. And this is a bold call to make. I am curious as to the full intentions and reasons to why. I'd love to be able to sort of get into a call with Ruby and discuss it. Nothing else has actually been purchased yet. So there is a chance this could be a hero Galil.
Yeah, I don't mind this, actually. Keep their opponent's finances in question. 500 have opted for the 4 MP9s here. Again, I was distrusting of this decision on Mirage, but it worked out for them.
Okay, he's going to be the place watching this round, see what he can do with that Galil. If he can find any sort of successes, Oxygen taking all this space towards the lobby, MP9, so many players unarmored, so much cast that can be made, but the Galil does strike for the trade. Another weapon that can be retrieved, and Ruby, obviously, with a hero rifle on around like this, sure, you're giving yourself a slight chance to win it, but it always does feel like the main intention and goal is to see what damage you can really do to 500, so when you do get your full buy, you can pounce. Hazinator jumps across for the trade to come through, and that's exactly how it works out.
Yeah, a couple kills have been seen here from KD. Whether he can find more, though. One more kill not only causes 500 to have to reinvest so much more, but obviously it gives the chance of the round, but the Glock attempting to be the operative player, and we all know how that fight was going to go.
And it's 1 versus 3. Still more damage that can be dealt. And he's got a nice amount of health to play with, but not a lot of time remaining. Just 24 seconds. Does have the bomb on his back. The lower bomb site is free for the taking as of now, and starting to go down. Smoke being dropped. The bomb looks like it is going to be able to go down. I'm going to see the door open, see a couple of spams, but the bomb's already been planted. KD's been whittled away at, but honestly, this is a pretty decent round. You've got a hero Galil. The Galil finds 2 kills. You get a bomb plant to try to dispel some of the issues that Swallow is going to have in terms of buying the next. All in all, you get a couple of kills, weaken the economy of 500. I think, yeah, it's a good decision. I don't mind it. Decent success found from it.
Yeah, not bad round at all. I think a lot of the time when you look at those half buys and kind of hero rounds, and you're going, well, this could go a bit wrong. This could really mess up the finances. But no, works out really nicely, doesn't it?
First gun round between these two teams now. 500. Still the Galil, the MP9. Weaknesses in certain places, but Cirque on the orb. He's had a good start to Nuke. He can continue that here by showing the domination that you can have with the scoped weapon on this map. Rotations are so key. So many nice long sight lines you can play with as well. As of now, Ruby aren't letting any of that occur. Okay, he's taking some space towards outside thanks to the smokes. And it's going to be a play through ramp. But you're lurking outside does fall to Spellant.
Yeah, nice find from Spellant. And with Cirque finding with the orb, Rainwaker. He's just going to be an overlooked angle, and he peeks and finds Fozzle. The continuance from Mirage has moved here to Nuke. I'm really impressed with what 500 have shown so far. Easy, limited ammunition will go down.
Pretty good decision making from 500. You have Cirque towards ramp and a 2-man setup. As soon as KD falls towards outside, that ramp hit has to be where Ruby find their successes. The setup's too strong. Play is slightly too split. No util to actually force Cirque off of the initial angle that he's posted. 500 walk away, scot-free. Upgrade some of their weapons as well. Still an investment of some sorts from Ruby. We've got a hero AK again on KD around some half-by Tech 9s. Loss bonus, of course, has shot up, so a lot of money is going to be able to be made, even if they are losing this round. Cirque outside of a missed shot, spotting multiple players. But Red Star only allowing one to cross, taking down Fozzle through the smoke. How on earth has Sawalio got a knife kill onto Oxygen there?
I think he's shifted down the vent. Surely, that's the only place you can comfortably get a knife kill. Unless if some real shenanigans have occurred. Bomb going down would be huge here again. Oh, Rainwaker. I'll be honest, I didn't even notice him up there. I've got the X-ray, I've got the minimap, I still didn't even see him.
Sawalio can actually drop over an AWP easy now thanks to that knife. If that is something that Ruby want to opt for. I mean, you certainly can have impact. Well, there's how the knife occurred. You certainly can have impact on the T side with the AWP. I do think it is significantly more challenging than it is on the CT side. So you even occasionally see some teams just neglect to even bring it out at all. I mean, if you remember that old Mouse Sports team, Oscar wasn't even open on Nuke. Just had Chris J open. He became an A-side player.
Yeah.
So yeah, even shows even the world's best occasionally you don't feel all too comfortable seeing what they can do on this map at times.
Yeah, but the XM is...
I mean, he made the XM look like a...
Made it look like the ray gun from COD Zombies.
Yeah. Steps made outside Spell, and he's got the better of KD here on almost all occasions. I like that Ruby are going for a few sort of more risky plays in terms of whether it is just around their buy or looking to see plays take some timings, but nothing's been working for them just yet. Flashbang's not good enough.
Great find.
Able to find one. Cirque is blocked off from the smoke and man advantage found, but Oxygen gets it back to make it a 3-on-3. Oh, and just like that, a quick flurry of the CT kills. Hasnator now in a 1 versus 3. He's found the first.
500 look unstoppable here. They've looked so good. Hasnator not only be able to retrieve the bomb, but he's been able to make his way down towards the B bomb site. A bomb block can come through, and now this is where the clutch begins. Finds the first, and Hasnator has the chance for Rainwaker, but still, even after getting that first kill, it doesn't work here for Ruby. And Rainwaker, an important 1v1. 500 go 5-0. Honestly, Charlie, what do you do here if you're Ruby?
The good thing is, I always do feel like on the T side of Nuke is it never really feels too far gone until the half truly is over. Yeah. Because we can easily see Ruby cobble together 4 rounds out of nowhere. And you'd say that, yeah, sure, that'll give them a bit of a fighting chance. But the start from 500 has been sublime. They've looked really good. Individually, it's been what's most impressive for me. Spellan, he's got the better of so many players towards outside. Cirque's looked great alongside Rainwaker as well, with the other two chiming in when needed. Oh, Flashbang's great to force Oxygen off the angle, and that gives so much room for the T's to emerge onto the A bomb site. Zonly being defended by one heavily. Spellan will find one, and the nade onto Fozzle gives advantage to 500.
Yeah, Rainwaker as well. He's playing very disciplined, just backing away. He doesn't really want to stick around too much. But once the bomb clock comes through, there's a lot of utility on Spellan. Easy taking control here, but with Red Star finding Hasnator, this round gets very difficult. Smoke down, Easy's kind of got to go through this. He's got to help out Sawalio. Up the vent is Spellan. Sawalio will get one, but Spellan can trade, and Red Star ready for Easy swing. 500 secure their 6th. It's so tough to watch, I'll be honest. Ruby It seems like in every moment they just really struggle.
I mean, 500 just seemed to bite back even harder than what Ruby can dish out. Well, we see the opening kill from Ruby. We see all the spaces being able to be taken from A. Taking down Oxygen on the back of the bomb site. Smoking off, blocking the other entry points for any CTs to find anything. But you see Spellman finds a kill. Then Ada rains down onto Fozzle. And next thing you know, blink and you miss it. Ruby's advantage is quickly turned into a disadvantage for them.
Yeah. Cirque playing towards his locker's position. So Walio spotted. Kind of. I think Oxygen was a little bit surprised there. Wait, what are you doing here? Well, that's a free kill. Either way, though, disadvantage for Ruby. Cirque will fall though to Fozzle. Oh, easy. Rainmaker gets one. Can't double down though. Surely should have known about Fozzle's positioning just based on where Oxygen fell from, but either way, advantage back the way of Ruby. Spellan now, smoke fading, Spellan goes down to Fozzle, and finally, it looks as though Ruby can put together the pieces for their first round.
Yeah, where they opt to go feels like it's going to depend how much damage Red Star can deal in a round like this. Feels like the decision's a good one. I thought Fozzle might look to wrap flank towards Heaven, but they are all splitting onto the lower bomb site. Red Star probably just wants to keep this AK into the next. Money's in a good spot, 4,500 at least, so they're going to be able to get buys out regardless. But finally, Ruby found the magic formula needed to win their first round, and that formula was Fozzle. Three great kills from him. Felt like he should have been traded on a couple of occasions, but just best each of the gunfights he's in.
Yeah, Red Star just going to look to save him. Maybe try and take some weapons down. And seeing as all three players are saving here, there's an HE grenade that's going to be thrown right on the head of Fozzle. He will fall to the bomb, or at least he'd assume so. Oh no, never mind. Fozzle with a 4K. Quintuples his kills in one round. Still, it's a 6-1 scoreline. It's very one-sided currently. Is that Olive Branch still...
I mean, plenty of time for Ruby to still bring themselves back into this game. I don't think we need to talk about switching allegiances just yet. I mean, I've backed the boys 500. I'm feeling pretty good so far with the start. But look, their money can easily dwindle. Despite having a 6-round lead, if they lose back-to-back rounds, they will be done financially. But that's not where this one looks like it's going to go. Circle the back of the bomb site's dropped down. Plays in Heaven. Above him, helping out. Easy. Looked like he tried to capture timing onto Cirque, but gets punished himself. And a 1 versus 4 for KD. Is in the back lines, has snuck on through, and definitely can find impact, but he wants to get as many as possible. Timing, pretty horrendous. Rainwaker behind, posted, well, feels like the bait of Oxygen's just there, dangling out in the waters, offering himself up, but Rainwaker denies. Second tactical pause now for Ruby, as they have to try to figure something out. Everything they try to do, every difference they try to make, it feels like they're still getting punished from it. Look, the only round we see being won was where a lot of outside control was taken. Initial gunfights looked good for Ruby, but that's when then Fozzle went and found 3 kills of his own. Yeah, it looks like a lot of that round came off the back of that man. It's not easy to replicate something like that. I feel like we see that round play out again, and Fozzle just won't be able to have that same level of impact. Got to find something a bit more sustainable. Has to be sooner rather than later. There's only a few more rounds remain at this half.
Ooh. Red Star. Yeah. Nice final to Fuzzle. He will rotate down. Oxygen. Oh, that's not an easy fight, especially when there's a flying Mac. Well, not flying Mac 10, but a swinging Mac 10.
And Ruby have a big advantage in this one. Hazenator will be able to get this bomb down 500. Already locked out this round. Already forced into a saving situation. Winning the last round dominantly, though. Money's good enough to get a buyout again. But Ruby, they're not far off actually being able to reset 500 here. So they go on to actually be able to string rounds together after the successes in this one. That's when, yeah, we actually do see a real chance for, despite it being a 7-1 lead for 500 at the start of this game, things can get significantly closer very quickly.
Oh, massively so. Look, 500, they've kind of got, you know, they've got such a lead, but I think we all know how easy it can dissipate just based on one round, goes against them, finances break, forced onto an eco, maybe they look to force, take a bit of a risk, and we could be 7-5 in a matter of moments. So I think they do need to really kind of keep their foot on the gas. Especially because 500 actually really struggle on the T side of Nuke.
Yeah, I commented the game that we watched against the Iberian Soul. Ruby looked a bit unimaginative on their T side against the Spaniards.
Same kind of on their T side against Monty. Didn't get a single round.
Yeah, and look, it's not been great so far. Still opportunities in these final 3 rounds that do remain. But I think, yeah, both teams not having the greatest T side here. I think the CT side is really where we look at and say how much damage can be dealt. Can you give yourself enough rounds where even if you do have a bit of a weaker T side, you can still have a chance to be able to win in the second? That's what 500 might be questioning. But what an important round this one is here for Ruby. If they take this round, 500 likely forced onto an eco.
Yeah, I'm sure 500 are going to put up a lot of resistance. You know what? It was a 4K from Fuzzle. It was a triple from Sawalio. They're the 2 rounds that Ruby have gotten, and not the easiest to replicate, but let's see who's going to be the hero here for Ruby. 2 flashes coming through. Already Brainwaker's dropped down. Circle on the orb. He doesn't get a kill, but a lot of damage. Oh, Hazenator. So close to falling. There's got to be cautious.
Tons of these players softened up from one AWP shot. Spellan isn't going to be overlooked.
Shoulder spotted.
Timing. Katie, what a find onto Spellan as Oxygen falls as well.
Yeah,
the bomb site can look to get pounced on. Cirque will find the lurk outside and quickly rotates towards main. Masawalio takes him down up the ladder. Red Star spots.
Rainmaker finds that kill towards ramp, so they've got information of both these players now. And Ruby, are we going to see Rainmaker and Red Star give this a go, or... Well, never mind.
And that's the round that Ruby desperately needed.
Oh, massively so.
There's only one survivor as well. Red Star, sure, you can save this M4 all you like. But your team financially around it probably can't do too much unless 500 want to make a real risk and go for a force buy.
Well, if Easy goes down here, which he will, that's an AWP save now. Red Star can invest in a rifle. Rainmaker can get out of FAMAS, so can Oxygen. What would you do in this scenario?
For 500, the decision, I wouldn't go anywhere near going for a force buy.
Yeah, no, I think it is a huge risk. It allows Ruby to get that kind of 5th, but in the same vein, money's not perfect for 500. I believe it's, what, that 2 loss bonus, so Rainmaker, I guess he can drop over an AWP.
I mean, that's the thing. It's a difficult situation and it's a decision that 500 are going to make. I don't necessarily think there is any right or wrongs. It all depends what you can show us in these rounds.
It's a half buy. Yeah, Red Star's opted for the hero rifle. Cirque's got Kevlar. I'll be honest. Personal opinion, I think this is the worst decision. Because they're not going for the full buy. but they've also overinvested. Red Star and Cirque are going to struggle to invest. It is just that 2 loss bonus, so Oxygen's not going to have perfect utility. There's no chance to get Cirque and Orp in the next because finances just don't allow for it. So it's going to only way is to be saved into the next. This is where you're just hedging your bets, and to be honest, I say hedging your bets. Neither outcome seems great for them. Chance of winning the round, somewhat slim. Finance in the next, going to be pretty poor.
I mean, look, that being said, it's still a buy that you can seriously do some damage with. You've got Cirque on the Orb, Red Star on a rifle. If we look for something perhaps a bit more aggressive, where your lack of utility might not necessarily come into effect all too much, we can certainly see something. Look, we've got armor on players like Oxygen and Rainwaker. If kills are found, these are guns that can be upgraded to. I don't hate the buy probably as much as it seems like you do, but yeah, I can certainly see the argument of it being even a greater risk than just going for an eco or a force. But let's see what they can find from it. Red Star heading towards ramp. Looks like he's boosting up Rainwaker, but could get caught out before it's even coming through. Rainwaker and Red Star do find one apiece, and the 5-7 actually doubles down in the meantime, though. Players do fall. Cirque in a 1 versus 2 now.
Ooh, has KD heard that? Did he spot it? I'm not too sure. Clearly not.
Sure, but seems ready to hit up towards the upper site, and that is what's happening. Bomb can go down here, and Cirque still chances to win this round.
Problem is, KD's got such a good position, and with a Molly in heaven. If you're Cirque, do you give this one a go? Obviously, there's no chance to invest in the AWP if he loses it, so...
Depends how you're feeling. You feel like you can win a round like this, by all means.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, obviously not easy. And it will just be the save. But again, Red Star's going to have limitations. I guess Cirque can drop over a rifle. But financial damage isn't important. There's going to be buys in, the next round anyway. Cirque now surviving. This is so important. They're going to hunt him down. Like a lamb to slaughter, Cirque could be found. But he's escaping with speed. Necessary there for Cirque to survive. But there's going to be limitations in the utility or weaponry for Spellant and Oxygen.
Honestly, it was a good effort in that round from 500. The ramp setup, finding 3 between those 2 players there. It's an advantage for 500 for a split second, but Spellant on Oxygen falling really quickly, just leaving Cirque in that 1 versus 2 there. Maybe needed to be a bit more disciplined after that initial ramp aggression. And we could have seen that one go slightly differently, but it was a good chance from it.
Oxygen. It would have heard him drop down here in the smoke. The trajectory identifies that he is still here towards top heart. Ruby. As we said, they can get themselves right back to that 7-5 scoreline so quickly, and it's going to happen. 500, what has happened?
And this is what I was saying, the T side. I'm never too worried about the start on a map like Nuke if you have a poor start, because you can really quickly just cobble together these rounds, and that's exactly what Ruby have done. 7-1 down. And they're able to bring themselves back into this game and go from, what looked like a bit of a rough time at things to having a really good T-side half. Honestly, moving on to that favoured side now, Ruby. They've got to be feeling pretty good about themselves.
I don't know whether to praise Ruby or scold 500. I feel like maybe a bit of both is in need, because 500 were 7-1 up. They were on the pathway to close out this series and kind of perform that reverse sweep. And I think after the Dust 2 performance, there was very limited and very little to kind of talk about when it comes to 500, especially because we saw the scoreline. It was, 13-6? It wasn't really 13-6, though, was it? It seemed like Ruby... It could have been 13-1. It could have been 13-0. It was very limited that we're seeing from 500. Then the flip side of Mirage, 500 looked really good. They were 7-1 up. How have they allowed Ruby to come back into this game. If it costs them the series and costs them qualification to the quarterfinals, it's the type of game that we're going to look back at with, I guess, well, a lot of... well, they're going to be feeling quite shameful for that fact because their CT side looked perfect.
Oh, CT side from Ruby. Let's see how good that one looks. Easy opening kill here.
Yeah, play through ramp. That is the game plan. Easy maneuvers to heaven, just in case it is a wrap. Fozil, he spotted the bomb carrier. 500 are going to make their way up heaven. Oh, KD, he seems aware of Spellan. We'll take him down. Easy finds oxygen. Rainwaker and Red Star, the two heroes of Nuke, forced into a very difficult position.
Got to try to make something out of nothing here as they head towards the lower bomb site. Both T's grouped up. Fozil spots and Fozil taps away. Played really reserved this round, not giving an inch to the T's, and now he's the one to try to stop anything. Does find one kill. Rainwaker bodies all around him. Can't find anything else. And Ruby keeping the momentum going. Pissed round goes their way and puts themselves just one round behind 500 already.
Yeah, nice pistol round from Easy. For a player that has had a bit of a tough nuke, sometimes a round like this can give a player real confidence, which is going to be so helpful now moving to this CT side. We're expecting him to have the AWP far more frequently, and getting a bit of confidence could be massive. A real difference in kind of second round investments. We saw 500 opt for 4 MP9s. Ruby have gone for 4 rifles. It's clear they've been listening to the broadcast and heard me just so disappointed with the amount of SMGs from 500. Opted for a different route. Well done, Ruby. No scolding from me in this one. I wish there was a football on every map.
Well, like on Dust?
Yeah, exactly.
Or some Bells and Infernal or something?
Yeah. I missed the noughts and crosses.
Oh, that was good.
That was the OG.
I mean, I don't think there's a better way to sort of spend an eco round.
Yeah.
So many ecos nowadays, yeah, you see the same standard idea because it is financially feels like the best idea to do. Play it slow, let your opponents burn all the util early doors, especially on a map like Inferno. Wait for them to dump it all out.
What other games do you think there could
hit
be?
Somewhere?
He's got noughts and crosses.
I feel like chess might be a bit extreme.
Chess might be a bit extreme.
You'd have to sort of save between rounds, and even then, the games would probably take about 3 hours.
The game file, I doubt Counter-Strike would be able to do that.
I mean, it would be interesting. Would be interesting, but no games here for Ruby as they really locked in on Nuke.
Oh, massively so.
First weapon round up against 500's AKs.
5 rifles in play. A FAMAS on Fozil, but don't think he'll be too worried about that. Molly drop from KD. Out in the open is Spellan. Could have been taken down there, but able to scurry back to red.
.500 playing this one quite reserved. Ensuring they don't give away any early kills. Look, we saw a 7-1 scoreline for 500. Very quickly become a 7-7. So
it's ridiculous.
Yeah, they really do need to play by the numbers, play some picture-perfect Counter-Strike, but the setup towards ramp is good between Fozil and Easy. Fozil at least makes presence to try to help Easy out slightly. The kills go the way of the T's, despite all of the damage that has been dealt.
The question is, where are 500 going to be heading? Spellan, he's going to break the glass, so an indication that it's a play down through B. He doesn't want to be secretive about this. He's got no problems making some noise. So Walio will be clearing towards outside. They will make their way down ramp. Sawalio found by Red Star. He's still towards Silo. Fascinating going to give this one a go. It's clear that information's been conveyed that 2 of these players are low. Finds the full HP! Finds another! It's now on Cirque! He's low! Oh, if Hasanator hits that shot, Red Star couldn't be further from the action.
We see so many players nowadays look at the odds and just say, around like this, there's no chance of it. Let's back up, let's concede. And you don't really see too many of these fantastical, insane clutches, but we almost saw one there. Hazenator, one position overlooked, not ready to have so many players nearby that mini ramp. What a world we could have witnessed there, where Ruby feels like they cripple 500 there, not just financially, but mentally. Still keeping their economy very humble, and Ruby's still investing.
Nice find from Fozzle. A double setup towards Secret that Oxygen might want to dismantle, and he gets traded, and able to back away is KD. Man advantage seen here. And 500. They go searching elsewhere.
MP9 of Hazenator does plenty of damage to Rainwaker, but does get bested by the Galil. A 3-on-3 here is Ruby now. Have to be prepared for 500. Hitting towards A. So Walio's timing is nice. Able to find the first. Rainwaker gets taken down by Easy, who overlooks the position of Red Star in a 1 versus 3. Turn 1v2. KD is low, so Walio needed to be careful. Is Red Star going to be ready for KD's position?
Bomb still dropped.
Seemingly
Red Star can
not.
find him.
Red Star 1 versus 3.
No.
What are we seeing? Why is Walio spamming?
Yeah.
You've got a low HP teammate with you.
Not only why is he spamming, why is he swinging on his own? They have the bomb. What are we doing here, Ruby? This is the basics of Counter-Strike.
Look how good this looked here. 1v3. Easy just not ready for anyone to be that close. That's such a risk there from Walio. I mean, look, we saw similar things on Dust 2 from Ruby, honestly. That's the reason why the scoreline is probably a little bit closer at times. They did make mistakes. They lost a 1 versus 3 to Cirque. They lost 4 versus 2. They lost rounds like that. But when it's the final map of a series, that you've fought so valiantly to claw your way back into, this is not the time or the place to make that.
Nice find from Red Star. Takes down Fozzle. Spellan has crept his way through. God, Katie's on a flank. Are we going to see a knife kill, or is he going to do it with a dig? Surely it's a knife. Surely a knife. Oh, boring. Deagle
Honestly, the
headshot
knife
there
kill
from KD.
probably would have been pretty impactful. Money's not great for Ruby.
Would have been able to get an AWP out.
And Easy will actually be able to get
21
one more to deal a couple of kills worth of damage. Rainwaker is looked unstoppable here.
Got to be the MVP if they win, right?
Oh, definitely in the conversation.
He's got the most kills. Most kills in the whole server. 36 and 27 across Dust 2 and Mirage. And now he's just added an extra 21 plus whatever else he can find to the tally.
I mean, double digits found now for 500. Being given a gift hit in the last round, and just an easy mop up in that one. So close to the finish line for them. Oh, great find from Hazenator to deal so much damage onto Rainwaker, the MVP.
Yeah, Red Star looked as though he wanted to take a bit of a risk, but with his teammate falling towards Squeaky, I don't think he's too confident in taking that risk anymore. Molly landing. Oxygen forcing someone off the angle, but Walio swinging from heaven to find him. Fozzle now towards ramp. That is where 500 surely head. They've tried to look for things for both Squeaky and Hut, and they've lost life in both of those engagements. What? I was going to say a great angle for Fozzle, but Cirque can find him. Cirque is still 7 HP in this 1v4. How did Ruby throw this round? Give it to me straight, Charlie.
I mean, we've seen Cirque have a similar 1 versus 3 beforehand.
No, don't even joke about it.
I like the idea of somebody has just stepped, still finds the kill onto Easy. Cirque. 2 more to find, spots out 1, drops the flashbang, but does finally get shot down from Hazenator to keep his shenanigans in check. But you believed it for a second. I believed it. The ace clutch on 7 HP.
Look, obviously the viewers at home, they can kind of guess at the reactions of those moments. I know the production is sat there thinking, you know, what are the faces that this Zola guy's making? Because I was going insane that Cirque not only got the first, but the second. I believe the third would have been found. Ruby splitting that clutch. I don't know how a 7 HP 1v4, I'm thinking he's going to win it. Like, how? How's that even...
I mean, he's done it this series before, something similar.
Yeah, I'm sure Ruby don't want to be reminded of that fact. Obviously, it was on dust. Didn't really matter. Swally is spamming away.
Obviously, this is a buy that has been scraped together from 500. Few weaknesses here. They lose this one. Chances are we're going to have a 10-10 scoreline. Things are all leveled up as close as we can get in the final map of this series.
Rainmaker waiting for this smoke to fade. Oxygen backing away to lobby. Spellan towards outside. 500. We've got a lot of control here. Spellan not facing much resistance here towards outside, so he might try and creep his way into main. Smoke landing and squeaky. We've got a double setup down towards B. Obviously, with the fact that ramp has been taken. Look at the positioning here of Red Star. Ruby have got to take a risk. They've got to try and take some space. They have no knowledge in this round whatsoever. Reload heard from Katie. Swalia will get one. Traded by Spellan. Hazinator on the back of the bomb site. Cirque finds the rotating in Katie. Red Star is going to be flanking this 19 seconds. Easy will find one, but Red Star finally emerges. It's all on Fozzle. Here towards Hut. 12 seconds. Bomb can go down. He's going to move to Squeaky. Still needs to deal with Red Star, though. Red Star's in an excellent position here. Surely to be overlooked. Cirque making a lot of noise, just trying to be a distraction. Is Fozzle going to clear this angle? I don't know why he would. He will spot the feet of Red Star, though. And he will find him. And now Cirque taken down by Fozzle. The 11th denied by 500. And Ruby put themselves back within touching distance of their opponents.
Monster round from Fozzle. You see Cirque jumping at the back of the bombs, like looking for intel of where Fozzle is, but just doesn't spot him at all. And in doing so, Red Star goes down really cheaply. He's the player with more HP. He's the player with the superior weapon. And as soon as he goes down, Cirque tries to go for the trade, but it's not to be. I mean, you probably even have to consider if you're Red Star, you haven't seen anything towards heaven for 20 seconds. Maybe even just start to consider somewhere else, but just got so much faith that Cirque's going to get the info for him.
Swalio starts things off nicely in this round. It is the hero AK from Red Star, the rest with pistols. A 10-10 scoreline is expected, but Spellan, he's retrieved the rifle. Red Star's found two. It's a 3-on-3 scenario with great positioning here of Spellan. Spellan could just be such a nuisance here in heaven. Obviously, the rest of his team have made their way down towards Secret. If Spellan can find Hazinator on the A bomb site, Fozzle will just be so sure that it's this A play, so while it won't rotate down the vents, Cirque and Red Star should just wait for Spellan. Swallow does seem aware of it. Obviously, outside's been given up, and that's where the contact was as well. Doors open now, clearing out the bomb site, punching in the digits. I don't really know why Red Star's the one with the bomb, and I think he's asking that question as well. Spellan found, Hazinator finding. Man advantage back the way of Ruby, but a retake that isn't going to be easy. They've got no information as to where these final players reside, but with Swalio finding it on Cirque. Another 1v3 needed, the molly to force him out. Information gathered now. In the flames is Hazinator. Oh, okay, maybe they didn't hear him in the molly. Smoke on the bomb. Hazinator will find him though. 9 was found, 10 now seen. Double digits for both teams. Neck and neck in this final map. Just what we asked for. Again, to remind people at home, 500, they were 7-1 up here on Nuke.
Yeah, and even then we've seen a bit of a costly mistake from Ruby, losing a 1 versus 3. Allow 500 to find a couple of rounds of their own.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Could have seen Ruby at this point potentially finding 12 rounds, potentially being so close to closing out this series, but still more action, more tension to be seen between both sides.
The finances here aren't perfect for either team. Still got an MP9 on Hazonator, limited utility on some of the 500 players, and obviously the bank balance near zero on everyone. KD under pressure here. Does have an HE grenade. Gonna drop the smoke now to delay. KD's questioning what to do here.
Question what 500 do. Got players down towards Secret. The flashbang from KD gets all of the intel that there certainly are players down here. Spans made that known by spamming on the flashbang. KD forced back from the Molotov now.
Gonna try and make their way up. Secret Fuzzle's in a good position. Glass broken. Not only do we have Fuzzle here, but Easy as well. He takes down Red Star. Now to just drop to the smoke to delay. Hazonator playing behind this main smoke as well. Cirque searching towards outside. Sure that Easy is behind this smoke. He spots out Fuzzle where he will be found. Sawalio takes down Rainwaker. This is a 2 for the price of 1 round, and with limited time in Spellland in a 1 versus 4. I think we know where this one's going. Ruby take the lead. 500. We're going to see another pause because they've got to talk things through. They were 6 rounds up, and now they're trailing.
Look, we asked for certain players to step up on Ruby. You highlighted Fuzzle. Me and Hayes spoke about Hazard.
Deal with these tech because it is a ramp play. They've not opted. They've not opted for that decision though. Crossing into Secret. And now the ramp play comes through. Fuzzle, he needs to just survive. That's got to be the game plan. Nice secondary flash. Easy taken down here, though. That's a weapon that can be retrieved. Fuzzle gets one, though. The onslaught of Tech Knights will come through, but the rotation from KD's excellent. The rifle of Red Star falling in Spellan. The final player will topple the final domino falling, and Ruby finds 12. Map and series point for Ruby. 2 opportunities for the quarterfinals and 500. Sat guessing, questioning what has happened in this one. Oxygen from the destruction he posed on Mirage and Connector. Lifeless here on Nuke. 6 and 20.
Yeah, and on the flip side of things for Ruby, exactly as things went down there in practice, you see the ramp pick come through. Fuzzle knows exactly what that means. Back away, no chance to find a kill. And just him and KD combined. 5 kills found between both those players against those techs. Made it look easy despite things getting a bit tense after Easy actually does get taken down towards Hell. 2 opportunities from Ruby to close this one out. 2 opportunities for them to be able to bring things to the quarterfinals and eliminate 500.
What a
all the
start
way
to
from the
day,
play-in.
must I say. Yeah, oh. The fairy tale story still in motion.
Gonna have to do it though with a disadvantage here. Cirque finds the first kill on Sawalio. Hazonator gets aggressive into Hut. Fuzzle takes a forward stance as well.
Yeah, they've lost life early though. Sawalio, He's been excellent. Fozil now with many players to face, but they've got weapons in hand. They're not opting for utilities. Spots the shadow. Fozil! Oh, he finds 3! And Ruby! The platform for success has been built. KD takes down Spellan, and it's on Oxygen. The player who has been so struggling on Nuke, but it's Fozil. He gets a 3k there. 3 players enter trophy. None leave alive. Excellent for Ruby. They are continuing to the quarterfinals. Although may feel counted out with 7-1 down, they show there's always a route back. What a game. Look, let's bring Hayes in, hear what he has to say about that one. Because what a series. What a game there for Ruby.
I'm afraid 500 ran out of gas, man. They just crumbled towards the end. You got to think back to that round 19. It was a 10-8 scoreline of 500. They got the bomb down on the A site, player on the rafters, Cirque behind the bomb site, and they weren't able to combine. I mean, Cirque tried to swing to get the trade, but he was too late. He had to just accept the fate. He had lost his teammate and try to play the round up from there. You can't not trade instantly, but then try trade a second later and actually just take an isolated duel. Man, 500. Let's just draw it all the way to the back, fellas. You know, start of the first half was very good for 500. They came out the gate swinging. I thought the rounds and the ideas were okay for Ruby. Their early rounds were fine. It was the transition from the early round to the mid round where they were trying to actually get into the bomb site where they were falling short. They were constantly getting like control of the ramp or outside, and then when it came to get into a bomb site, that's where they were struggling. They just tightened the screws a little bit towards the end. I mean, Charlie was even saying, you know, I'm not getting concerned for Ruby just yet. You know, it's not the end of the world. 7-1, and they did. They won the last 4 rounds, brought it back 7-5. Then started the second half. You know, Ruby opened up nicely. They're able to just shut 500 down. I think it was, is that correct? Yeah, it was Ruby who won the pistol, got a little bit of a run. I like the approach from 500. They start to go for like a death ball approach, just strength in numbers, grouping up 4 or 5 players, hitting ramp, just trading their way through the round, like a marauder approach. But like I say, they kind of ran out of gas once those grouped up players were being shut down by multi-kills from the individuals on the side of Ruby. 500 didn't really have like some sort of depth to their playbook, which is what I was alluding to would probably be the case coming into this map. So I was a little bit disappointed in that regard, but really I just highlight that 19th round as a back-breaking round for 500, losing that 2v1 post-plant. Either way, fellas, let's just move things along. It's going to be our faces on the screens to break that next game down soon enough. It's going to be Parry Vision against TNL Production. Should we just bring the schedule up quickly so we can show everybody what they can expect before we do take a short break here? It is, like I said, that Parry Vision TNL matchup up next. Saw Favbet and then ENCE Nexus to round out the day. Let's remind everybody that was it you, Fred, who said you're expecting Nexus to get the win there?
And look, the early morning prediction.
It was, right?
Look, you don't need to bring it up. You don't need to bring it up.
No. I'm going to bring it up a couple more times before the end of the day. Yeah, don't worry, mate.
I thought the $50 got into your account. You know, I paid you to not bring it up.
Mate, the price has doubled since then,
has it? Hey, look, we were on the Ruby side together. I thought we were brothers in this. Why are you dubbing me?
That's true. You know what? Fair enough. I'm sorry. I've turned my back on my own. I can't believe I've gone and done that.
How dare you?
Yeah, you know, Ruby did deliver in the end, and they're in the quarters. Like you say, they've kept up this run all the way from the closed qualifier now into the quarterfinals. What a run from them. Another team that's come from the closed qualifier is TNL, and they're playing against the invited team here into the playoffs, Parry Vision. So we're going to have a short little break. As you can see, it's only going to be 10 or 12 minutes before it's our mugs on the screen again. So don't go too far, and we'll jump into that second match of the day soon enough. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're here with the Batman crew. I'm joined by Bane and the Joker. Bane, what are you? Okay, I can't even do it, man. Listen, Zola, like, you've got a pretty good Bane voice. I must say, Charlie was like, please. We were like the mom and dad embarrassing the kid. He's like, please, no, don't do it, guys, don't do it. So we were like, no, we're gonna do it. All right. There we go. Molded
by Paravision.
Well, let's save it for the game. Well, let's find the right moments for it.
Sorry, you're not getting any seriousness from us.
Let's settle it in. Okay, listen, TNL versus Paravision is what we've got lined up for everybody. Now, TNL, they have been molded by CCT Series 1 because they've come all the way through from the closed qualifier itself. They actually placed second in Group D. They narrowly scraped by to reach the Swiss stage in the first place. And then they managed to get themselves through to the Swiss stage. And let's have a look how they did there. Okay, they came through the 3-0. So they scraped through the group stage. They dominate scrape through the group stage, dominate the Swiss stage, and they find themselves in the playoffs. Fred, sorry. I feel like this TNL team have just been taking the scene by storm. These guys have been winning all these matches they've been playing lately, and they've been winning them convincingly. There's a bunch of 2-0s in their recent results.
Yeah, look, it's crazy. Not only is there a bunch of 2-0s, their last 13 series, they've been victorious in 11 of them. Their only 2 losses have been to Favbet in a 2-0 loss, and then they lost in a grand final to Passion UA. I have to say, this TNL side, they've looked really, really good. Recent form, they are insane. I don't know how. Like, I really don't know how. The individuals are looking really good. Obviously, I want to say Kearney. I feel like I'm pronouncing it wrong, but he has been lighting up the server. Same with Flareax and obviously Dory as well. But I don't really know how they are so consistently putting up numbers. Like, against some really good teams. 2-0 against Sangal, 2-0 against 9. They beat Rush B in this 2-0 fashion. They bested Ecstatic, probably one of the teams that I'd say are on the hottest form in this Tier 2 space. They bested them in a 2-0. They just seem unbeatable. It's crazy.
Yeah, and the teams they're losing to are like Metasport, Bet Boom,
Navi Jr.
Yeah, Navi Jr., Passion UA, like it takes a really good team to beat TNL, which just shows you that the floor of the team is really high. You look at the numbers they're posting. Their lowest rated player is obviously the IGL, but outside of that, 1.07 on Knifey, 1.14 Flyrax, 1.18 Davey, 1.25 on Can. Like, these guys are consistently putting up fantastic numbers in the server. But let's flip the script. Let's have a look at their opponents. Now, we go to a team with far more recognizable name value. Major winners in Jame and Kickit. A lot of up-and-coming talent in Belchnock and Nota. And Travis. Now, obviously, that's a bit brutal to pass it up like that, but Travis just hasn't been in great form lately. Like, I'm sure we'll see it in the server today. Something's going on. Like, in the past month, he hasn't been that same sort of rock-solid, stable player that he has been in recent times. The reason he was even picked up in the first place. Charlie, I know you haven't seen a huge amount of Paravision lately, but what are your, general thoughts on the state of this team? I mean, keeping in mind, they didn't qualify for the major. They narrowly missed out on qualifying for Pro League. So I just think, like, there are some good results, but I think this team can be better.
I mean, yeah, it feels like it has to be, isn't it? You've got the name value alone of the team that, not qualifying for multiple of these events, that you would have to imagine that's the expectation coming into this. It is going to be in a bit of a weird spot where you've now got to prove why sort of you're sticking together as a team. Why is this team a thing then if you're not getting the bigger results? Look, I understand with what you mean about Travis. Look, they picked him up. Travis was on some really hot form. It feels like a really sort of obvious pickup from Amcal. He always felt like he was the leading man in terms of impact alone. Could be a real clutch player at times. But yeah, not quite working out. It feels like for me, Paravision have to come into events like this and win them. To sort of prove, like, okay, sure, we weren't able to qualify for this and this, but look, we can still win this. And next time around, when we do come into it, that's when we can get the step up. That's when we can make it into these events. But yeah, it hasn't quite been there for Paravision. I haven't actually got to watch a huge amount of TNL or Paravision. Got to watch the occasional game or two here. And I think, look, you've got one team that's coming in with really, really hot form, sort of coming out of nowhere, it seems. And then a side like Paravision, who it feels like, look, they do naturally get results. Look at the names on the team. You're expecting that. But it feels like at times they do disappoint. And even events like this, they can drop out of a lot sooner than I think their name value should suggest.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to be dropping out here, though, because they've just joined the competition, just been invited straight into the playoffs. That would be worst-case scenario, but they certainly have got some stiff opposition lined up as we do get a look at the map pool here for the series. Ancient, picked by TNL, makes a lot of sense. It's their best map by some distance. They've actually got a very solid map pool in general, do TNL, but Ancient has been really good for them. Dust 2... you could make the exact same point for Parivision, a happy hunting ground for them. In fact, the one map that has been very reliable for Parivision, even in their recent dip-off in form, has been Dust 2. James has been really good in general, but in particular on that map, he's putting up fantastic numbers. And then Mirage decides the series, which for me is a big problem for Parivision, even though they have the reps. I actually got to see them against Amcal on the map the other day in another competition, and they didn't inspire me much. Mirage for TNL has been incredible. I mean, it's not that they've just been winning the map. They've been dominating the map. The past 4 times they've played Mirage, collectively, they've lost 13 rounds across 4 maps played. That's not against, like, no-namers either. That's against Partisan, Passion UA, Rush B, and Iberian Soul. So, I'm actually... I mean, Parivision come into this as the favorites, but with both Ancient and Mirage featuring, I think that this is a really good map pool for them.
Yeah, I think for Parivision, their best chance of victory is 2-0. I think, obviously, they've got a pretty decent Ancient themselves. If they can upset TNL on map 1, they're going to have a lot of confidence moving to Dust. We've spoken about how strong Dust has been for Parivision. Not to say it's, not a great map for TNL. Statistically, it is their worst, but obviously they're on such hot form that a 50% win rate on a map is their worst, which is crazy. Either way, though, yeah, I think for Parivision, best chance is 2-0. If it gets Mirage, I'd be very, very worried. I'd be very scared. Certainly because of the fact that TNL have been upsetting these big sides. And to look for Parivision, to look back at their kind of 6 most recent losses, 5 of them have been against these CIS rosters. It seems as though they can kind of contend with other European talent, but the second they face, another CIS side, they seem to falter. 2 of which been against Bait, 1 against Gun 5. They lost to Spirit Academy. They lost to Arcred. Not to say that Arcred aren't a side that,
that was on LAN as well, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where surely these players are going to be more kind of nervous. You've got the experience that a player like James has in these LAN events, and they still lost. Like, I just don't understand it. It seems like Parivision, yes, they have, strengths, and especially with the map like Dust, but in the same way, they are still losing to teams that should be very beatable, especially with the names that are on this Parivision side.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. It certainly is an interestingly poised affair between these two teams with completely different storylines coming into this, just completely different careers between them as well. And it's a matchup where I think there's a lot of bias towards Parivision just because of the name value. But when we look at just recent results alone, TNL have been very reliable. I think, we got a bit of a comparison head-to-head. We aren't just necessarily comparing like-for-like players. We're just picking the players who have got the highest rating on either end of the server. And James, I mean, this is another topic or conversation point, Fred, is that he's no longer the AWP IGL. Bro won a major as an AWP IGL, and then obviously things started to fall apart in Virtus Pro, decided to depart that project, joined Parivision, but Kickit is calling. So the guy who he had as like his right-hand man in Outsiders when they won the major is now his captain. But James, it seems like his numbers have gone up since he's been relieved of his duties as IGL. So at least they've kind of been able to get more juice from the squeeze. What do you think about James playing as a non-IGL though, Charlie?
Look, I think it was always interesting with VP. It always felt like they were both calling, not necessarily between them, but you always had Kicker being secondary calling a decent bit as well. I think it's probably not as big a change as we might think. You imagine it feels like the roles would just be switched slightly. I imagine James still got a ton of impacts vocally. Whether it's going to be him actually making those final decisions or not, I think sure that will probably be the thing that moves. I think it does just relieve you of a lot of those duties, and you can focus on your own game a bit more. While James naturally is going to have some of that secondary calling aspect to him being an in-game leader for so long. I definitely think there did need to be a change. Things felt like they were really stagnating on that sort of old VP team. And things felt like they were only going further down. And look, if this is going to be a change that can help get Parivision and some of these players back to the top, then I've got no issues with it. But you can also look at the flip side and say, look, they did it with James playing this role. They did it with Kicker being on the team alongside them. Maybe you were just missing a couple of other pieces. But look, I think VP made changes. They made efforts to try to fix some issues, but it still didn't really quite feel like it worked. And I don't hate it if they want to make the decision, but it definitely feels that you do need James to be that leading man that we know he can be. In terms of the actual head-to-head between both rosters, yeah, like you said, we're not actually looking for a necessarily like-for-like swap. I think we really easily could have done so, though, for TNL. There's so many players who are playing immensely. Flyrax as well, we could have easily looked at Orpa's head-to-head, because I don't think they're even too far off in terms of sort of ratings between both.
All right, well, we can throw all the paper stats out the window and we can have a look exactly what's going to transpire here in this all-important round of 16 playoff matchup between Paravision and TNL. We're going to be jumping into the first map of the series. It's Ancient, and I'll see you fellas afterwards.
Yeah, big game. You know, I said it once, I'll say it again. I think if Paravision falter here on Ancient, it could be very tough for them. Obviously, we know that Dust 2 is a very strong map for Paravision, but in the same vein, TNL can look promising, but a fast pistol round. Paravision quick up the ramp. Belchanok finding Knifey. Flyrax with the Julies, but taken down by a blinded Nota and a 4-on-3. Although Belchanok's been chipped away at, he's got an excellent position here. James just holding the flanks. All three CTs in similar positions, and when the smoke fades, this is where Travis might be put in a bit of hot water. Ooh, we see Onyx find one. Great find from Travis, though, takes down Doi. Still this mad advantage for Paravision. Travis, his sole responsibility is keeping himself alive, but finally falling. There's got to be a tap of the bomb, or at least maybe a stick coming through. Oh, and it's just the tap. Molly landing on the bomb. Is this round over? I think it is. There's nothing they can do. Yeah, that's the 10-second timer going. Great there from Paravision. James just holding his nerve, sending the Molotov. Still sticking around towards bottom ramp, confirming the round. Paravision, they kick things off very nicely here.
As much by the book as it really can be for a round of CS. Everything that Paravision wanted to achieve, they did so. The initial kill up ramp, I mean, this was great from Belchanok. Instant find, but it's this flashbang perfectly timed. In fact, Nota actually does get blinded himself by it. But look, the intention was there. They find the kill on the bomb site, take cave with a late flash. Whether your own player is blinded, but he finds the kill or not, doesn't really matter because you still are successful in that. And you always had James as the contingency with the Molotov. Nothing too fancy from Paravision.
Oh, look at the nades!
To perfection.
HE grenades landing to Doi. The MAC-10 bullets connecting. And a quick way to get the opening kill here for Paravision. This is the force from TNL, but already they look very limited. We're seeing a boost coming through here for the scout, which I really like. Obviously, there is no one towards B ramp, but it's a creative way to get that kind of advantage back. But the 5-7 at this range, I think we all know that it's not going to be the easiest. And there we have it. The scout now posted up. Kicker based out the shots from Onyx. And with the smoke down, the round should be over. I think there's very little that TNL can do here. I think just save these weapons into the next. Give yourself at least a half chance in round number 3.
Opening kill in the initial space taken from Kicker, along with those nades that you highlighted. Made that initial kill nice and easy to find. And then from there, one more pick, TNL. They know themselves the round's gone. You may as well just go on to give it. Well, honestly, this is one of the games that I've been a bit more excited for watching. When we found out who we were going to get to watch today, I've only actually got to catch one of TNL's games in terms of casting, but I have certainly been following because, I mean, it's hard not to when you see a team looking this great in terms of recent form, where it is just sort of catching some of their games on the stream or looking at the results that they've had. Yeah, this has been a team that I've been really excited to be able to dive into a bit more. And similar with Paravision, I've just seemingly been avoiding them like the plague everywhere I've gone. Not deliberately, but it just seems to be that case. So, yeah, this is a matchup in a series that I'm just excited to see what both these teams can produce and hopefully just get to watch some entertaining CS while I'm at it.
Well, I think as well, coming into this game, coming into this this matchup, this is the closest round of 16 game possible. 47th in the world facing off against 48th. And interestingly, it's TNL who are the higher ranked team. Obviously, I think before, once Paravision were invited and TNL at that moment, you know, as they started the closed qualifiers, I think they probably weren't as high as 47, but just recent form alone, they've been climbing the ranks massively.
Or nades. deal even more damage to Onyx, but don't actually find the kill onto him. Flyrax boosted up with this scout in hopes of finding something. This is by no means a comfortable round for either side.
No,
Travis
definitely
and
not.
Kicker, 14 HP between them. Still plenty of weaker weapons on TNL though. Everyone resides over towards the B side of the map.
And because Kickett's so low, he's not going to go searching in middle. He's not going to have the confidence to do this. So it probably will be this B finish from Paravision. Knifey. It's all about what he can find here in K, but he finds him. How has Belcher not got that kill? That should have been a kill dead to rights. And Kickett now all alone. He's 3 HP. Round over, TNL. Excellent there. A great triple from Kearney. A nice double from Knifey. And look, TNL, what a bounce back. It was a half buy. We had 2 USPs in that round.
It was just
4
the same
survivors.
weapons, wasn't it?
Yeah, brilliant.
But yeah, Paravision looked a bit static and just didn't seemingly feel all too comfortable exploring other parts of the map. And yeah, you could easily just put that down to Kicker and Travis's HP. But in doing so, TNL were primed for a B defense. They basically gambled and held their resolve and not decided to rotate off at all. And in doing so, kind of just shut down and obliterated Paravision there on round number 3. Not necessarily the way that we're expecting TNL to find their first round, but it's a way that they'll certainly take.
Up on James, though. This is where we all know his specialist weapon and what he can provide. Onyx just tucked away here. Timing his peak perfectly. That's the bomb drop. Trying to drop the smoke. And Travis will just be happy to get out of there. But Dory finds as well. Kenny takes down James. 2 on 5 already. TNL. An effective start to the first kind of true full buy versus full buy. Kenny finds another. Travis all alone. He will get one. Bomb plant can come through. No hesitation here. Planting for both Cave and CT. But with the flashbang coming over, Travis surely to go down here. Travis! 1v4, turn to a 1-on-1. Travis needing the acer. He's going to send the flashbang and back away. Doy's on 8 HP. This is a perfect chance here for Travis. What a clutch this might be. Smoke dropped. Surely just a tap here from Doy. It's going to be the full stick. Travis swinging through. Doy still sticking the bomb. And oh, devastating for Travis. A 1v4 turned 1v1 with 8 HP on Doy. And he still sticks the bomb. Crazy.
I mean, Dory's in a really good spot there. With the smoke being dropped, Travis has to look at it and be like, even if I do gray screen the smoke and he's sticking the bomb, there's probably a good chance he can still get off the bomb and react before I could even spot them. That's the thing. It felt like a lose-lose situation as soon as Dory had that smoke grenade to be used. But great attempt from Travis. TNL still taking the round, still claiming it. Maybe calling a tactical pause just to discuss how things almost got out of hand there and maybe just tried to calm some of the nerves because, yeah, things definitely did get a little bit dicey in that round. And I think it's probably also inspired this buy from Paravision.
Yeah. Yeah, they realised that TNL finances is pretty low as well, but what an attempt there from Travis. The fact that Doy has the kind of the, I guess just the confidence to stick the bomb there. He's 8 HP. Kicker spammed through the smoke, but bullets not connecting. Flash down ramp, Knifey not swinging. Spots out Kicker now. The rest of the action for Paravision here is towards the A-bomb site though.
And the player to rotate in will be the closest to be able to make it. Quite a divide from the rest of his team. Able to find one at least. Drop some util and back away with the man advantage claimed.
Doy won't be able to find one here from Donut. Molly to just be dropped at Brokey. These smokes are going to be fading soon. This is going to be somewhat nerving. Oh, naded the smoke. Flyrax. Fortunate to not be taken down here.
Yeah, really lucky there. That felt like that should have been a kill going back the way of Paravision. Flashbang's good. Nota on the bomb site, able to get one. Paravision's still coming out on top of these gunfights, and you've got a low HP Flyrax. So much of this round's reliant on Knifey.
Yeah, smoke dropped here to Donut. Just the tap of the bomb here. Kick up being held. Minimal time here. Could have just stuck it and won the round. Kick it eventually emerges. Flyrax. Oh, great shots there from Kick It Steagle. Paravision. They will win this one.
And it's the fact that Doorway goes down for nothing. You can see this kill onto, in fact, we don't actually get to see it, but yeah, after seeing Doorway go down, it's a lot of room that Paravision can claim as their own.
Yeah.
I think even if Doorway just tucked, kept himself alive, that's where Donut is such a valuable piece of real estate for the T's to try to claim in a post plant, and denying them doing so. There's not a lot of avenues where they can play.
Ooh, Kick It takes a lot of damage from Doorway. They've claimed this space towards Shelf. They're going to have to head towards the A-bomb site now. Paravision, speedy in their decision making. The molly will come down, but a little too late. Kenny needs to be cautious. Molly dropped behind the donut smoke. Ooh, a bit of a miss Molotov that. Kick It still holding for a potential flank. Bomb now going down. Knifey is so far from the action currently.
Kick It could go down, and probably should go down here to Knifey 5-7. Timing actually is really good for Kick It. More players pushing his way. This is just a Mac 10, but you know, finally realizing it's not worth this. And finds a double of his own. Bomb is gonna chip him away slightly, but Paravision also want to keep hold of these weapons. And I'm gonna look to fight any further. So back and forth between both teams in the early portions.
Oh, I'm loving it.
But Paravision certainly came in here with a game plan. Know exactly what they want to do. I mean, this is a map that Paravision also do play a ton. A map that they are pretty comfortable on. And we know what this team can do in general. So I've got no sort of inkling as to who I favour in this one. I know we all slightly had our own leanings on the first series of today. This one, I'm just along for the ride.
Oh, definitely. I'm not even gonna. I can't have a prediction. I've got one right today, which means look, we'll take it 100% conversion rate. Yeah. If you don't shoot, you can't miss. Paravision, though, they're taking this space. Although they've lost ground towards A main, B-bomb site completely open. Finally, Paravision make their way up with the bomb. James, the carrier, Kick It still here, quite deep. Travis trying to get some information. I don't think he would have spotted there, and there's the information. Swinging, they line up, but important there. They get that kind of 2-for-1. Nota now needing to rotate in. Oh, Nota, you're going to need to get your gun out here. Great find from Nota. Changes the round massively. Knifey falling as well. Doi is the one to get the first kill in this round. He needs the last two, and James, a great triple here. Excellent round from James. Excellent round from Paravision. And they extend this lead now. I guess the real positive for TNL is they massively prefer the T side here on Ancient.
Yeah, a lot of teams do. A lot of teams do seem to like the T side. I would think the CT side, honestly, is the most interesting for me to be able to watch. There's a lot of different ways that you can look to set out in terms of taking control on this CT side. For the most part, it seems like TNL look towards middle, and on this occasion, successful again. So much damage has been dealt to these CTs, but it doesn't matter. They still win their gunfights. Doorway with a triple. Flyrax chiming in with his first kill of the game as well.
Yeah, slow start for Flyrax, but
big hold here.
Yeah, great round there. Doi finding 3. Utility excellent from TNL. Well, Travis, it's your time to shine again. Another 1v4. Flyrax surely to go down here. He's going to push through this smoke. Easiest kill Travis will ever get. 1v3 now. There's a minute on the clock. Oh, we're going to give him 2 fights here. These are the full HP players. But that's why I think Travis is such an awkward fight. And TNL, they will kind of silence the streak from Paravision.
Yeah, might need to look at a different way to attempt to take mid there, because Doi and Flyrax just dismantled such a big push, and they did it just with the 2 of them. Great pick from Jame onto Onyx. Ready. But a player might be a bit inquisitive, and Jame just gets posted up, finds, and instantly gets boosted up on a different angle. This is what we need from Jame. Get him searching for kills actively across the map.
Yeah, definitely. I think sometimes you can see all the struggle on the T side, but if he can have that impact, it'd be huge. Oh, the kill feed. A nice splitting colours, but gone a little stagnant here. A 2-on-2. Doi's very low. To be forced forward here. USP, Nota. Bit of a struggling spray, but bomb finally planted now. A lot of damage taken in the molly. And it's Kearney in the 1 versus 2. Belchanok, he's had a very slow start. 1 and 6. Oh, Kearney. Oh, spots the gun barrel. Freebie there. Seen the second. He's got 4 utility. Is he just going to stick the bomb or is it that? He goes wide and he finds a great clutch there for Kearney. TNL find 4. Paravision. Not the greatest of performances in this round. Although it looks nice. And the kill feed is exciting and enticing. Once it goes down to that 2-on-1, I don't really know why they're so kind of hesitant to play together. They just offer up these free 1v1s. Shouldn't be happening.
Look, Ken's got a full bit of utility there, but sometimes why overcomplicate things? Just as basic as tapping the bomb, taking a gunfight, and individually, I mean, this guy is a monster.
Oh, it's crazy.
So by all means, play off your own individuals if that's what wins your rounds. But already we're seeing a lot of individual prowess being displayed on both sides of things. Fast hit up towards the B-bomb side, but it gets silenced as Knifey gets a double, and instantly Paravision goes scurrying back down the ramp and search for another outlet.
Nice find from No to that. I think it will just be a bit of a consolation prize. 2-on-5 on 2v4. Onyx just jump spotting. Damage dealt to Nota makes this round very difficult. Don't really know what to think here with this map, because I said before that I think that Paravision do need to get themselves, you know, the 2-0 if they want to win this, but it's really tough to judge, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that we are going to get to a third and final map. I think there's a lot of question marks that we can have about where this game's going to go. I think a lot of those question marks do reside on Paravision, in a big part as well. But a nice even game in the off in first 10 rounds and 5 apiece. Should, though, be TNL finding their 6th. But look, I was hoping for a close competitive game. Both teams providing exactly what I've asked for. The way tapping away towards middle.
I quite like how Doi's playing. You know, he doesn't shy away from a fight. He's looking to kind of get himself in the action. It's always nice to see.
Yeah, and out towards middle alone. might not be ready for Belgian, but it doesn't seem like it's going to matter at all. Snuck his way towards Cubby. This is a really strong position now. Paravision puts so much stock into clearing out middle, taking this initial space. This could be an angle that's overlooked by multiple players.
Jane with the trade, though. Still a 4-on-4, but with Travis falling and Knifey finding Nota, this round becomes impossible. The CT slowly honing in. They can allow the bomb plant. I don't think they're too bothered. Should be fairly simple as the Tech 9 of Flare Axe swings on out. And Doorway to clean it up. Team Ace there for TNL. Everyone having impact.
Yeah, everyone chiming in here all there. Well, I think we've seen a couple of moments of magic from Ken, from Doorway as well. But the fact that you still do have players like Onyx and in particular Flyrax who can just step up at any moment, and then next thing you know, you got four really strong players. Knifey's had a few big moments here or there. I mean, Onyx, don't get me wrong, most of the time, just role-wise, not going to see him nearly at the top of the server, but still certainly has a lot of impact. I've seen this guy in sort of the couple of TNL games I've cast have some monster rounds.
Kenny gets one. James with a quick trade, but Doorway prepared as well. It seems in all of these engagements, there's always another player on TNL ready to get that final trade.
Not ready for Nota's deep position towards A, though. Doorway does fall for free. Flyrax held back from the Molotov towards Temple. And a 3-on-3 in the final round of the half. Belchinok finds his first of the round. Knifey able to bring it back to a 2 versus 2 with Flyrax's position still being unknown to the Paravision players. Until Nota falls and Travis forced through the flames. And TNL win the first half 7-5.
We were 5-2 down.
Exactly, yeah. Big turnaround at the end of that half. And you highlighted Paravision. Big fans of that T side.
Yeah, same with TNL. I think both teams massively so. And the fact that TNL now moved to their favoured side and they have looked really good, I'd be very worried. I think as well, especially with a player like Kenny, who's really having a lot of impact so far. I think that's got to have been Paravision's kind of initial goal to try and put a muzzle on this individual. But it's not easily done. Many teams have struggled and many teams have fallen in that attempt to keep him silent.
CT side might
sound silly. I think Paravision need the pistol here. Is that too outlandish? It's 7-5. I actually think they have to get it. If Paravision lose the pistol, I think they're going to really struggle.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why you're saying that. I don't know if I would necessarily go that far. But Paravision early doors have conceded this A-bomb site. They've gone for a big lean towards B and realizing this round is being conducted on the other side of the map. They do have a defuse kit, do have a smoke on Travis, and we know how hectic things can get with a smoke down on that bomb.
Especially when it's a 5v5, they would assume that someone else is going to deal with the player defusing, but oh, what?
Wow. Blink and you miss it. 5 quick kills come through, and Flyrax has really sort of kicked on in these last few rounds. Had 1 kill not long ago, very quickly up to 7, but great finds there from TNL, and they are successful in that pistol. We'll see if that is going to have any impact for Paravision in the long run, like you might have predicted. But no force buy coming through, just the USPs in play in this one. Paravision, they realize they want to get these weapons out ASAP and want to give themselves a fighting chance on the actual weaponry.
Yeah, I think that pistol round could personify of things to come here for Paravision. The clinical ability of these individuals on TNL.
I mean, that's the thing. Paravision still have the capability to more than rival them.
The problem is that it's looking like a 4v5. Belchinok's 2-11. It's so tough. Especially with the fact that Belchinok, he's a player that can have these huge moments. You know, he's been on this roster for quite some time. He's probably one of the second stars here. And he's going very quiet here on Ancient. Obviously, I think Belchenok towards Donut throughout this game is going to provide the goods. The amount of rounds I've seen him kind of having, you know, somewhat reminiscent to what happened with Dory when he was swung by 2 players and Dory found nothing. There are moments where I see Belchenok find both. He's a big game player on the CT side, especially towards Donut. Nota trying to back away, trying to survive. Ooh, so many CTs here. And surely James to be aggressing through Donut now. Flyer Axe still holding, very disciplined. 6 kills in the last 2 rounds for Flyer Axe. A real confidence builder. Especially
nice
for a
couple of
player.
kills for just the anti-eco though for Paravision, but this is the round that probably our sights are going to be set on. Investments are out, utility. Like I said, I'm really interested always how teams play Ancient, where they look to take space, how they look to fight certain positions, whether it's going to be towards the B lanes, towards mid, towards both. Early peaks through middle. There's so many possibilities to look for early finds here on the CT side, but so far, Paravision aren't looking to do any. Not
A little bit of
initially,
chip
at least.
damage. Kicker sends the nade. If he sent it towards ramp, so much damage would have seen. Kicker's got information there's at least 2 players here towards bottom ramp because he spots on the boost. Molly landing outside cave. It's going to keep Travis locked in here. Kicker sends the smoke to try and delay TNL's aggression, but they could push on through this. Kicker, what a find that. Flyak's going to be questioning, look, how have I gone down? I was just slowly strolling towards cave. Man advantage is over Paravision, which is going to be helpful. Kicker needs to be very cautious here. You cannot just give opportunities up. 45 seconds on the clock, though. TNL haven't gone probing elsewhere. And it's really obvious, you know, if they go towards the B-bomb site, Paravision, they're very well set up for it. James rotated in as well. They've got a strong double cave setup. Obviously, Kicker can kind of pincer towards both cave and the bomb site. And Travis is taking the space now. There is a deep position here. Onyx, I believe. Onyx, a lot of damage to Belchenok, both on 13 points of health. But look at this crossfire. How are you going to cross this without utility? Well, you're going to cross it with a lot of bloodshed at least, you'd assume. And Travis in the back lines. Onyx, all that remains. Nota will take him down. I would have liked to see Nota actually wait out the time. There was only 6 seconds remaining.
Strong defense, though.
Yeah, excellent that.
And you always had Travis made a great decision to flank through. Like you said, the setup towards B. With the limited util that TNL had, it was always up to gunfights. And Travis striking at the perfect moment just to come through. Necessary round for Paravision.
Yeah.
Ensuring you can't really afford a slow start in a 9 to 5 scoreline. Allow your teammates to find double digits too quickly, but Paravision quickly get off the mark. This is a full investment from TNL. You can see they've got weaknesses all across the board, but it's always Mac 10 that finds the first kill towards Cave, while the rest of his team now are pressuring out towards A. Belchenok does have a lineup, but doesn't spot Knifey behind.
Yeah, Nota rotating in, Kicker as well. Finds another 2-on-2 here, Kicker and James. The dynamic duo have won the biggest of events. James, oh, clearly not spotting that. Kicker slowly rotating in through Donut.
He's going to defuse kill on either of these players. There's likely going to be one dropped that can be retrieved without too many issues. Kicker towards Donut. Lyrax has to go down. Both players fall, in fact, in Kicker's position and is so strong. Easy defuse of the bomb.
I don't know why they overlooked
3K
Donut.
from the in-game leader.
Yeah, brilliant from Kicker there, but I don't know why TNL completely overlooked Donut. James playing passively towards CT. In doing so, they have to realize that maybe a flank's coming through, whether it be Donut, whether it be from A main. I think TNL just overlook a position that cost them massively. And Paravision calling a tactical pause here, questioning as to what the game plan is going to be.
I mean, look, very competitive round from TNL considering the buy that they had to play with.
Yeah, definitely. But it was the full investment as well, and they got the opening kill too. So I think when you put that into the equation, opening kill, still 2 survivors for Paravision. And even with the fact they trade Belchanok quite quickly as well. But it's the fact that Nota and Kicker are so quick to get those kills when rotating in. Although Nota goes down, Kicker can then rotate and, you know, maneuver to Donut, play that 2v2 very nicely.
A much lighter investment here now from the T's. Just got a couple of deals in play. And Flyrax taking this space out onto the A-bomb site. Gonna overload Belchanok's position. Will be the first death of this round.
Yeah, look, you're never going to be prepared for that. He's just tucked away. TNL just slow playing this round. I think Paravision are wise to it as they aren't really using that much util. Doi has done a fair bit of damage, but 18 HP now. Kicker's got to be cautious. Knifey elevated. And again, Paravision now realizing there's probably 2 players down towards outside B. Nota can find Doi. Drops the molly as well to deny Knifey getting into K, but he's still quick enough. He's pushing through the flames. He's not bothered by it. And I like this kind of back step from Paravision. There's no need to play close. There's no need to give these kind of Deagles, Tech 9s, Glocks the opportunity. Obviously, they don't know that it's 2 Glocks and a Deagle, but it's the idea that if you allow these pistols to get right up close and personal, things can go a bit wrong. There is a smoke on Onyx.
They need Knifey to hit some quick headshots.
Okay, he finds Belchanok.
The Glock as well of all weapons. Bomb very quickly gets denied.
Spots the shoulder of Jane. There's 8 seconds left. If he can plant, this would be huge. Will be taken down. Kenny survives. He's got to keep this gun alive.
Yeah, actually not too bad there. The fact he's able to keep hold of this gun. Buy army utility, yeah, no issues with saving that at all. I was a bit worried he wasn't able to retrieve the gun there or anything.
Yeah, so was I. Saving a Glock.
Yeah, saving not a lot there. But no issues. Paravision very much come alive onto Ancient in just the nick of time. Could have really quickly seen things fall by the wayside.
Still, though, TNL in the driver's seat. Still with the investment now. Is it actually a half buy? A half buy after an eco. Why?
I think they want the orbs in play. I think they want everything they can possibly get.
It's going to be a fast play. Belchanok overlooked. 1, 2. Can't find the third, but Belchanok. That's enough work done. Travis has spotted Kearney creeping into Donut. And now Nota under pressure. Onyx retrieving a rifle. Trying to bait out the shots. Great from Flareax. Oh, they've spotted James as well towards CT. Travis is in the backlines here. Aware that Kearney was in Donut. We'll find him. 2 versus 3 now. A low HP Travis, but James posted up. Missed shot from James. I think they might look to try and kill James. They get the kill. They go towards B. I really like this idea, but James ready for it.
Does have the bomb.
James is
Needs
so
to be
prepped.
careful if he goes down. I mean, look, his teammates have no contact on the bomb site. No one's made a move at all. Has to consider the possibility.
There's no escape route here. Donut, A main, and CT all covered. So just go for the plant. A lot of coin flip kills. A lot of 1v1s here. Ooh, kicker. Spotted. Oh, not the best spray from Flare Axe. Onyx now alone in the 1 versus 3. He's got to isolate a fight. He's got to get a kill soon. There's a smoke for James. Travis creeping out, and Travis will find Paravision. A nice retake there. Very systematic in their approach.
Yeah, they take their time. Very patient about it. Paravision. The half-buy opportunity certainly be afforded towards TNL, but just Belchenok's initial 2 kills, given that big man advantage initially, was a key difference maker. Again, towards Donut. So much damage dealt towards Travis, brings him down to 4 HP before Travis responds with a quick headshot. So, a bit unfortunate there on occasion for TNL. You mentioned a couple of coin flip kills here or there, but Paravision, they come out on top. Another round posted of another string of them. And Belchenok looking to continue. How is he pulling out his USP and finding another?
Yeah, ridiculous. It shouldn't be happening. TNL been silenced in middle.
And TNL have just seemingly run out of gas a little bit here. Losing this round is going to be 5 rounds in a row from Paravision. After we saw what was a pretty hefty 7-round streak from TNL, they looked really sharp, but just losing a couple of rounds here or there, they just seemingly a bit stumped as to what to do for Paravision now.
Yeah, there's this 2 versus 5 still. Knifey, 22 points of health. Onyx, 77. But Paravision have looked really good on this CT side. I said they probably need the pistol. They proved me wrong. They got destroyed in that pistol round. Interestingly, that's all that TNL have been able to find. You know, the pistol, they won against the Eco, but now it's that 9-9 scoreline, and looking as though it will be 10. Money's looking really good for Paravision now as well. Expectations, what are we thinking? Paravision take it? TNL comeback?
I mean, that's the thing. I think if we've learned anything from the playoffs so far, it's, you know, keep your cards close to your chest. As Paravision, look, they've certainly turned things around in this game, and it's an important time. But TNL, they do need to probably just have a timeout, have a full discussion as what is going on, because everywhere you push, we're seeing multi-kills come through. Belchenok, who we highlighted, had a bit of a difficult start to this game. These last few rounds, look, 2 rounds ago, got 2 kills before taking down. That round, they got 3 players as they push through a smoke in middle.
Yeah, he's having a lot of impact.
A bit too cheap, a bit too easy. And talking about easy, Nota finding Flyrax on the boost.
And Nota still sitting around here, wanting some impact. Onyx can retrieve this AWP. Gives him a weapon to wield. I was pretty sure that Belchenok would be playing towards Donut in a lot of these rounds, but seemingly in middle now. You know, you said that we've not really had much time to watch once these new additions of James, Nota, and Travis have come in, and maybe a change in positioning. What a setup in Cave. What do you do here? You've got the AWP of James, and then also Travis, and then Nota's there too. What a setup.
Yeah, I thought I actually might have been able to walk away with a kill there after Jamie misses the AWP shot. But yeah, when you've got about 15 players in cave, you imagine one of them's able to connect the bullets. And
yeah, James hasn't looked. He hasn't looked on hot form here.
He's been in the first half, just massively slowed down. I think he was like 10 and something for a long time. But look, other players have picked up the slack, and that's what we need. It's looking like much more of a team performance now. Belchenok, who was like 2 and 8, maybe even a bit more unfavored than that.
Yeah,
everyone's putting in a shift, and that's what you need from Paravision, who have had some mixed results against teams of the caliber of TNL at times. And TNL, who are coming into hot form, you do feel like you need the team to be able to step up, not just one individual player. And that feels like that's been the difference from Paravision in the second half, whereas it was James in the first half, feeling a little bit on his lonesome at the top. Other players now definitely coming alive. And 11 posted, 11 on the board. Paravision looked like they wanted to shut down and take away some of these weapons from their opponents. Look, and basically give them a guaranteed 12.
The problem that TNL face here is not only a Paravision on hot form on their CT side, TNL, even if they win 2 rounds in a row, Paravision still have another investment. Look at the money. Nota's on 5k, and that he's the poorest of the Paravision players. Crazy. Again, to be an investment here from TNL with 3 players saving, a Tech 9 on Onyx once again. I'd like to see Onyx try and kind of get control of Cave. Doesn't have a half bad spawn for it. TNL, though, in hot water. They lose this round. They probably lose the map. Just on the basis that, well, unless another 3 players save, the guns might not be perfect. It might be Galil's, low utility. Bit of a change in decision. Instead of heading outside the B-bomb site, they're going towards middle. The last time they headed here, though, it was a Belchanok 3k that silenced them. Nade onto Knifey. Down to 33 points of health. They have claimed this space, but James in Donut. Knifey could go down here so easily. Travis, I don't think he realised how low he is, but he will eventually find.
We've seen Belchanok play this aggressive aim position beforehand. Onyx, I don't know if he wants to take this risk in the 1v1 fight, but his teammates in other portions of the map are falling. James, AWP connects.
Yeah, James not the player you want to be peeking 1 by 1. I know he's not been on his best form, but this is still James. Either way, though, a split decision here from TNL. They show presence and pressure here towards B, and now utility on the A-bomb site. Instead of 3 versus 5. What do you do here if you're TNL? Do you go for the save again?
That's the thing. I think if they try to do so, I think this time around, Paravision will put everything into taking these weapons away.
Oh, 100%.
Knowing what that means for the last. Basically gives you a freebie. James, though, taking down Onyx.
Honestly, I'd be happy for all 5 players to die just for them to get 1 kill. Because they're going to be able to invest in the next. Whereas if these players die off the time for TNL, $0 to their name. A Glock is all they could have. But Kicker will find Kenny in a 1 versus 5. He gets the first. Bomb can be retrieved, but it is just the tap hit. Travis will confirm the round for Paravision. We'll get 12, and now we're looking at that 12-9 scoreline. Obviously, Dust 2 being the second map of the series, being the promising ground for Paravision in a vast majority of their past series. 31 maps played across their last 3 months, an 81% win rate. This is where if you're TNL, I think the series is slowly slipping away from you, but there's still the chances here on Ancient. Although not the best to buy, somewhat cobbled together. There's Mac-10s, there's Galil's, utility's a problem. Nice nade onto Kicker, softening him up massively. Gonna send out the flashbang. Bit of a missed utility. Travis found by Doi. Kicker falling as well. James AWP to get the trade. Doi doubles though, excellent there. I think for Paravision, even if they lose this round, try and make it as costly as possible. There's no need for you to save these weapons.
James has no intention of losing the round. And Belchanok, again, another big multi-kill round. And all on Ken, the top performing player on TNL, and a 1 versus 2 to do it.
He's already won a 1 versus 2 so far in this game. Can he win another? Creeping out now. There's a slight gap in the smoke for Belchanok, but Kenny has crossed. A bomb under their feet. Falling though. Nota denying, and we see Paravision prevail. They push to Dust with the map victory under their belt, and TNL, finally, it seems like Paravision, a worthy opponent to take them down on Ancient. We've said how promising Dust is for Paravision. Same can be said for Ancient for TNL, but sadly a loss for them. Charlie, thoughts and feelings after that one?
Yeah, I mean, it was initially a solid game for Paravision. Then we saw TNL bring themselves right back into it. They had a 7-round streak, switching from the end of the first half to the start of the second. But then Paravision just sort of turned it on. They showed us a different level of form that we didn't really see on that map, and they weren't really giving TNL any room to breathe or any space to maneuver at all, and it felt like TNL just got stumped slightly there, and by the time we finally saw them break that streak, it was a little too late. In fact, I don't even know if they did break that streak in the end, but oh, there you go.
Yeah, it was 7 in a row for TNL, and then Paravision just went, well, we'll show you how 8 in a row looks like.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. It looked like Jame may have slowed down at portions, had a couple of big kills here or there still towards the end, those 2 in the final round notable. But Belchnog, I mean, he's the player I want to highlight. Really quiet first half. What a second half he had towards the end as well. So many multi-kills, so many big moments. And that was amongst just other players thriving as well on Paravision. It felt like everyone collectively as a team started to step up. And that's where TNL maybe just got a bit caught off by it.
Yeah, obviously, if you're only just tuning in now to see Paravision lift the victory on Ancient, Hayes is going to be breaking down the round by round of how it was possible for Paravision. So, Hayes, thoughts and feelings?
Yeah, cheers, fellas. Enjoy the break. What a display from Paravision. I'm massively impressed. Honestly, I thought they were going to crumble. You know, they started strong on the map, but things kind of went awry in the first half. And then when they lost the pistol to start of the second half, I thought, yeah, probably game over sooner rather than later. But nope, evidently not. So let's draw this all the way back to the beginning for Ancient Paravision open up quite well, you know, pistol conversion. But then this round here, what the hell happens? They're playing against a couple of guns that have been carried over. Not even talking like 5 weapons. It's a scouts in the mix. And they lose to the eco, that sort of slash half investment round with the save guns. And I'm thinking, worst case scenario here for Paravision, you know, this was their opportunity to get off to a nice clean start, but they didn't let that disparage them too much. Very nice clutch attempt here from Travis. But they didn't let that disparage them. I actually liked the fact that they try to keep up the pressure against TNL in all of these rounds. You would have noticed that Paravision weren't playing like a slow, methodical objective 1, objective 2, objective 3 brand of Counter-Strike. They were moving with a bit of like a flow about them, where they would just immediately transition from taking control into a bomb site. There was never any like 20-second executes from Paravision. And I think it was good to see that they brought that level of activity against TNL, who are like the lesser experienced players, don't have the same sort of name value. You can kind of try and bully them a little bit in that regard. But then TNL did start to actually get their act together. And then they started to piece together successful CT side. They started to get their setups going a bit more. We saw them more active in towards middle, taking that control, fighting Paravision on the front lines. And then on top of that, little bit of a variation in terms of them doing better in middle. They were so clutch in the first half as well with TNL. I mean, this is actually one of the clutches now from Ken. There was the other clutch as well where the defuse was stuck by Davey on low health. So there were 2 big clutches, one by TNL, which certainly did aid them in that first half. And it netted them a 7-5 halftime scoreline. And I mean, they spoke about it on the cast. It's the fact that TNL, it's their map pick, and they also have a very reliable T side on this map, a very strong T side. And so we're thinking 7-5, plus you win the pistol round to kick off the second half, and you converted it as well. It's like, well, surely this is just a recipe for success here for TNL. Everything is going their way, and they should be able to win the game from that point. But once we actually got going with the gun rounds, it was a completely different look altogether. So this was the cleanup to get to 9-5, and I'm like, yeah, not long before I'll be on screen just giving my segment, waxing lyrical about TNL and actually singing their praises, but just kept watching round by round Paravision. They just tightened the screws so much. They became such a tight-knit unit. They barely lost any opening duels from that first gun round in the second half. Jame was having presence with the AWP all over the map, constantly wherever the action was going down. And because he was getting a lot of info if he wasn't getting the action, they were constantly able to stack themselves up on the correct side of the map. You would have noticed a couple times where TNL try go B, but Paravision have got 3 players there because they've got deep mid control, 1 player posted A main, and they could just confidently commit to the stack on a bomb site where TNL were headed. They also had a good retake in the mix. This was the retake round here for Paravision, where they're able to. This was such a key round in the grand scheme of things. If TNL win that, was like a 3v3 post plant, then it's 10-8 in their court, or their camp rather, and you know who knows what happens from there. But Paravision were able to make the retake work, and then from there, the broken economic situation for TNL certainly didn't help. They were kind of had that sunken cost fallacy of having forced in the previous round, so kind of trying to keep up with that force buy mentality, hoping they can break Paravision. It doesn't happen. They do kind of breach into this B bomb site, and it finally looks like they'll be able to bring an end to Paravision streak. But then again, it's Jame time, and it's new Jame time. Jame time has a new meaning. It's a new definition. It's a new dawn. Jame time where he's no longer the AWP IGL with the a very specific brand that he's playing. We saw him with the more enterprising brand here and more recent times as well. So very successful outing there for Paravision on their opponent's map pick. They have indeed won on Ancient 13-9, and that will give them a good boost going into their map pick of Dust 2. But before we head there, we're going to have a short break, and we'll get into the next map of the series.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me.
Alright, second map of the second game of the day is upon us. Season 3, fellas. EU Series 1. It is the start of the journey, and it's going to be a long journey as well, an exciting one, as we've really made some distance in Series 1, right? We have got a team who have come all the way through from the closed qualifier, narrowly scraped through their group. They then dominated the group stage, the TNL, and now they're on the brink of being eliminated. Paravision, they look like such a solid unit, Fred, throughout the entirety of that first map. Maybe there were like some moments, but I just think that performance was very convincing. Like, I'm high on Paravision right now.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm happy that Belchanok was able to find that form on the CT side. He had a really tough T side, but look, he had a lot of impact. That 3k in middle, where he's able to switch to the USP as well. It's just like so excellent. I think that was the foundation for his CT side. So I think I do have to point out though, when you look at opening kills, they went the way, in fact, of TNL. They got 12 of those kind of potential 21 opening kills. When they came to clutches, they were the only team to find them. There was 2 of them that went their way. So when you look at those stats, and when you see kind of should have gone a little bit more towards TNL, but there was many moments where you see the individuals for Paravision just look so clinical, so clean. And obviously moving to Dust now, I think TNL are in hot water, but the question is, can they get themselves out?
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. I mean, yeah, go ahead, Charlie. Jump straight in there.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, about the opening kills, I was actually going to point something out during the game. Lucky I didn't, because it kind of flipped on me a little bit. Yeah, that time was actually more damning than it was mid-game for it. That was even more dominant to TNL there. But somehow Paravision kept on battling their way back, and despite having this, and I'm sort of going to use it as a bit of a way to criticize Paravision, but they ended up just completely, despite losing all these opening kills initially, they still found rounds from it initially, and then they were able to just spur themselves on for even more. And you highlighted Belchanok as well, just 2 kills on that T side. He went 2 and 10, second half 10 and 6, leading the lines for Paravision. Big turnaround from him.
Yeah, and another player that I highlighted and said I need more from was Travis, and he certainly delivered the goods in a lot of important rounds for Paravision as well. But we're now going to deliver a second map, everybody. It is going to be the map pick of Paravision. It's Dust 2. It's been like their home ground for a while now. Keep an eye on James. He's been playing incredibly on this map, and he's in good form clearly as well. So let's get into that second map, and we'll jump into some conversations afterwards.
Dust 2 underway. Big map for TNL. Big turning point for them. They need victory. Otherwise, they will face elimination. Obviously, for Paravision, it's about that promotion to the quarterfinals. Flyrax under a lot of pressure here. Can he scurry away in time? No, he can't. James just finding already a fast flank from 2, but it's being dealt with by Travis. He's just holding it passively. Kickett's there as well to add kind of a bit of a second threat to deal with this flank, but it's just the one in Kearney. Disadvantage here, though, a TNL in this retake. Kearney needs to emerge to find Travis, but not ready for Kicker. A 5-on-3 now. Oh, Doi jumps above the smoke to spot. Still advantage, though, a Paravision. That flashbang going to delay TNL even more, and the kills coming through. Just leave the Julies, and no to elevated confined. Paravision, a lovely pistol to start things off, and for TNL, it is still the disappointment.
Yeah, what a way to start things off from Paravision. Good call. The setup towards the long was excellent. As you see, Ken tried to push out. Travis is the player, made all that presence, but Kickett's just there as a bit of that second prong. But look, we've already had a bit of a fairy tale story continue for Ruby as they one of the teams to start in the play-ins, made it all the way through the Swiss stage, and still remaining alive in the playoffs. I mean, what a storyline it would be if TNL can do the exact same thing.
Oh, it'd be ridiculous. But look,
as well as knocking out 2 invited teams along the road.
Yeah, definitely. Look, can be done. Whether it will be, though, is a tough one. I think
Paravision map now, down now.
Yeah, and they move to Dust. It seems as though everything is against TNL, but I think that's when when you're so heavily behind and kind of all the stats are against you, I feel like that's when you can really show your kind of your individuals. And Flyrax, the lone defender here towards A, it was the same as the pistol round, but this time he's got a scout in hand. Many to face, many to find. He gets the tag onto Nota, spam through the smoke, connecting onto Belchinok, already chipped away to half HP. No utility here from TNL.
Flyrax just evacuates that bomb, so he's got the scout. There's no need to just allow yourself to get swarmed and lose that weapon, so instead backs away. And honestly, we could see TNL prime themselves for that save, yeah.
I don't mind it. I actually quite like it. Retaking with no utility, no kit, no rifle, it's going to be really difficult. So just keep these weapons
like as well, don't
God,
we?
It's horrible.
You see, I mean, I forgot exactly who it was that we ended up watching yesterday, where it felt like every sort of one kill you see, your opponent's just sort of forced to save that out of the action. It's such a clean entry into a bomb site, and you kind of have to just pack it up and call it quits there. But TNL, yeah, I think this is a great call. Basically just nullifies even having to go for an eco. You had a bit of a chance in this round. Flyrax trying to find anything. No real success is done, but yeah, you basically have another force by just with Onyx losing his life, so likely just gonna have to play with a pistol in this one. But yeah, certainly still makes things interesting here. No freebies for Paravision, but with 5 survivors, the money is starting to grow.
I think it's definitely the right decision. I think a lot of the time, people at home will be watching and going, why have you forced if you're just going to 5v5 save? But the idea of the force is to kind of contain middle, to look to try and take some space. Because the bomb site was so heavily overrun by Paravision and the kill wasn't found beforehand, TNL, they give it another go in number 3. I really like it. Double nades here towards long. Belchinok can be quite happy that he was a little bit more restrained in his endeavors here towards long doors. Molly in both lower and short here.
Yeah, I'm loving these executes on the sort of real estate being taken from Paravision, but having a flash come back, invested in this rather than weaponry, and it pays off in dividends as TNL just allow plays to get set up. Travis through the mid doors, chaos ensues, and now Nota in a 1 versus 3. Just a little bit of util being invested alongside these weapons. You see the difference. Paravision, I say I love the real estate that we're seeing taken. We saw it from long in the last round. They do it towards the middle again. So much utility, but not directly forcing these players off of these angles. So TNL just line up, getting ready to go for a fast hit alongside these flashbangs, and it pays off. Nota surely gets taken down if he peeks out. He might now just look to save this Galil.
And look, this is why TNL opted for the full save. This is the result of that decision. And it's not as though money's the perfect position here for Paravision. They've got no loss bonus.
No, and this is where, luckily, for Paravision, they did keep 5 survivors in the last.
Yeah, it's huge.
So, of course, a buy still is going to come out.
There might be limitations. You look at players like Belchinok, you look at Jame. Maybe there'll be kind of the... a Galil instead of an AK. I wouldn't actually mind if TNL go to Hunt here, because they're going to get so much money for the result of the round victory. I think a Hunt could have been the play after time, but Nota, he can drop this Galil over to Jame or Belchinok, invest in an AK, buy a flashbang. That's exactly what's going to happen. Got no problems with that whatsoever. I think Belchinok might drop an AK over to Jame. He goes for the Galil, in fact. Full utility here. Flyrax is just upgraded. There's a scout in spawn. I don't mind this. I got no problems with this type of decision. This is not a moment where you want to be kind of working with weaker weapons. We know what the scout can do on Dust 2, but if you can afford to bring out the big green, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I was questioning if he was going to opt to do that, and in fact, clearly wants to. Make the most of the few rounds that you actually have to play on the CT side. Sadly, don't have as much as you would have back in MR15.
Yeah, no, obviously not. Knifey's got to be cautious. Flashbang comes through, and kick it. The only person not blinded. Flyrex will get one, but kick it again. Second secured. Noto emerging out of short and doorway found. What a speedy round here for Paravision. Look, there's a reason that this is their home turf. It's for plays and calls like that.
Actually, really lucky for TNL. I love the idea of sending Knifey in, but the flashbang's for those players that are slightly deeper, not for Kicker, who's just ahead of the flasher. He's not the player blinded by it.
I've got to say, this is absolutely disgusting what Paravision have just done. They've sent 2 players onto the bomb site and 2 to hunt. What is that call? It's just crazy. The bomb's not even been planted and both Jame and Kicker were already there. Was that Jame and Nota?
Nice Kicker there.
Nice
on the bomb site, just leaving it now. We might have some funny business as a smoke rains down. Nota can't deny this. The bomb's gonna be defused in TNL. Have time for it, and what a round stolen away.
Oh my gosh.
And you can hunt as much as you want, but you can hunt for a round loss as Paravision denied finding 3 by a 1 versus 4 clutch and a ninja defuse. It's been a long time, Fred, since we've seen something like that.
I'm speechless.
I mean, welcome to playoffs. This is what you get here, and Jame gets his revenge onto Onyx now, but I'm sure Onyx isn't going to mind too much.
Yeah, maybe not the usual expectation of how to win a 1v4, but I guess showing the easiest way possible. Is that a true 1v4? You know, is that...
That's a 1v4.
Okay.
4 players alive.
Still 4 players alive. No kill needed.
It's a proper lead is 1v4.
Yeah. I think Paravision, not only does that kind of deter them from ever leaving a bomb site early again here on Dust, but a round like that stolen away, you've got to imagine how much that's going to kind of upset the flow of this game. But Jame again, second secured in this one. I think T side of Dust for Jame. I think we all know historically what he can provide here towards top mid. Obviously, there's been a bit of a change in the map. I say a bit, it's quite some time since, but James still having so much impact here. They decide to steer clear of middle and they give these kills away. Nota needs a second here. And Kearney with a 1 versus 3. We've just seen a 1 versus 4, but might go down to Travis. Travis could be a little bit more delayed here. In the smoke sits Kearney. He can look to isolate this fight. James connects through the smoke and Travis will take him down. Not another back-to-back clutch, but Paravision, they silence TNL. And it's James to do it. What a start for James. 6-1.
Yeah, TNL now in a tricky spot. That sort of momentum and that high that they would have got off of that ninja defuse, short-lived. As they have no choice but to fully invest in a round like this. Paravision, all the chances for them to find 5. Just got to make sure they don't make these mistakes and lose to the pistols, the weaker weapons.
Yeah, obviously we've already seen kind of this type of investment and what it can do. Maybe not so much the weakest of weapons, but there's a FAMAS, there's a fair few 5.7s. I think we know how dangerous these weapons can be. The swing comes through. Important find from Nota though, denying the 5.7.
Just too many plays with Paravision. Trading's too good. And Onyx and Knifey. And there's 2 versus 4. Might have a weapon that they can scavenge. Attempt to retrieve at least, but this is going to be Paravision finding their 4th. As the bomb's still yet to get planted, but finally James starts to punch in those digits. I mean, Dust 2 is pretty... I kind of view Dust 2 similar ways as Inferno, as it's pretty damn tough to be consistently good at this map. As it is a map that, similar with Inferno, where plenty of people do play it, Dust 2 individuals can really dictate it at times. Sometimes you can just get steamrolled by one player having a bit of a life game. But Paravision, yeah, consistently they've been able to show us really, really positive things on this map.
Yeah, not just Paravision. Their leader throughout his career, James, have just done some checking, Charlie. Dust 2 is by far his best map statistically across his whole career. I think we all understand.
Ex-leader.
Yeah.
I think certainly commands a lot of leadership in this team. And definitely leading by example in this one. Yes, it does feel like a map that's always been suited to someone like James.
I'd love to know, obviously on HLTV there's a rounds played stat. I'd love to see James' rounds saved stat. I feel like that'd be an interesting stat to see. Surely there's someone out there who's worked it out.
Oh, probably in the height of his saving era.
Yeah.
5-man hold here from TNL though. They obviously still do have some weapons in play. Primarily a few pistols and a MAC-10. Things can get chaotic in a round like this. Flyrax able to take down Belgium. Everyone pushing through the smoke for Kicker. Handling it expertly.
Yeah, 2 versus 2. Molly to land here towards Car. James retrieving a rifle is the right decision. Another smoke dropped.
James finally does retrieve that bomb, and no longer are the T's forced towards A, but... Oh, I like the reposition from Onyx here. Could be overlooked.
Oh, massively so.
In fact, bomb's not actually been retrieved. I thought James
yeah.
managed to get that. Just a bit of extra util, it seems.
I don't know how Onyx is going to play this one. Well...
So much damage dealt to James, but being so low HP himself, 1 bullet's all that's needed, and James does connect, doesn't start with the headshot. Very messy round, though. I love what TNL do. Look, it's weaker weapons. Just send everyone through the smoke. Sheer numbers. Let's see if that can do it. They bring it close, that's for sure. James very much caught out by the reposition from Onyx, but it is 5-2. Guns back in play, and if Flyrax goes for a peek towards short, James is posted up.
Yeah, bit of a tough start here for some of the individuals on TNL. There's not really been a hero, has there?
I might have a hero here as Onyx does get the opening kill onto Travis, who's surprised by the aggressive stance of the MP9. Yeah, not majorly. Map number 1, we definitely had a few names that we were highlighting throughout the game, but so far it's been a little slow off the mark from a number of the individuals on TNL, but still plenty of action left in this game. Note we're also surprised by Knifey, so a couple of individual kills that TNL have had without really having too much risk about it.
Yeah, it's all about what Kicker can find here. If he can find this kill onto Kenny towards short, this round is certainly within the realms of possibility.
"25 seconds on the clock. Paravision set their sights towards A. James and Kicker both towards short, and you've got this late flank through from Belchanok. And he is going to be behind 2 players, but still gets found from Knifey. I think he's a little quick to pull the trigger there on that play. James missed shot. The bomb can go down, but that's the only positive in this round. Yeah, I think Belchanok, I mean, you understand, look, your team's 2-man disadvantage. You want to impact the round, and you don't want sort of Kicker to fall on the bomb, so you don't want James to fall as well. So you tried to strike a little early, but both the players towards long were sold on the idea that they were coming from short, but it was just the steps that were being made from Belchanok, that Knifey turns, wins out on that engagement. I think if a bit more patience and restraint was shown, I think there could have been a real possibility that that round goes the way of Paravision, but still an important one for TNL and a very necessary round finally.
Just whether they can double down, and the double AWP could be the way to go. Onyx wielding as well. James, he is here towards top tunnels, currently being held. Ooh, fly racks. Eventually, let's go of holding James' angle, and a missed shot from both AWPers here. Onyx as his secondary AWP, he drops down. And he's allowed one to cross. He's allowed two to cross here. Onyx will find no trade team from Kicker. The double molly's thrown, and this is the bomb. He's on an island. He's completely alone. And now that's been dropped. Paravision forced to head here towards the A-bomb site. Kearney looking to elevate. Completely unknown of his position. They finally spot him. Minimal ammunition. An important kill from Dory, though. Still a 2-on-2. There's still a possibility, but he doubles. And now James finally emerges out of long. He will find one. And James, he's got enough time on the clock to reposition back to short. But Flyrax, he's peeking behind this smoke, doesn't spot James, and will realise he has manoeuvred back to short. But is James going to go into CT? Oh, this is disgusting. Not only is it trickery on the first part, but it's a double trick. He's moved to CT. Why would you ever expect
I think
this?
the shadow actually could have been spotted, but I think James just turned.
James! Okay, the
love
shot
the
can come
attempt.
through.
I love the attempt from Flyrax.
It's the only way you're going to win it. It's the only possibility of winning that type of round.
If that hit, bro.
I have hit a shot like that in my obviously extensive playing
Aimbots
career.
does not count.
It was on my own teammate.
Oh, okay.
But it was the best shot I have ever hit.
Was it on the ancient one?
Oh, it was like 10 years ago. It was on trade.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. See, I'm talking about clips that I'm hitting from 10 years ago, but I still believe that Flyrax had a chance in that on that occasion. But yeah, what a call from Jay, mastermind himself. Opting to go towards CT with the AWPable weapon, certainly not expected, and Flyrax completely caught out on that occasion. And a 1 versus 2. For the AWPer, who's continuing this dominant trend, 12-2 as things stand. Money's dwindling for TNL, and you can see the investment that comes through due to that flashbang. Actually, seemingly evaded from Knifey. Unable to escape the long doors. Man advantage found for the CTs.
Yeah, TNL. It's important that they start putting these rounds on the board. Flashbang coming through in middle. James still here. James found by Dory. Kicker still patiently waiting, but the bomb's now dropped. TNL. They keep finding the bomb carrier. I feel like maybe there's a bit of a curse on whoever's holding the C4. Flyrax in a great position here. Overlooked by Travis. And the curse continues. Travis had the bomb. 2 versus 4 now. Kicker. Ooh. Still needs to retrieve the bomb. It's fallen into an awkward position, but he has claimed it now. Not gone quiet. There's minimal time. They're just going to be saving? What's the game plan here? Well, yeah. Again, bomb carrier falling.
Let's see if Nozick grabs the bomb just before going down.
He's not going for the round. He didn't need it.
Oh, this is really tough for Nozick. To find one will get found after time. Money was already pretty rough, and actually Nozick is luckily not that far away from the rest of his team. But it is going to need to be this force buy, so a saved AK could have been a big difference maker. And this is the opportunity that TNL have to bring themselves straight back into this game.
Yeah, definitely. Look, if TNL win this one, money for Paravision's not perfect. They should find maybe a 6-6 scoreline. And the fact that Paravision, 2/3 of the time they win their T-sides, it could go the way of TNL here. The flashbang's not good enough. Doy! They found the quad, let's give him the ace.
All on Jame with the unarmored scout in the tunnels. The spams not quite connecting from Doy, who is desperate for that ace. Great B defense there. And Jame mollied off. The scout needs to instantly hit, and Doy does indeed get his ace. And final round of the half, Paravision looked pretty great in this game, and now we're probably going to see a leveled up situation. TNL not falling flat. They know how much this series means to them.
Oh, massively so. Again, though, Belchinok, it's been this T-side struggle. He's 1-8. They've just CT-sided player.
I mean, hopefully for him, he is going to be able to similarly turn things around like he did on map number 1.
Yeah, you'd certainly hope so. Onic will find Travis. Molly dropped by Kearney. Very fast here is Kicker. P250 though is all that he's got. And TNL, they should look to secure 6 now. Nice nade, chipping away slightly at players in mid. Ooh, Belchinok with a double with the tech. Bombs dropped though, and it's deep within enemy lines.
Yeah, and the longer that they wait, the more CTs start to huddle down around this bomb. Nota goes down, all on the 28 HP Belchinok. Ace clutch 1v3 required. Belchinok's not taking any of these timings. The spam to connect. Florax finds in 6-6, all square. And when you have a 5-2 scoreline, yeah, I think Paravision got to be a little bit disappointed by the end to that one. Money really felt like it came into full effect for both teams, actually. Both teams' economies sort of teetering on being broken. But it happened that TNL, they won the round that they really desperately needed to be able to force Paravision into a really uncomfortable spot. Winning that one round pushed Paravision basically into 2 force buys as well, just allowing those final 3 rounds for the CTs to look honestly as simple as they kind of come.
Yeah, and this is kind of a bit of a reminder of what happened in that final map of the 500 versus Ruby game. You know, 500, obviously they were 7-1 up on Nuke, and then they ended up losing that 13-10. Obviously, it's not the same scoreline, it's not the same scenario, but it still has that same idea. Paravision were very much in control here on Dust, and now things are falling a little flat. Are we super worried for Paravision? Are we thinking 6 is not enough, or...?
No. I think I wouldn't be surprised if this is a similar scoreline in the second half. I think both teams have chances. I think, sure, a lot of teams do tend to like the T side of this map. I think the CT side can be really, really strong. As long as you can get on top of your finances, make sure you get players like Jame on the AWP. And I think it really comes down to rotations in terms of how Paravision deal with it. But I don't think the CT side is particularly a weakness on this map. I think there's real chances for both rosters. It's just who's going to step up and take it. Nothing fancy here. It's a hit towards B and a fast one. The flashbangs are excellent, but still the kills go the way of the CTs. And Nota fast in the flank. Ken as this middle flank and lurk. That was a 1 versus 3 to deal with. Yeah, the flashbangs were great into that bomb site, but Kicker's able to find one. Travis completely blinded for the longest time, but still able to somehow regain vision, find a double before Nota goes and strikes. Our position in certainly being made known of the final T.
What are we thinking? Paravision. They're going to find this pistol. is going to help them out, but again, there is still Belchenok struggling. And you look back to the rounds that he has got kills in. It was the double that he got with the Tech 9, which was still a round loss. If it continues, I'm interested to see what his impact rating is throughout this this map. It's a tough one as well because of how well we know Belchenok can play.
Flyrax for the early kill, the force bite gets instant success. Belchenok does push all the pistols, connect, and it's a 4 versus 2. Kicker goes down, and the pistol round from Paravision feels pointless as TNL, as soon as they have any sort of weaponry in hand, they make it work. I mean, how many times have we seen someone turn and just get taken down this round?
Yeah, it's just been ridiculous. But TNL, what a response again.
You understand the call if you have SMGs and weapons like that you might want to get a little bit closer in positions like the lower tunnels. You also have to be aware, if TNL go for a force fire, they have weapons that are equally as good in these sort of tight choke points, close range angles, and yeah, TNL just shown exactly why. Felt like that pistol round was going to be a really big buffer for Paravision to be able to give them a good platform to try to see if they can take this series in a 2-0 fashion. But after a really disappointing attempt to try to rival it, Paravision have to go back to the drawing board and see what they can try to suss out here.
Yeah, obviously James is going to be getting the scout in play, but the rest of the guys haven't invested yet. Surely it's a force. I don't know why there'd ever be a world where it's an eco. 3 players have bought down to 500. Not a single one of them has armor. What is going on? Maybe they realise that if they don't hit the instant headshot, they're probably going to die anyway.
Yes.
It makes no sense.
Well, players are keeping money alive. Very likely so when they do get their weapons out. We're not going to say, oh, they're missing defuse kits, they're missing this util, this is lacking, James doesn't have an AWP. I'm hoping someone, Belchenok, Travis, going to make sure they keep their money good so they can drop that AWP over.
Are we going back in time, though? If, double ecos.
Honestly, I mean, the economy was really bad back then, but I did kind of like it. Oh, we've lost the pistol round, yep.
That's 3 rounds gone.
Let's take a couple of ecos. We've got bomb plant. Oh, we can actually force and then eco.
Fair bit of damage dealt. But, a few casualties. Not seen. Paravision trailing. It will be 9-7 for TNL. The question is, do they have the goods to push to that 3rd and final of Mirage?
This is where both teams really need to start to dig their heels in. But TNL, just to keep themselves alive here in Series 1. Onic, being sent in alone, I like this. MP9, seeing what he can find. Bit of a team kill makes this round look a bit more competitive.
Yeah, the kill feed looks very orange there when you realise that. Bit of a, I guess, a spy between the enemies. Bit of backstabbing going on.
Nothing fancy though in that round 4 TNL. You sent Onic in initially by himself. Get the intel. If things are looking a bit daunting for a stack or anything,
Look at the money.
Were far enough back that they could have backed away. They could have rotated if they wanted, but 2 kills found. Nice and easy. Nice and easy cleanup in that one for the T's. But weapons in play now for Paravision. James does indeed have the AWP. Rifles are out. Utility.
Look, the overinvestment with those scouts and deagles. You said, oh, okay, there's going to be no problems. There is just the one defuse kit on James. Onyx going to be peeking with the orb. He's got the spawn. Fully blinded.
Oh,
Timing looks so good there for Onyx.
yeah, I thought he got that timing down to a T. Slightly off though, seemingly. But Paravision going to be thanking their lucky stars that they've still got this even playing field.
Yeah, Jane playing towards short here. Kick up on an elevated angle. Jane now just posted up towards long. Should find Knifey quite comfortably, but it's going to be quite late. Travis with just the smoke now to defend if they do progress up short. The bomb is going to be making its way towards long. Jane flashed off the angle. Will be re-peeking though. Jane kind of torn between two minds. It's going to be this playthrough long. I really dislike this decision from TNL. And you're going to see why. Jane will find Knifey. His teammates are now holding short and Jane can just jiggle towards long. Onyx. Going to be fading the smoke. Travis's crosshair couldn't be closer.
Kind of needs to hope. Oh, the jump might have been heard. If Onyx can find one, that would be huge. But Kicker does take down James. Just before the smoke blooms, finds another. And with 10 seconds and no kills, DNL will have to put their tail between their legs and back away into the long doors in hopes that they can save. But they are trapped towards this position. I just don't think Paravision are going to be too determined to take them down.
Not only is it no kills, there's no damage. Not a single point of damage inflicted to Paravision. But yeah, look, I really like the idea of those kind of splits where maybe you send 3 towards short, a late lurk through CT, and 1 towards long. 4 players going towards long, just jiggling for James' angle. We can't be doing that. Look, TNL, we need a little bit more of a creative outlet. Flyer Axe. Opportunity to find that. Nade just chipping away at Knifey. It will, you know, that nade is enough for the M4s, the one-hit headshot.
And that sometimes can just be the difference maker. HE grenade slightly past doorway there, but more Molotovs landing is going to keep him at bay. Smokes do raid over.
Travis spots a couple. A strong bomb site defense, 3 riflers ready and waiting. They need to deal with this player on short, though. They need to find Dory. He jumps down into CT. Travis can find him. Belchuk now caught off guard. He was so focused on dealing the guy jumping into CT, but Travis doubles. Nota now to swing through. The flashbang going to be sent. Onyx late here through middle. Flyer Axe, he's alone on the bomb site. But the question is Onyx going to be prepared for James to still be on this left-hand side? Oh, they're going to make their way through middle. Onyx gets one.
Cleared. He was that backstab. He was the piece to the puzzle, but Flyer Axe now finds himself at least in a winnable 1 versus 2. James still not aware that he's crossed to this right-hand side. That could be the difference. Flyer Axe is going to get a free kill onto Nota before James actually realizes.
Minimal time here for James. He's going to go for it with the orb, but Flyer Axe can just back away. No time for James. Crazy how this round's gone the way of TNL. But it's all because Belchuk, once we see that jump through into CT, obviously he needs to be a little bit more worried about long. You understand why he's hyperfixated on that fight, but Travis is in CT. That information's gathered. It just, Belchuk's completely caught off guard. It's a good position there. It's a good flank, obviously. Going 1 for 1 there on it, but I don't really know why Jamin, I want to say what, Jamin Nota? Why they're so split there on that clutch. Just go shoulder to shoulder. I just feel like it's a bit of an unnecessary decision. TNL now find 10. Will be the investment from Paravision, though. But a bit of a do or die when they lose this. They could give up a 12 to TNL.
Yeah, I mean, things are getting really tense. TNL actually have been in a really fortunate financial spot where they, even some of the rounds that they have lost, still got players with enough money.
Ooh, James pushing up top mid. He can easily find Flyrax now. But he's backing away. Belchenok feeling the force of utility. Holding Mouse 1. Great from Belchenok there to get 1. Nota still in a great position. Kicker's rotated in as well. So much damage dealt. Knifey finds Nota. Kicker's still here towards window. Drops into the bomb site, sitting in the smoke. A 2-on-3 here now. He emerges and Kicker can find. And Flyrax still outside top tunnels. Paravision, a perfect B defense there.
Not wanting to give TNL a moment to settle there on B. Not allowing them to stabilize, get set up for a post plant, and instead just take the fight to them.
It's got to be said, TNL, they've looked okay once the bomb's gone down. You know, in these post plants, in these clutches, the retakes from Paravision haven't been perfect, so TNL denied of that opportunity. Great from Kicker, though, the speedy rotation. Nota as well, going 1-for-1. And it's just the attention that Belchenok takes away initially that sets up Nota so perfectly. But round is over. Paravision find 9. And although TNL have gone on a good streak, the finances will run dry after this next round. Flyrex can drop over 2 AKs and a Galil. But 2 AKs might be enough. Actually, it is the no loss bonus. He might need to drop over 2 AKs and a Galil. Obviously, Kearney can invest, but it could be the end of TNL's finances after the next. And now I guess the ball's in TNL's court.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what they do in terms of putting together this buy. Weapons are dropped. Utilities being invested. Having a bit of a tactical pause before we do get round number 20 underway. Sorry, technical pause, actually. But the buy is going to be a good-looking one. Look, Oni's going to be limited. I'm sure he's not going to have too many issues with that. He's got a Tech 9. We've got full sets of utility on everyone. Got 3 AKs out alongside, obviously, that saved AWP. This is by all means a good enough buy and exceeding expectations in a lot of departments as well, actually. Both teams now, going to be in a bit of a trickier financial spot. Paravision finally, with 3 survivors there, they're not in too difficult a scenario, but I mean, this is where we know you've got to try to keep your money high for these final rounds, because this is where things do get really, really tense. Just 1 round separating these teams. Paravision 4 rounds away from taking this series 2-0. TNL 3 away from keeping us alive and bringing us onto Mirage to fight another map.
Obviously for TNL, after they lost their map selection of Ancient, the series just gets so difficult for them, but it's got to be said they've done very well to keep themselves in the conversation here on Dust 2. And as we said, if things get to Mirage, we know how disappointing Paravision have been there, and obviously how kind of promising and prevalent TNL have been. So not only is it the idea of Paravision, oh, okay, you've lost your best chance to find the series, Mirage is not as though it's a close second. Flyrax going for an early opener here towards the B-bomb site. Nades look good, though. Perfect HE grenade. Belchenok swinging. Nota can find another. And again, it's a fast approach here from TNL towards the B-bomb site, but Utility raining down towards top tunnels, and Kicker's going to go pushing closer.
I mean, the HE grenade into the spam.
That's
Tons
brilliant.
of damage. I think one of the most disappointing things to someone like Onyx is there's no weapon that he can just easily retrieve.
No.
Still stuck on a pistol. Flyrax has had to give this AWP over to Ken. And look, you've got the space of the entire map. TNL, you can clear out everything if you want, but I don't think it will take a genius to realize Paravision are making a bunker of this B-bomb site.
I think for TNL, you've got to save these weapons as well. They don't have the util, they don't have the numbers. Although they had time on their hands, they were kind of just searching for kills. It was never going to happen. 10-10 scoreline then. Great HE grenade, though, and as you say, when Belchuk just goes swinging, holding mouse 1, I kind of expected him to find more than just the 1 kill, but either way, Paravision level up the score line on their map selection, just 3 rounds away now from solidifying that spot in the quarterfinals. Obviously, it's Ruby patiently waiting. And after this series, we will have 3 of our quarterfinal matchups. And so far, they are all promising to be these bangers of games.
A difficult thing for Onik here is we probably need to actually see TNL buy.
Yeah.
Because look, you've got 3 players who can't invest.
Yeah, they won't be able to buy in the next. If they don't invest here, I don't know why they saved.
I mean, Flyrex does actually have a bit more money than it says. I'm pretty sure he invested in full utility. So yeah, it is this full investment. This round where it gets really scary. Again, goes for the early peek with the AWP to see if he can spot anything out towards long, but Travis isn't making that mistake, isn't giving anything up.
Yeah, it's going to be this mid-control attempting now from TNL. James here towards short. Not the opponent many would want to be facing off against. Dodges the flash, and James can find doorway. Opening kill the way of Paravision. The bomb is on its own here. Onik towards top tunnels. And it's Belchuk just jiggling with a molly in hand.
Yeah, don't know if Belchuk's got the nerve to pushing around like this. But there's no need. You've got the man advantage. Drop the smoke at the feet of Onik.
I love this setup in middle as well.
Yeah, but do you think, though, that's perhaps Paravision being aware that there could be some limitations? Maybe just being a bit hesitant to have too many players towards A and anticipate this B bomb site could be crunched on. And just trying to ensure not giving up that bomb site, you know, where you sort of have to save if the site's taken cleanly. Just try to bolster it up with as many players as possible.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the exact point of it. Flyrax. Or molly and flashes come through. Nota finds Kearney. Oh, this round becomes really difficult now. It is going to be this playthrough B, and with Belchuk finding 1, finding 2, not to take down Flyrex. A 1 versus 5 now, 19 seconds on the clock, and now he looks to save. And already James trying to close the gap, trying to catch him off. He's already slipped past, though. Flyrax, he's getting hunted.
If he goes down after time, Fred.
Oh, it's devastating. He's been spotted now. 1 second. Oh, okay, Flyrax. I don't really know why Paravision have shot so soon. He couldn't fire off a bullet. He was trying to escape. There's a player in T-spawn. I think Flyrax is very lucky there.
Yeah, probably should have held their nerve in terms of just waiting a split second to take him down. It's the force buy as well from TNL. They've got money to half buy and buy in round number 23, but they're going for it all here.
Yeah, obviously, though, the finances for Paravision, they will get a buy in the next. The only person who can't is Belchuk. And it's going to be this play towards B. TNL, it's the slow-played rounds that have generally impressed. Yet this time, it seems as though the strat book has turned to a page that's blank. And they're going just for the, I guess, the default B plays. But thankfully, they silenced my murmurings of a bit of a nonsensical decision. They are going to be splitting through middle. Kicker. Oh, Kicker might just wait here. James gets 1, and this shotgun AWPing is exactly what James is good at. Kicker gets a double, and this could be it. TNL, it could be all over. We know the finances are perfect, and Paravision now, not only strength in numbers, but what a streak of success. TNL, they're in the driver's seat, and now it looks as though they've jumped out the window.
It could be similar, very similar to Ancient here, where it's a close game basically all the way throughout, but Paravision just seemingly get this second wind at the end of each of these maps and can just find a streak. And there's no stopping them then. Khalil's util's really limited here, Fred. There's like 5 pieces. Yeah. Oh, and setup's so good. The read again, there's 3 players here towards long. TNL think better of pushing through this.
Yeah, great decision, but the problem is they've used one of their 5 pieces. They've used a smoke and a flash, I believe, to try and take some space here in long. They now send the smoke to middle. James does have a nade for it. He's got the nade in hand. Surely he just sends it at the smoke. James, what can he spot? Nothing seen. Kick it with a molly and a nade. TNL to make their way up short. Not only do we have a AAA setup, but it's going to be this short play kicker. He drops the Molotov, he spots many. James now realizing there's a player close by. James still hits the shots, and the bullets are connecting for the CTs. It looks there's nothing for TNL. It looks so disjointed on this attack. And a 1v4 in the flames is Doi. And they will fall. Paravision, a 2-0 here to push to the quarterfinals. What a result for them. And I think thankfully for them, they can finally take this kind of, I guess, relaxing breath because, yeah, what a tight game. I think obviously similar to Ancient as you pointed out, but what a performance that.
Yeah, I mean, look, super competitive. We wanted to see that from these two teams. On paper, this feels like it should be that back and forth affair. That is what we got, but seemingly on this occasion the experience prevails. James, what a game he had there. A lot of players on Paravision stepping up towards the end, but James certainly was that leading man. From start to finish of Dust, he definitely was the player to keep your eye on. But it was the calling on the CT side that really impressed me. It felt like we were seeing Paravision not necessarily gamble, but making a lot more sort of heavier leans towards sides of the map. And seemingly they always had the right read of where TNL were going to play and absolutely dismantled their sort of offense before it could really get started towards the end of that half.
Yeah, speaking of people with the right read, Hayes has been patiently kind of writing down the notes of how Paravision were able to perfect that Dust 2. So let's hear what Hayes has to say before we close out for this series.
Yeah, cheers, mate. What I will say is I'm glad that the notes I have on my second screen are private right now because I wouldn't want people to see the way I've worded myself and how upset I am with TNL in terms of how they've fallen apart at the end of the map. They're just making some egregious economic decisions, it really must be said. The fact that they persisted with their force buys was just completely unnecessary, and for me that was a sign of a team who are kind of mentally checked out. I understand the first force buy, can kind of get behind that because of the economic situation, but then you've got the round loss bonus behind you, and you should just be saving one round, letting Paravision get up to 12-10 and then trying to play for overtime from there. But they doubled down and then tripled down on the force buys afterwards, and it's like at that point it's just too much TNL. I'm afraid that's just too much to try and risk and hope for it to work out, especially against a team of Paravision's stature. Like, you need to give them more respect than that. But let's draw it back to the beginning. I mean, Paravision were their own worst enemies again, losing to like a half investment force buy, which is something we saw on Ancients as well for Paravision. It happened twice on the snap, by the way. That's why I say they were their own worst enemies. To be fair, it was a very nice plan from TNL in the third round of Dust 2, where they save on quite a few players from their force buy in the previous round. They lose, they crunch into middle, coming through from middle and short at the same time, and they catch Paravision off guard. You can't really fault Paravision for that. It was just a very nice plan, but still, losing to rounds of that nature always sucks. Bit of a back and forth scrap affair from there, and then Paravision had their own economic woes towards the end of the first half as well, where even though they were winning rounds, it feels like their comfortable spots in the game was kind of propped up by the fact that they were able to win rounds. But as soon as they were broken once by TNL, they just didn't really have the money. They didn't have round loss bonus. They force. Here, this is the force I'm referring to. And then obviously next round's the last of the halves. They have to force again. And all of a sudden, what was a 6-2 scoreline just very quickly becomes 6-all going into the second half. So this is good for TNL. Then Paravision are able to kick off the second half. They win the pistol. It's looking great. But then you're like, wait, it's 7-7. I thought it was supposed to be 8-6. But no, Paravision then lost to another force buy. In this instance here was the Tech 9s. They just ran over Paravision. And I'm thinking, all right, TNL, well, they're cooking with gas. You know, second map, dying stages of the map, like the important stages of the map, the business end. They're getting themselves a lead, looking decent on the T side. And then they just kind of fall apart. They get a little flustered. You know, James was just so good, though. He was all over the map. I feel like he got at least a kill every round on the second half, if not more. Just constantly finding impact with his AWP. Belchnok, again, got to highlight his plight and struggles. Again, like we saw in Ancient, he struggled. There was the second half glimpses from him. But here throughout Dust 2 as well, very underwhelming. You know, here he kind of gets fed a couple of kills, but anybody, you know, with half capability should be racking up the multi-kill there, so it's not like that's super impressive. Anyway, this is where the force buy train comes into full effect for TNL, and the map just entirely falls apart. Really not much of a contest. and so light on utility. When you're playing against somebody like Jame, who's dominating with the AWP, you need all 10 flashes. You need to be able to constantly be forcing the AWPer back and trying to take the space. Anyway, there's my little soliloquy monologue done, boys. TLDR, parry vision good, TNL eliminated, and parry vision into the quarterfinals. Right now, we know who they're going to be playing against as well, because we know that they're playing against the victors from our previous series, which are Ruby. So I think parry vision will be favorites there as well. Surely, right, Charlie?
Yeah, I think they've got to be. The experience that they have. I'm happy to see that Ruby progress. I'm really excited to see how that quarterfinal shapes up between those two teams. I just hope we see Ruby make a competitive game of things, because look, Paravision, they have a mistake in them. They certainly do. And I really think Ruby can look to press that issue at times. I am certainly favouring Paravision by a decent bit in that game, but I just hope Ruby can put on a good display for us.
As for TNL, Fred, just a couple words on, I think just a bit disappointing the way the campaign comes to an end. They were in a winnable position on both the maps in this playoff matchup.
Yeah, I think when you look at it, obviously it's a close game, and I think it's still a respectable scoreline. But I think a lot of the time when you kind of, if you don't watch the whole series and you look back and you see the score, you go, oh look, they took Paravision the distance. That's not a bad result. But I think when you actually are there in the server, you watch it kind of play out and you go, actually TNL probably should have won map 1. They probably should have won map 2. They were looking really kind of potent throughout, and they fumbled. And look, it's going to happen. I think for a lot of these teams as well, when they don't have the same level of experience as players like Jame and Kicker, when they are in the lead, when they are kind of looking really good, they kind of fumble because they go, well, actually, we need to change this up. They're going to start reading into what we do. And it's little things like that. It's little tricks and trying to stabilize when in those moments. Because I think a lot of the time, people think, oh, these comebacks are really hard to make. You need experience there. I actually think it's the flip side. I think sometimes it's a lot harder when you are the team that's ahead. Yeah. Because
actually
you've got the pressure. Yeah, exactly. That's why there's so many comebacks. That's why there's so many of those kind of 12-7 go to overtime, and then you see that first round victory. But yeah, look, I think it's a tough one for TNL. I think that kind of fairy tale story was going to come to an end eventually. And for it to be against Paravision, I think that's a fair result. Look, it's unfortunate for TNL. I'm sure we're going to see them throughout the rest of this year. Not only within the CCT, but kind of within the online space. I think they're a great side, and I'm excited to see what they can do.
I mean, imagine how many VRS points they're going to be racking up off the back of this campaign here in CCT Series 3 Season 1, right? They've had a very good run, played a lot of games, and beaten a lot of teams that would have been rated quite decently. So I think they'll get a big haul of points, and maybe they can skip the closed qualifier next time round. But I also just want to close out by saying I think it's a good win for Paravision against it. They kind of had to claw their way back on both maps, and it's not like they crumbled. We know they've been a little bit iffy in form lately. So the fact that they were able to keep their composure despite falling behind on both maps at the end of the map and still come back to get the job done, I think is a very good look for them. But let's just go over the schedule, brush over the schedule one last time before we send it into a prolonged break. Before we get into that next series a little bit later on today, of course, we had Ruby besting 500 in a 3-mapper, Paravision besting TNL in what was actually a pretty closely contested 2-0. Saw against Favbet. Surely this is the end of the run for Favbet. I mean, they've done very well to get up until this point. They had a decent showing in the Swiss stage. Another team who came through from the closed qualifier. So they're one of like the last bastions along with Ruby who have made this run. But now they've got the final boss, Saw, the highest rated team in the competition. Betboom's already been eliminated, right? So Saw have got such a good opportunity to go all the way. But we know that Favbet do pack a bit of a punch. And then last but not least, we're in for the treat of Nexus beating ENCE, according to Zola. Otherwise known as Fred, and he's stuck his neck out there and made that read. So, fellas, unless there's anything else you'd like to jump in with, I think we can wrap it up here and send it into the extended break before we get into the next game of the day. Been a pleasure, fellas, as always. Going to be a couple new screens, a couple new faces coming your way. I believe it's going to be Exner, Vincent, and Get the Bag, Mark. Not telling him to get the bag, that's just literally his name. And yes, we got the American trio to cover the next couple series for the day. Be sure to stay tuned and enjoy the action.
Good evening, good afternoon, or good morning from wherever you tune in today. Back to our round of 16 matchups here in Series 1 of Season 3 of CCT over in Europe. Today, I'm third wheeling alongside Exner and Vincent. My name is Get the Bag Mark, and old Cole, we're back into the process. We're here on the round ending of two of the most sweet round of 16 matchups that we got.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one, man. I'm really looking forward to catching some of the playoffs here in Europe. It's always good to be here with some NA boys rocking in Europe. So it should be a very fun day. We got some exciting games ahead of us here and kind of kicking off the opening round of playoffs, which is always an exciting affair.
No, it absolutely is. And I mean, we've had some banger games. Yesterday, we had all 4 of our best of 3s go all 3 maps. It was crazy. I mean, you had that just to flip the script, and Ruby keeps on going out and doing it again. There's 500. They have to work out a 3-map series to get along. That was our first series of the day. And then Paravision goes against TNL, one of our teams that obviously TNL has been grinding it through the tier 2 when Level Up Lund, and obviously have been raking it up in online competitions and had to come through the play-ins out here at Vincent. And unfortunately, they fall 2-0 to Paravision.
Yeah, they're not the only teams, though, making it through the play-ins all the way to playoffs. Favbet in the same exact position, who is going to be taking on Saw in the first matchup that we have, and follow that up with ENCE and Nexus. I'm excited to see ENCE again. I know that there's a lot of strong opinions about this current ENCE lineup, but I'm a bit of a fan. I like what they're doing, even though the results are middling and often up and down. It's a little bit like an abusive relationship right now with ENCE, but I'm still there. I'm still in it.
That's good to know. That's good to know, Vincent. Well, that's going to be our second best of 3 on the cards against the Romanian squad of Nexus later here this evening. But you're absolutely right. We'll look on to our third slot of the day, and we have our highest ranked invited team of the tournament. Joining us, we have Saw taking on Favbet, Cole. And obviously, you know, this protrudes one of our largest gaps within the rosters here, but that so much has been the story ever since Cologne. Go ahead and tell me about this Saw squad.
Yeah, I mean, watching their debut here of this Saw roster in Pro League at the beginning of the year, I was really impressed with what they were able to bring to the table. I was kind of expecting, you know, this roster to continue to hit the ground running. They really hit a bit of a honeymoon period in that event, bringing in players like Sajat and Azuu, rolling on into this roster, changing Mutiris into the IGL here at such a late stage in his career. I had high expectations for this team here. I still think they can be very good, but definitely feeling a little bit of the blues of missing out in that major. You look at what they were able to do as well in Melbourne not too long ago, a pretty quick exit there. And then same for the Mason Nomadic Masters, where they got bounced very early on. I mean, this team's been going to a couple of big lands right now and has been taking some losses. So yeah, they do enter into the event right now as our highest ranked, you know, VRS team that's looking to climb the rankings and continue to show their strength. But there is a reason they're here right now, and they've been missing out on some of these big events and showing up in deep playoff runs. And I think they now need to take this playoffs as an opportunity to bounce back here.
I wouldn't be so worried about the Melbourne result. You know, they played close against MIBR, you know, and lost to Falcons. I don't think there's really any world where you could have expected anything crazier. MIBR, they may have been able to upset, but you know, considering where Falcons are at and where they were in that event, not really unexpected. I think the bigger problem for the results here for Saul is that, you know, they go into the Mesa Nomadic Masters and you think this is an event where they could take some heads, and then they lose to Chingus Warriors and to GG Hao. Like, I think that's the bigger problem for me when we're talking about results here recently. So some tough losses in the mix, despite what is, as Cole was kind of touching on, I think a really well-built roster. I was a big fan of what Akil was doing over on Rhino. I thought he looked incredible. We haven't seen the same level from him. I think Azuu as a more aggressive piece, a lot of praises have been tossed his way from his time elsewhere. And I think that there's a lot of like good pieces to this Saw roster, and they just haven't been able to like culminate that into victories.
I mean, culminating that into victories was something that, like we were saying, right? Runs last summer that we are, watching along, even raising a trophy at one of those challenger tournaments. The Saw has seen better days, but now with an opportunity to go ahead here and see what they've got in Series 1 is going to be their next best shot. But let's go ahead and see who their challengers are here today. And as you drew it up, Vincent, this FOBBET squad had to grind out from that play-in stage. And Cole, it wasn't easy in the Swiss either. Go ahead and tell me about where Bondic is showing up here at 31 in CCT.
I mean, it's pretty cool here. Obviously, a bit of a experienced member, you could say, in this roster, and he's able to try and establish a good playoff run right now. And again, Saw, obviously not a weak team, but a team that maybe is feeling a little bit of stress from some of the losses recently. If they can capitalize and not only say, hey, we made it into the playoffs, we have the odds stacked up against us, but we can still do damage. We can still prove ourselves. You look at some of the names that they've been able to take down, and these are some of the better rosters in Tier 2 right now in recent history. You look at Partisan, who were able to make it to the CCT Global Final and do damage there. Same case is true, for teams like Sinners, who made a deep run in ECL playoffs. Passion UA, a very good Tier 2 team. So this is a roster that proves itself time and time again in the Tier 2 space, despite not being able to string those results into maybe deep playoff runs. They're looking to extend that narrative right now. And again, I think this is an opportunity, a big one, for them to really prove that fact here.
I think, unfortunately, for FOBBET, they are in a position where it feels kind of like they hit the ceiling of what this team is capable of right this second. And it's just like you're describing, trying to break through the glass with regard to that. But where they make ECL and they look decent, they get some wins, they take some losses. They made playoffs, which I think for a team like FOBBET, I'm pretty happy with. I think that's a position that I anticipate them to get in. Would have been disappointed if they don't, but then they don't have any way to go any deeper than that. And so for me, I think it's trying to find a way to align the stars in the correct configuration where this team can take that next step up, because I don't see this as a team that can win a CCT right now. And I think they need to be a team that can do that, to take that next step.
Wherever it is that you have to go ahead and put that next foot in front of you, right? When you have that round of 16 opportunity, it is what it is. Sometimes you're going to get that unlucky draw and see into whoever it is. And at this point, it's going to be one of your top Vita teams. FOBBET have got to deal with whoever is on the other side, or wherever we're going to be at on that other side. We can take a flip and go exactly cracking into our veto, because fellas, I mean, this is going to be an interesting one here. We go ahead and line it in. It's that Nuke Mirage, but then you carry it out into an Inferno. The FOBBET pick, Cole, that's going to be a great place to start this off.
Yeah, that it absolutely is. I think you look at maybe a small inherent advantage in this veto being the fact that Saw do actually have to be the team that bans out Mirage in this matchup. It's one of FOBBET's most common bans here, only floated I think one time in the last 3 months, so they're constantly banning into this map when they get the opportunity, but they float it this time. That forces the Saw ban out, that leaves them a little bit vulnerable in this veto. Still think though, while we do look at the success here for FOBBET, Saw's a very sound Inferno team. This is where I watched them do some of their better work in Pro League, where they did some great damage up against teams like M80 and Furia. They had great entry prowess when it comes down to players like Azubu, who can get really aggressive on this map. I know Vincent was talking about him earlier, but there's a nice 1-2 punch on both sides of the map for Saw when it comes to Azubu. And Sajat on the B side as well, who can do a lot of damage. So when you get the ball moving here with this Saw roster, and when you have these players confident, I really have high expectation for that little duo that comes in from the Endpoint squad. Train again is a map that, same case here, that they've still been trying to work through the veto as the Saw roster's fairly fresh, and it's been a map that they started off really good on, but maybe is now starting to be a little bit more figured out as time goes on, and they've had more and more struggles here in recent history on this map.
I think it's hard for me to kind of think about this veto in a compact way, because the difference in opposition that these guys have been playing across the map pool in the last 3 months is so supremely different. Because we see how many events we talked about, how many like big events that Saul's been able to attend recently, which means that a lot of these losses are to top 20 teams at worst, and sometimes even top 10 teams as well. So I think that their train struggles for me could have something to do with that. I'm not going to say definitely do, because they definitely have shown some difficulties there as well. But for like a Dust 2 for Inferno, I think that their apparent like lack of win rate is more due to that than it is anything else. For me, FobBet have an opportunity here, but I think it's going to be tough because they have 3 maps, Saul, that they should feel pretty comfortable on.
Yeah, questionable out where you do get that end on paper. It's Saw that has some pretty nice experience leading into that train, even if it does look a little bit lax, right? I think the only concern you may have in that wit's end, and a guy I feel like we haven't given a whole lot of credit to, has been Tension in this pregame. Looking forward to see what he can get outgoing on the op, where on this train. I mean, that's prime real estate to do so. Obviously, we know that Dust 2 to finish could also be shaky territory within this mix. But, I mean, out here, if you're trying to throw that curveball at him, Cole, take care of the round of 16 matchup as a trap game while you can. Is this not looking too convenient for FobBet?
I mean, right now, I think this is the way that you want this matchup to shake up here. You again, I think, really valuably get the extra ban of Nuke prioritized right there, because I do think right now, even before Saw made the roster changes, it was always their best map. It was their, most successful. It was the reason they had that big Cologne run. I think Muteris has still been able to transition that roster success in this current iteration of the team as well on Nuke. So I think that the fact that they get that veto alone immediately shows to me that this is going to be a really good opportunity to do damage here and set the tone right. I think that's what they're going to look to do here in this matchup as well for FobBet. And like you said, I think the stakes are very high for both these teams. If you're Saw, you just want to right the ship right now. You talk about the intensity of the matchups. Every game that they've been playing from the very from the very get-go, being their first event being Pro League, and then their next being the MRQ, they have been going through a very intense schedule. It hasn't been online matches. This is actually, interestingly enough, their first foray into online CS besides the MRQ, which I feel like is just so intense it doesn't even count as an online game. Right. So Saw, I think, are really trying to get back into the swing of things and void off some of those losses that have been frustrating this team for so long. That's going to lead me to believe that FobBet are entering into more challenges here.
Definitely a worthy slate. You serve that up to rest. And Vincent, for a team that has taken maybe a spell off this, right? You haven't been in these online reps for a couple of these routes, right? You're just getting back into this new season of the Tier 2 opportunity starting again. Any concern for rust for such an experienced squad?
I don't think rust is the right way to put it. I think it's a situation where, like Cole is saying, it's all been the level of consistency that you have to find to perform on land. It's so hard to get there, right? And it's a very different way to approach playing than online. And we see it a lot, right? When a team that isn't necessarily been attending a lot of online events comes in after a bunch of lands, sometimes they take the foot off the gas a little bit. I don't think Saw can afford to do that. That would be my concern. Not rust, but just a difference in tone for what this matchup looks like and what this series looks like in comparison to what they had been doing. And I think that's what Cole was kind of leaning on, kind of talking about. I just think it's a little bit different. For me, I think all the pressure is on Saw. FobBet, they made it through the play-in to get here, and though this is not new for them, they make it to playoffs very often, but I think that they don't have the same level of pressure as this Saw team does, because for Saw, they need to prove that this is easy mode for them. At the very least, like a top 4 is easy mode for them. That's what they need to do in order to maintain even that top 30 spot that they have in the VRS.
100%. And I will go ahead and note as we, continue to discuss alongside where we get this BO3 underway, we are just dealing with a couple of last minute technical sides to do with these players getting all uncomfortable. I think we're all good with those strains. Am I right, boys? But I mean, certainly where you get this out, pressure being on Saw, being on, some of the cornerstones of this roster. It'll be my first time covering Saw in a minute. I'm excited to see some of these new faces, but a guy that I've really been familiar with, Vincent, and a guy that I think a lot of people have been looking to, strike back up on the board in a big way. Obviously, kind of in the limelight here today. Looking onto the side of Tension, I think there's a lot of expectations to that young man as well. Tell me about where you sit with Story exactly here today.
I think that Story's had some struggles, admittedly. But again, I think looking at stats for this Saw team is like a fool's errand almost right now because of all the reasons that we've discussed already. So even as we look at this head to head, I agree that Tension is the one to talk about, is the one to look towards, especially if when we're going to be discussing Train for our second map. Inferno, that's going to be a little bit different. I think Cole is correct in talking about the more extremity players and less about the AWP duels. I'm talking, I guess, on the other side of that probably, but in general, I think Tension has to just not be diffed here. And I don't think that's like a huge thing to ask. I think Tension's looked really good. I mean, a 1.1 rating is nothing to shrug your shoulders at. I've been impressed with him. I think the other thing that's impressive about Favbet is the consistency of the rest of the team. Like there's like one option for like who you would point at as the star, and that's Tension. And then otherwise, I have like zero complaints. There's very few teams in Favbet's position right now within the ranking that I would say that about. So that's the plus, that's the upside that they have coming into this, is that they just need to do the usual right now.
I would like to, look at the head-to-head here in particular and say, again, Story has a lot on his shoulders right now to try and deal with maybe the firepower lead here. And it's going to have to show that fairly early on, right? You're going to have to be able to bring that on the T side of Train. Sometimes a little bit of a difficulty for Story to really get loud. But for an Opera that started off CS2 is like, I think one of the better players that's transitioned into the Op, it is interesting to see him kind of experience a bit of a drop off here. I think he was one of the quickest to adapt to the new game here, and now is going underneath the biggest adaptation in his career so far, and constantly having to deal with some of these roster changes that they've been facing and new systems and new IGLs. I think that's a huge task for Story to kind of prove here, and if he can get back to some of the peaks and really be able to show that consistency, it'll be a good showcase of what he can bring to the table. And you talk about Tension. I think his opping obviously going to be a big piece of the puzzle, but Jackie as well. I think a player that if we talk about the extremities here on this map in particular, is going to be one to keep an eye out for in terms of what he can do in the opening fights.
Absolutely something to keep an eye on. Here at the top of our bracket, we have Saw and Favbet. And then after this, we'll see ENCE and Nexus to form that quarterfinals matchup. It's Inferno. You can already feel the heat being turned up. Boys, have a wonderful time.
Oh, we're going to have a great time. Thank you so much, Mark. And with that, into the action, a little bit of a delay, but we're ready to roll. So I'll start on the CT side as well, which you were talking about Saw and some of the things that you liked about their T side. I'm actually in agreement with you. I'm excited for that, but preferable and also opportunity to get Story involved more on the CT side.
Like this pistol setup right now. Sajat kind of fighting forward right now. Maybe lulls you into the idea that this is going to be a solo B setup right now, but that's not the case. There's a trap waiting for Favbet on the other end of these smokes right now. They're going to run right through it and try and run through that trap here. Marks has 2 entries, and Sajat has to dive back through the smoke right now. Number's going to get punched in. They're already dealing with the pose plant here. Favbet power through the aggressive setup on this B side right now, and now have to pull off a retake.
Having that secondary smoke is so powerful for Favbet, and Sajat getting up into the mix, trying to maintain space. Mooterus is going to come in for the trade. So Tension, man, we put a lot of pressure on already. Has it all to do. No armor with this Glock in a 1v2. Gonna hit the first and now turns for the second. Tension with the 1v2 to clutch up the pistol.
What a brilliant start there for the player we, spent time talking about. Getting off to a pistol clutch like that is a huge deal. Despite Sajat putting in so much work, look at the shutdown here. He deals with the next piece of the puzzle for the side of Saw, but can't quite close it out when it comes down to the late round. Trying to void off in the 1v2, the late positioning. And Tension, that's a dream start right there for your Opera to be able to bring home a clutch. I feel like we'll not see him op too much on this T side of Inferno, but still a big confidence builder. Rolling out and taking off here for this map. That's the exact start FOBBet want to get off to right now. They want to have these pieces confident, being able to know that they can keep up with Saw. I mean, I think in the back of their mind, they know that as well. We've seen some of the results from Saw, and as you said, they've been losing to some really great competition right now in some of these matchups and some of the tier 1 events that they've been finding themselves at. But it also takes a hit when you're taking so many losses in a row that they have to head into this playoffs with a point to prove right now.
Yeah, I'll see what that point ends up being and who it favors. Saw reinvest for this one. Unfortunately, this B hit is likely to end the options for victories for Saw. They've got 4 on A, and they're coming for a rotate soon, but Seja is tragically very alone. It's a little bit of a slower approach. FOBBet might have waited this out long enough that Saw get back onto the scene. They're going to flash through this smoke. Go through anyway. Still Smash gets the opener. That's 2. But these 5-7s, they farm through smoke. That's massive. This is all down to Tension again. He's already taken the first 2. A Gil comes in from the flank, but it looks like FOBBet have made the play.
I think he caught vision on the death cam as Tension was running away. That rotate was way too quick. He now knows, and Tension has no clue. Another clutch going to be denied here for Tension. A 1v3, too tall. Here as a Gil comes through just in time. And Saw will snake that round away at the end right there. The 5-7s through smoke. They try and run back what they did on the pistol. But we know how deadly these 5-7s can be right there, tearing through armor like that. And Saw get a quick bounce back here in round number 2.
Yeah, they get that smoke down through the CT smoke as well to cut them off. So they're forcing their way through a smoke into the 5-7s, and that's just a deadly combo. Devastating. Seja doing a great job of playing the waiting game. At the very least, buying some time, and then FOBBet take their time, speeding back up into that hit. Punished big time for it. Good work from McGill to clutch it up. Had the scoreline up fast. We'll see another force buy, this time for the T side, and tragically worse off on this force buy than even Saw were on theirs.
The FOBBet side really looking to brute force away into some of these rounds right now. From the pistol into the next, we can see the vision right now for the FOBBet squad. A lot of B-side targets. And in doing so, having to break through smokes, having to break through that utility, not an easy task. You don't see that hesitation. Right now, gotta bolster up this A side just a tad here. Got this deep banana control here for the defensive Saw. It's 2 players very committed though on the rotate. They fake Bracket's presence, and they are going to run back into the setup. With 30 seconds left here, the amount of resistance they have to tear through on this B side is not going to be easy.
No, I mean, nothing can go wrong, and almost certainly things will, based on the setup. First shot good for Azuwu. The swing off the back of that, great work from Jackie. The fact that Jackie insta-trade Seja is perfect. And so, time still of the essence, but with this smoke down, they'll be able to plant, should be unopposed.
Well, the Coffins player already getting it, though. Spam coming through, gets off it for a second, but no connection. Instead, it's through CT for Muteris. And he finds a way to deny the bomb, and now time expires. It's about staying alive for Jackie in the back of the site. Going down after time would be disaster. Holding on to a deagle and no head kev isn't much better, but at least it's something as the round gets ripped away. And we said nothing could go wrong. And there we have Muteris with a perfect lineup, setting his crosser on target. and stealing that round away before it can get too complicated for Saul.
And even more tragedy befalling Favvet here because they have Tension and Jackie save, but they get no money. Well, yeah, it might be better to have the Deagle and Kevlar, but it means that the rest of the team basically has to force around you because your money's going to be offset regardless, no matter what the decision is, buy or save for the rest of the team. So Favvet buy in again, and it's dream start for Saw if they can convert against this force buy for a second time in a row.
They didn't have too much trouble getting past it the first time, other than that B take and a couple nice shots from Jackie. They're going to need to call upon that again. They do have Tension on a rifle that was saved as well. So that's at least a little bit better of a purchase. But again, the weight on his shoulders here largely. And again, this banana control that Saw maintain up against these light buys is so valuable. 4-man lean towards the A side, keeping coverage of brackets right now.
And there's one smoke, two smokes here. So this bait setup going to be a little bit easier to break apart. Jackie, another phenomenal trade. Story goes down to him as well. Leaves Agil in a tough spot. He might have struggled up against the tier 1 opposition, but this is where he flourished on Rhino previously. And he's already started off on the right track. Mudaris gets into the mix, and that duo cleans house against the force buy. A nice recovery for Saul that gives them that dream.
A really good look right there from the two defenders. Jackie breaking through again with Justice Deagle, but set up nicely there from McGill to hold off. As you said, I mean, anchoring a specialty of this player. And he shows up in a big way. Gonna put it into the force buy wars as well. So now Saul get a little bit of relief after a couple challenging rounds. Dealing with the Jackie Deagle. Don't have to worry about that this time around here. Maybe just a Tech 9 that you have to worry about and he finds the opening. It's only a Tech 9, but it's still in Jackie's hands. Now he picks up a rifle for his troubles. And a wise investment here. Oh, but burning in the corner. He survives. I think he extinguished the molly right there in the corner. In the cubby. But now he's getting hunted, I think. You see the...
Yeah.
Player's kind of hovering on his location.
Where'd he get that smoke?
I think he picked it up off the body.
I must have.
Lost the rifle over as well, so now he's got a little bit of backup here.
I think Saul correctly identifying that is the most bait setup you could ever have. And just deciding, yeah, you can have that gun. You're
I'm just
already
sitting in the
tagged low.
smoke. I'm so easy to kill.
Yeah, not really. You'll finally get the escape made as the smoke refreshed by the CT side.
Story is on the line with the AWP. Missed the opening right there. Opens up access for the site to be gained here. Muteris, though, down to 17 HP. Glock a little bit hesitant to turn the corner here. And Agil still close on the scene. Their plans towards A have been thwarted. Now it's back towards the B side. No utility left for Azu other than a flashbang. And some low HP, no armored targets for a majority of these players. Flash is brilliant. Coming through from the story side, actually. And now the op has coverage, but Jackie's Tech 9 is unbelievable. And they gain access to the site here. Another kill coming through on the Meteorus, who was low. Agil left last man standing, rattled. His teammates have fallen on the B site. Tension taking a deep line. Bondic close by as well. Double up and towards the coffin side. Agil has two difficult fights ahead of him here to break through this retake. One found. The other unknown. Bondic still the element of surprise right now. Trying to get on top of that bomb. There is no kit. Agil has a 10-second defuse, and Bondic's playing with the time. He's tinkering right now with that clock. And Bondic gonna win outright. There's no chance here. He did run right past a kit. You can see it on the screen right there. And in an escape, he can't find his way out. Bondic completes the kill, picks up the op as his reward, and Favvet went around with so little invested.
I mean, you talked about Jackie on the desk there to send us into game, and Jackie again, it's pistols that he thrives with right now. That Tech 9 deadly, 2 openers, a first duel that's very unfavorable, and then he just swings CT and wins another fight against the AWP. That's ridiculous. From Favvet, from Jackie. That is a round that Saw thought was easier, yet it was not. And I'd take a timeout too. Off the back of that one. cannot be losing to pistols in that fashion. Otherwise, it's
like
going to be a long day.
Every round has had its complications for Saul. You know, nothing's been super easy. I mean, to the credit of Jackie, to be fair, but he's been the one complicating the matters. If you look at the way that they're trying to hold off brackets, you know, it's a 2-for-1 trade positive for the T side on just a Jackie Deagle, but they're trying to collapse in together. They just can't coordinate their effort. That round right there, you have Story with the op who just gets pre-fired, but the close-by player as well in Azulu not being able to find much either. I mean, the amount of complications for some of these rounds that should be, in quotes, easy to deal with, and just the constant fear that is struck into their heart right now. Definitely surprising. See a speed up right now and shot. Able to do some good damage to the smoke right there, but see if they can stabilize them.
Attention got a free op, picked up off the ground from Story. Also love how animated Bondic was in that timeout. That was Saw taking the timeout, but Bondic talking the ears off the rest of Favbet in the process. It's also incredible how these rounds have gone, considering how effective Azulu and Sejat have been about having banana control. Like, Saw, map control-wise, have had no issues. And still, struggles abounding. Favbet taking bracket control at the 45-second mark. Now they can comfortably move back wherever they would like.
Yeah, this banana control is always really valuable, and constantly Favbet are in a position where they're taking banana control back at like 30 seconds left on the clock. Now, Sachas just found a lot of information. Oh, they gotta check sandbags. Kind of, but not really. Not enough to deal with the Zulu. Nearly three kills, rather. Bondic does trade, but enough damage done that you think this round likely to be secured. CT smoke inbound here. Still a player in towards the new box. They saw retreat earlier. Fly through the smoke. And an isolated duel here for Sejat to work with. Low HP bars all around. Jeki this time has to fade away into the MP9-0 Vigil. And Saul able to stabilize right there. Understanding Favbet taking this late control leaves them with opportunities in the late round.
It does. I mean, it's so hard to make that check too with 30 seconds. I mean, less than that at the time for Favbet to get onto the side after you've just seen Sejat jump back across. You think you've lined him up. You put so much pressure on the bracket. Maybe you caught, somebody rotated in. That wasn't the case. Azulu with a big moment. Sejat with the finisher. Story grabbing another chance with the AWP. It didn't go so well first time he wielded it, but now got a little bit of a half broken Favbet. 3 rifles for the 2 Tech 9s. Jackie, maybe toss that over to Smash and get you a tech, huh?
Yeah. I was like, well, Jackie's 8-5, but now I understand what you're saying. A beast with the pistols. See if he can bring it on with the rifles. He's got a little bit extra pressure on his shoulders right now to do some of the heavy lifting on entry. A quicker route towards this A side this time around, though. Trying to speed things up. They're stuck inside a pit, but they're a bit stalled out. Jackie can do it with the guns as well. Seems as another entry rolls out from his AK. 2 kills in for him. 1 as well from the Bondic side, and Favbet have access towards A with no initiative from Saul in this retake.
Yeah, this T side runs through Jackie right now. Also, there's a little moment right there. Agil is playing defensively in pit, and he sees one jump out, gets a bunch of damage done, but it's never been swung back. Like, nobody's taking the fight, and I love that Favbet are just waiting for Agil to make the move. He can't really afford to just sit there and wait. He can't do nothing. But the moment that he swings out in order to try and finish off the guy in mini, he's going to deal with 2 players out of the apartments, one of those being Jackie's AK. So Favbet freezing, even though the time was still very low, for just a moment, forcing Agil into the worst possible fight.
Yeah, I like the name right now of Smash because it's very fitting for what he's been doing in some of these rounds. He's just running through smokes, running through apartments. He's the player that initially got into mini pit right there. And when you're in mini pit as a T, you know that the CT side is going to want to try and flush you out by any means possible. And they just overwhelm his positioning. That's a difficult way to space out a round right there for FobBet. Takes some experience. That takes some trust in the roster to make a round like that work.
We're in round 8, and there's been one round where the better weapons have won. One.
Oh, if that trend continues, so I'm going to be looking forward to this one. 5-7s for Mutiris, Famasin for a couple of players, but Sajat just takes a duel outright, wins it. And that's on to Jackie here. A player that has been the engine for this T side of FobBet. Sideline now. Someone else has to do the heavy lifting. Smoke's going to be a little bit late from this CT side, and a flashbang's brilliant smash breaks through the site once again. Now looking to get past the Sajat rifle. It's actually the molly that does damage, and one through the smoke from Mutiris. Making this one believable here. Tension now in a clutch once again. Last man standing. Picks up a rifle and fakes onto the bomb, but there's 2 players flanking through Banana right now. Mutiris' job just to keep him away from pushing coffins and CT. As he tucks in towards the back of New Box, hoping that time is going to be of essence here, but spotted out now by Agil. Quick headshot to come through from him. And, well, that trend remains true once again, Vincent.
Yeah, it does. Thaw getting it done with a little bit less. This is actually great work from Sajat. I know he ends up going down there a moment later, but the fact that then the molly clears him out and Mutiris, one through the smoke, just finds a head with the 5-7. Nasty work. FobBet losing based on that fact almost alone. That's unfortunately the third 1vx that Tension's been asked to not just participate in, but complete. And he's got the pistol round one, but all but that have been failures.
No bomb playing that last round. They're just still so rich on the FobBet side to get an AWP out for Tension. I thought maybe he wouldn't be as interested in bringing in the T-side op, but he's been willing. Gonna do it again.
Was given it by Story the first time, to be fair, but yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, this time we're investing into it, which is kind of a surprise. I feel like that's a bit uncommon for T-sides, but he's got a game plan. He's got a vision with it, as you can see, carrying it up middle like that. And while the vision comes to a quick end at the hands of Story, closes out on that kill. Now the brackets control. Oh, they make noise. They had a good timing right there. They don't realize it. To try and get past the bracket setup, a chance to work around the smoke, but voided off for now and taking heavy fire, utility damage as well.
Probably the right move, considering Story was actually posted at the time on that smoke walkout. So, timing towards porch, but would have been punished almost certainly. They're going to go back out here. Becky, fortunate that he's on the other side of Boiler. He doesn't eat the nade. Still map control. This has been the favored setup for FobBet, right? Late round, they're taking bracket, and then they can reroute. It's right at about this 40-second mark. They try and do that. Another smoke cycle, but Marix is right up ahead of it. That's twice now that they've been able to take advantage of smoke timing disfavorable for the CT side. Sajat now alone.
Good entry fletch. Anything of that nature to get them in, but it's Sajat gonna hold down the line here in second oranges. I don't think they expected to be on the site proper. One kill in, but a quick trade from Jackie again. Using the op here incredibly well. And now set up in a post plant. Story's gonna push through the smoke. He's got the op here. And he's gonna do just that. A smoke, allowing for a bit of a reposition, and Jackie taking initiative into coffins right now. HP, but still kicking. And looking to cut off this retake before it lifts. Mutiris now speeding things up as well. Quick motion from him, but a Jackie miss is going to potentially do him in. Yeah, Story has the right line, and second orange's bond can't last too long. So the Saul survive here on the B site with the retake right there when they needed it most to stabilize the CT side.
Yeah, I mean, we could have gone back again, the same fashion. Great opener from Story. Jackie, though, as per our usual arrangement, just defining this T side. This trade is absurd. Not an opera, by the way, is Jackie, yet still hits that flick. Trade out his teammate instantly. So, we'll be really appreciative, though, of that. And Favbet continue to buy. They continue to buy off of that. They had the plant. And they go full utility with pistols only. This is ambitious. They're playing for the entirety of the rest of this half right now, Favbet. They pushed the chips into the middle, and they said, this is the round.
How much can you really get out of a half here is the big question. Can they really get another Tech 9 investment? They've got great utility on this round. And that's what you're hoping to lean on. You see, once again, though, that Saw set themselves up heavily towards this B side. So Jot and Azulu here, that endpoint duo rolling out towards the B side. They've got deep banana control. A lot of times when you're in these sort of positions, you like the idea of rotating back over, but Jot burning in the flames here, met by another smoke. Banana completely cut off now.
That's a big blocker, that smoke. But I think the amount of utility actually has given Favbet an inclination that is still 2 at B. They're going to speed it up, run it in over here on A. Smash taking all the damage in the fire. Triple
Oh my god.
nade. He's dunked on. Heal can't get in the mix. Story pulls the 5-7, but it's still one left on the site, and that's going to have to be the captain who cannot connect. It's Tension and Marix who are allowed to break through. Favbet 2-on-2.
That is a nasty execute right there from Favbet. So well put together. Can they complete the mission now? Tension on his weapon of choice with the right line of sight. Cutting off the lane wrap. Now confirms the second player's location as well. Azulu bailing here. Favbet all in, but for good reason. They completely dominate on that A side once more. Challenging that defense again with the pressure of that full execute that not even the Molly could keep at bay here. So much conviction in that attack. Now bomb going to go off here. One falls, but there's a kill on the Azulu as well. So storybook ending there of a really tough defense that had to be offered up, but just couldn't. The nade stack into the the big pit rather. Phenomenal work. And how they open it up and the utility to get around that corner, to get past the setup here, to trade effectively. Just enough for Favbet to survive this round, and that's what they've been doing in this half here. They haven't let Saul take a sigh of relief here.
Favbet pushed it all in with pocket 6s, and they flopped the full house. That's what that was right there. Take Saul down a notch or 2. And now it's Saul that are in the impossible decision-making scenario where they're broke on 2 rounds remaining in the half. They aren't going to have the ability to save and then get a buy round, full buy at least in number 12. So buy here with what you can. Nobody allowed to save. And that is, I mean, the 3rd time this half that Favbet have been able to win with lesser weapons. Be fair to Saw, they have just the same number of victories in the same fashion, so maybe these MP9s can get active.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Favbet have been in a position where they can try and take advantage of their guns, it's been answered back as well. That is the big silver lining here for a difficult map. MP9's looking to keep their ranges nice and close into apartments. Favbet feigning earlier presence than Saul are used to. I mean, when it's a B play, it's usually the last 30 seconds that we're seeing Favbet take banana control, but this time it's a little bit earlier. So they've called in a bit of a stack. 3-man lean. Trusting that this apartment's hold can get the heavy lifting done. This is so patient from Smash. Is he going to be patient enough? He turns away. Gil's going to press forward, taking space in towards second mid. Now the call is confirmed at this point in time.
They can't not go B.
Fusion going to be put in play here. And the boost gets punished. Jackie, unbelievable with that entry right there. They know someone is tucked in towards Nubox as well. Sajat has to fight for his life, trying to buy time for his teammates to come along here. Bonnet just going to lock in the bomb plant, ignore the presence of Sajat in the back of the site. This flank already coming through here from McGill. Lightning quick here as he was starting it so much earlier in the round, and now a little bit separated from his teammate with the MP9 trying to close the distance. One more kill to be found. Smash on low HP. Ooh. And the MP9 comes through for Materis, for Saul to do it again. 1 HP left remaining here for Materis as he gets the defuse on out, and Saul take a 7th.
That timing from McGill and Apartments actually defines the round, though. Great work from Materis. Obviously, has to complete the victory with the clutch, but the timing was perfect. A guild not spotted, and that means they're ready. They know it's all coming, and Sejat does a wonderful job of buying time. Not just that, but getting an additional kill out the mix, playing around that smoke defensively. When you're stacked up like that, that boost should be 1 kill minimum for the boosted player. Gets nothing, and then the boosted player is usually going to be the one who has the time to work around it. No, Sejat has to do it alone. Ask everything from every individual, and Muteris comes up clutch in the end. Miracles for everyone. And we're back to the usual here for Favbet. Half buys have been their bread and butter.
One more time here. A little bit quicker. Another A play that's been a bit challenging, but this time McGill shuts the door in their face. Bondic sidelined right now, and that, it finally shows a little bit of that hesitation on in. They've been good trying to make it up in towards this lane side, but the whole team rotating. So Jot and Azulu, tired of having to retake these rounds late, want to start it off early, ensure that there is no complications in this round here, and it won't be a problem. Saul converge on the setup, and we'll be able to shut it down for an 8th round. Despite all the adversity they face, they find a very good half.
Yeah, 7 rounds total, I think, of that half are forced by victories. All right, Favbet 3 of theirs. It's 4 of them for Saul. And crucially, I would typically be talking about how they need to not be losing those types of rounds, and that's true, right? But when Saw are able to bounce back and win in the same fashion every time, equally impressive. You almost just got to tip the hat and say, we got down and dirty. It's a nasty way, gritty way to play, but a way in which Saw seem to be thriving in. 7 forced by victories, and yet Saw still have 8 rounds. I don't think Favbet took a single save whole half.
No, I don't think so. They had, they did, I think they won one, like, no, they still forced bought because they had the saved Deagle from Jackie in the A1S.
No, I don't think Saw actually saved once either, now that I think about it.
They won their second force buy, and by then it was forced by worse for the most part for the remainder of the half there.
That's a crazy half of Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Who said economy matters? MR12 is just more chances, or less chances to force buy. Oh, we got it. Just trying to be gained here, and they H the smoke open, but they don't really fully pull the pin on that, except for Story. He does, and enough to scare off the aggression already manufactured here from Favbet. They've done a great job of keeping this Saul side of the bait, even dealing with the lurk on the other side of the map. I don't know if they have answers for what they do next here. Trying to go back in towards the B side, but with no utility and long-range duels ahead of them. Smash instantly dismisses that first point of contact. Again, there's no CT smoke, so they've got to fight this. triangulated setup right now being broken down by a Glock from Sajat, who might just open up an opportunity right now. A bomb plant at the very least, as the flank is going to be a little bit delayed. Sajat going to expose himself to this flank, but he's fighting towards CT spawn. His teammate falling, and he gets sidelined as well. From the flank coming up banana side, it will be Fobet winning that second pistol.
Beautiful bomb plant, though. Saw had nothing. I'm a little bit confused at what the thought process was from Saw. Like, why they aren't committing more heavily to that fight. Listen, you're going through a smoke, but yeah, I mean, had a nade for it. That is crazy on a pistol round that you have that option, that capability even allowed to you. But you've used your Molotov, your smoke, your flash. What are we waiting for? What are we going to do if we don't go there? Feels like Saul not ready to fight that despite committing so much.
Yeah, they committed their full execute, but the only one that was close by was Stora. I think halfway through they realized that there was too much of a setup there, and then by then the decision is just too late. You've already thrown the utility. Sajat almost at least gives them an answer, though. I mean, somehow being able to get past that setup is unbelievable.
A little bit of Fobet playing not to lose after the advantage they had, I think. More than anything, though, it gives them these purchases in this round. Dugalil's bunch of utility for this. First of the smokes is going to go out, so they got one left.
Wow.
Somehow, some way, Marks is worse in that spam battle, though he had the MP9.
Yeah, he got caught trying to run into the bomb site right there. I guess just enough to take a lot of damage, a lot of flak. Flashbang in. Smokes are out as well here. Hoping that they can get access in on this site, avoiding that coffin splash effectively, but the utility's good back in return here from the Fobet side, and they keep swinging. They keep finding damage here, but no kills onto a Gill or Sajat. They tank through this B site and are going to be able to at least lock in the digits. This puts all the weight on Story's shoulders, who just got spammed through the smoke down to 45. So now he's low with the rest of his team. No one pulling through on this flank here, and Story will fall. Sajat and a guild. They have to take the fight to the Fobet side. Now they have to hope for some smoke spam from Sajat. 35 bullets. And the Galil just won quickly through the smoke on the edge on the run onto Jeki, but finding much past that point, a difficult task right there. And Fobet will secure their 6th round here.
Big round for Bondic. Dunks one on the HE and then stays alive. Maintains a lot of ability for Fobet to maintain space there at Church. Levels up. This Fobet team. One more round. Are they allergic to ecos? We still hadn't seen one. They're going back in for another try at this force buy. The bomb plant, the damage, enough to give them at least a little bit of confidence, but Sanshot, poor guy, airstriked. 2 nades find him. Whoa. What a shot. There
you have it.
Smashing a coffin. And I do think the call here from Saw, after they lose due to the airstrike, it's so ambitious, right? To call to just push back B right after that.
You spot all the nades knowing that there's an earlier lean in that direction. I guess the heavy work not done just yet, though. There's still a round to be retaken here from the Fobet camp. They can lift off. Position's looking good here, though. Gil going to start off and set the tone for this retake. Trying to do anything to stay alive in this pool position. He gets 8 sheet out. He won't be able to escape, but what he will be able to do is win the round for his squad with that kill. Now they're trying to cut off the cross here, but extra damage good. Saul going to get away with that 9th, and doesn't matter what situation they're in. They're going to buy. They're going to get their guns out no matter what the case is. And just a brilliant injury there from Uteris. When necessary to get them access.
Yeah, I mean, it's his call and then his entry, right? That wins that round for Saul. Like I was saying, the early stack on B, you get naded to hell and back and still walk it back up. I'll bet leave one guy there because they think, well, surely there's a little bit of respect gained from that. No. Nicely done. As you said, though, I'll bet they're never going to be saving with 3 rifles coming into the next round. Take a fight down Banana. This time, Sejak gets some revenge.
Good opening right there. Marks down. Sidelined here. And advantage maintained. Trying to set up this A side. It's a really good smoke towards apartments that is going to keep them at bay in that direction for just long enough to maybe get back over and towards this A side. But, you know, as I say that, of course, a good call reading in from Uteris. Head back over towards B. Do what they have left here. Getting some extra reinforcements for the Smash side. He's going to look to try and provide some defense, but Sajat running in with his knife out, thinking maybe the coast was clear. Full commitment on the play, and so will Azubu. Speeding into the new box position, locking horns. As the HE will dunk him down, the whole rotate, the whole team is on the scene, trying to get smoke spam in all towards coffins right now.
All about this precision from Muteris. Smoke's going to fade. It's got to be a big surprise if he continues to commit to this. Can drop down, and that's great contact taken by his teammates, so they shouldn't be expecting him. He sticks around, still wants to fight, knows the scout's close by. And the great flashbang will leave Tension blind, and okay. A little bit complicated, but still a victory. Bondic has the health, but does he have the time? Even with a kit, seems unlikely. He waits, and he will be losing the round. Escaping with his life.
On to one gun here. This is a little bit frustrating. I think good calls coming through from Uteris again, but also from Fobet and their quick rotations, man. They didn't hesitate to float around the map either. I mean, as soon as you see that triple up in towards the B side, you can tell that at least they have a good read on where things are heading, but not quite in time. Uteris staying a step ahead effectively on this T side. That's really impressive here. Bondic going to hold on to a single rifle, and we're going to get our first eco. Is this it?
This is it. Round 17.
We've done it. A save is in.
That's incredible. Forcing Fobbat back. It's a tough task. They're gonna get aggressive with it. The rifle's right here, so Jackie the point of the spear. It got to be a good trade. Bondic not quite able to connect initially, but he's been able to stay alive despite that. So timing so bad for the dualies. Tough weapon to have in that scenario. Tosses it over to his teammate. Azumu in a forward spot. Bomb's still available. Fobet think it's B, but it's simply not.
Yeah, they are running it down towards the Sajat right now. And he starts to hear it. Recognizes the flank coming up. Smash. Able to do some damage. At least throw the aim off a tad here, but no, Sajat's too sharp, and he's hunting for that last one. Marks will be able to hold on to that kill and potentially his AK.
Ecos. Someone said they're finally ecoing.
Ecos around the corner. Ecos. Come and get your ecos.
Sage, I gotta get his. He does.
Yeah, we've been talking a little bit about, Jackie in that first half. It was a lot of flash and flare, but Sajat, you can tell what he does for this team as well on the other side of things, man. He's definitely an engine. This was a guy who dropped, I think it was 37 kills, 38 maybe in a matchup versus M80. He had to do it against Sine, of course.
Obviously.
On Dust 2, I'm trying to look up the scoreboard here. It was 37 in regulation on Dust 2. So
I mean, he's been a guy where conversations have been had a couple of times, right? I forget what the team was he was in previously to Endpoint, but prior to that, even before that, he was talked about as
Polish squad.
Yeah, it was a full Polish team. Say with like.
Oh, you know what? It was Thunderflash that he was on, but in between it, he did play for Sprout. interestingly enough.
Yeah, that was really short though, if I'm not mistaken.
And Thunderflash
Regardless.
was the team I saw more of him on, yeah.
Yeah, he was hailed as like one of the next up after that team, and that's when Endpoint got him and continued to show that.
Definitely, you know, feeling comfortable here. I think being elevated, I didn't see any like really outrageous performances often for him, but now with Saul, when they win, Sajat goes crazy in a lot of those games. You know, and Azu, I think both of them are capable. I think that's, I got to give a lot of credit to Muteris with how they have set up these two new players in the system. Especially with big shoes to fill for you Jerks and Rose Dose. I mean, having to join the roster and try and get back to these heights, it's very impressive. The sort of structure and setup that they've been able to build. And again, you know, you look at a pretty good call here towards the late stages. It's a very separated defense on this B side, and that means separated by a single smoke towards CT. See that smoke on in, flashbangs in return. A couple of them tossed out there, but seems to be a bit of a ruse. They toss in these flanks trying to shift up the players on A, and that's mission accomplished. They've got them to jump a little bit on this A side. We'll see if they can break through with 15 seconds left. They've got to get in. Great flashbang on in. Agil has time to clear, but he clears everything besides Checky, and Bondik with 2 big kills in the back of the site. Offers up the security here. Saul going to be denied access.
I'm going to be honest with you. I just feel like it's a bit of a forward call to make that late into the round. But if Agil just has better entry pathing here, like, I think it's because they don't have a lot of utility, and that's why he's so concerned about Pit. But Agil not particularly used to maybe making that that entry path, because that is, I mean, that's just bad pathing. To be
I think
honest with you.
sometimes you can like have reads into the setups, and then that like shifts up your entry pathing. But I'm with you. That just looked a little bit shaky there. That was
I really think it's about the lack of utility that Saul have.
right.
You know,
Well,
they have
even
no
with the
mullet
lack
for
of
Pit.
utility, it was a really good flashbang that goes in, and if you're getting that flashbang, you just have to be able to, you know, trust in it and then take map control off the back. But I think that was the hope.
Trust your teammate to trade you if the Pit guy is swung.
Yeah. That's I think again another pretty good read in getting the CT side to jump a little bit on the rotates, just not being able to fully capitalize. Speaking of jumpy here, it's the op that needs to get some kills. Jumping Glocks around the corner. Sajat hoping for a trade. So flashes continue to rain forward. Sajat actually takes down his teammate.
No.
In the meantime here. And the bomb is down. It isn't quite recoverable just yet, but they keep getting past the op right now. Tension a bit strugglesome with his gun. Bondik having to do cleanup duty right now. Jackie with the close. Fallbet will be able to handle the eco that comes through from the Saul side.
Yeah, Tension is having a bit of a stinker, unfortunately. You know, despite how many force buys there's been, has had quite a few ops. But yet still lacking the big impact that we've been looking for. That consistency that I was talking about for Favpet is actually funny not showing right now. But is the typical situation that you'll find and see them in. So I'll take their final tack. I guess, you know, once Favbet broke the eco ice, so I like, well, I guess we can.
Yeah, if we're not handshaking the force buys for the rest of the game, I guess we'll go for it too.
Fine.
Just take ours a little bit later.
Wondering what this timeout is about, because as you've talked about pretty constantly, I think Muteris has been near perfection on these calls. I don't think there's been a single moment where he's had the wrong idea or sent them into the wrong direction.
Yeah, it is interesting though, because Fallbet have also been pretty good at getting where they need to be, even if sometimes it's a little bit disrupted. It's not necessarily always perfect. For those rotates, they are usually, you know, quickly adjusting their setups to where they need to be. So as much as I'm impressed with Muteris and the calling, it's also been very good on the other end of the server there. Fallbet have been positionally quite good. We'll see. Molly flushing out Tension. And the setup deadly. Looking to play dodge flash, and I think that flash perfectly caught up the presence of the player on balcony, it doesn't matter when Tension finds success with that op. And there's coverage all around right now. Gil.
Well, that was his timing.
Missed his timing here. He's going to have to wait inside of apartments. And if Saw continue to press their efforts forward here, it's going to be into a 4-man lean towards A.
I think what's struggle them about the fact that Saw don't go on that timing or Gil doesn't go is that now they have no utility. Mooters has one smoke and Gil has the other. It's going to have to be duels, and duels at Smash wins. Tension finally having one of those impact rounds that he was not having previously. Gil will step forward for 25 seconds. It's just not enough. Sejot, honest and truthfully, needs to not survive, and he won't. Tension, triple kill for a 5-bet round win. Love the setup here, and they stick with it despite the fact that that Molotov forces Tension off. They were prepared. I think Smash was actually in the arch side smoke, ready to swing if it was a full take. So
yeah,
it was a solid position for 5-bet despite getting disrupted.
Yeah, I mean, it's really impressive right there. Again, heavy setup towards that A side as soon as Saul tossed a lot of utility to take brackets. You can't quite get past the opping presence. A good time for Tension to come alive. We talked about his struggles a little bit. Just on the eco, missing a couple op shots is frustrating, but building confidence right there, knowing that you're going to have ops for a little while now as the economy is secured. And it will continue to be secured. Marks with a transfer while blinded, able to build up some bank. Now, just one player left standing. A Gil looking to provide any damage possible. Gonna be shut down around the corner. 5-bet. They coast their way to not double digits here. 10 landed for this squad, and you have every piece of the puzzle really arriving right now for the 5-bet side just when they need to, keeping Saw at bay.
And we put a lot of pressure on 5-bet to win this map. Obviously their pick, but Inferno, no easy task in this veto. Story's got an op of his own. A lot more utility. This should favor Saw. You know, they like to play the clock down, to be fair, so did 5-bet, but able to do so with lesser weapons and utility more consistently. Saw looking at their best when they have the leftovers available to actually take executes to the 20-30 second mark. Funny enough, it's the opposite though. Grouped up heavy at B.
Finally a little bit of relief here in terms of the numbers game and a quick trade out. This time there is no one really close by to provide any extra damage. Spam through the smoke is hopeful. But 12 could be on the boards right now here, especially as Muteris shuts down this attack. This retake effort before it even lifts off, and Bondic is an off to get past here. Good flashbang. Muteris avoids it though, and the op now looking to offer up some coverage here. Jackie fighting forward, but Story will shut it down. But this one all but secured right now. Tension with his AWP could be keened up onto saving here, and that will be how Saw break through the 12th. They needed a little bit of wiggle room here to get onto the board here and finally claim 12, but they do it eventually, and they find one more way there. Muteris does it again on targeting that weakened up B side.
Yeah, that felt really targeted to me. It felt like a read of some sort because of how aggressively they took Church here. Like, this is like no respect at all shown to the smoke that they tossed over to Coffin. To me, it felt like Saul, they knew that there was nobody else home. Whatever that information that gave them that inkling is over on A. Like you're saying, great call there from Muteris to take advantage of it. Second time he's done so in two different fashions. Could be the final round here, but Saul's economy not perfect. So if 5-bet win, take 11. This thing could go overtime relatively easily.
Absolutely, this comes on a knife's edge right now for this round right here. The importance and conditioning here of this CT side to give a little bit more reinforcements towards the B side of the map. After a couple of effective hits. Could make this one interesting. Pulse pop to close, a bit of a classic. FobBet bring in an extra rotate. See if that comes through in time. Flashing through the smoke is really well placed, and Smash desperately hoping for some relief right there, but blinded up. Now it's Jackie on the lone here towards the A site. Needs to find something else here. Another kill, as he does a phenomenal job of fighting for his life, fighting for his team's chances here on this map. But as he falls, so will the A side. Pop cut off from Story here is going to shut Marks down, and it's just going to be Tension outside looking in on the smoke. Desperately trying to work through this round here, but his chance is going to be limited. He's got to go through this utility at some point here and spam to preemptively fire up here. He did land a kill, though. A molly that works out onto Sajat. Now he's onto the site here with the kit to work off of, but the op won't let it slide. Story to put an end to this chapter here and close out map number 1.
Saw comfortable on that T side. Really incredible calling from Muteris as a whole. Great round from Story to close out as well. Painting a picture that Saw are exactly who we expected them to be, right? We kind of touched on and talked about how they needed, big moments. They needed to prove that they are the team that we've kind of seen glimpses of against the best opposition, that they are able to do that. And on Inferno, I think they showed that.
Absolutely, man. Showing a great face right there. Having to overcome a lot of adversity in that first half. And same is true for the second with that comeback effort. FobBet, they certainly gave them a run for their money. We'll see how they gave them a run for their money here, as we do have Marky ready on the sidelines, ready to break things down for you all.
Gonna be all the way back with you. Gonna be all the way back with you. I'll get to your level, don't you worry. But kind of riffing off of, exactly where Vincent ended off his statement, right? I mean, you take a step back and you look at the piece to where you fully got this out. And I mean, it was a damn beautiful map of Counter-Strike. A lot of fun to watch alongside, but a bumpy road, right? And I think the best usually are. We'll go ahead and take a flip to the highlights here. And I mean, in this Inferno where we were coming in on questionable turf, I think we did give respect more all the way to that FobBet side, along where honestly they had a bit more of a forged path. Obviously, you go in that, it's a pistol round that they end up just holding on to this B site. But it was on that T side that they come up out of it on like an 8-4, and even riffing back, right? I mean, you have to be consistent kind of with those pistols, whatever it gets you to. I was really impressed by Jackie on that side. It was kind of a disappointment that Smash slowed down a little bit, where we had a nice start to the game. Tension here started off that clutch. That's exactly, where we wanted our pre-game conversation to exactly transition to. We put a lot of, I was about to say a lot of tension. We put a lot of pressure onto that young man of Tension right there. And I mean, it didn't really bother him. You did not see that concern come all the way down. This was very interesting. I thought that where you had this Inferno split between these two projects, it was going to be probably an interesting chapter. When I just looked at, the experience that Saw did have in those results, I mean, if I want to be very vanilla with my take here and kind of, riff off of that with Saw, I don't know. I feel like this Inferno was more of an interesting press where, some of their more recent, results on it are like, what you're playing Inferno in Pro League and whatever, you're getting that opportunity to go, and it's like, yeah, we may have to reach back to March, and where this team has not been entirely active. We spoke about where a lot of the dramas were occurring between both of these units, but rather that Saw side, obviously, with players in and out, and this team having their hands full at LAN, right? It's been one that routinely been interestingly up in the conversation to particularly be avoided with that, but it was interesting to see that going. I thought Muteris did put together a nice calling T side where that did come hot the press. I mean, riffing off of those 3 rounds that you did get off, rather the 2 at the beginning of the half by Saw on that CT side, it was very interesting. On the way back down, This is exactly where we're, catching up in the highlights to, Saw getting this game back. This is where they, start to put their foot down, and it does get hairy. It was very nice. And I did think that, it was pretty impressive where we could get tension going on to the AWP where we had that going. He was onto the rifle. He was pretty consistent in that phase. You have to be able to wheel it and deal it any way you can, but it was a very nice tracking back up the way for the Saw side, right? They pick up a nice 1v1 there, and I do believe we have some prolonged replays. We'll absolutely get that ripped off for you, but that's the thing, right? Is that Saw was relying on those individuals when they needed to. I mean, I was particularly impressed with CJOT that we had going down. Excuse me for that mispronunciation, but I think that it was pretty impressive. Alongside where the rest of FOBBet were very much being challenged within those conversations of, I think Bondic even putting up a pretty good calling game, even considering where, he was having a lot of kind of individuality, a lot of impact into this contest where it was very entertaining to watch alongside. Checking back into some of those points that we were making in the green room, unfortunately it was pretty slow for Story at times. In that sense, you were hoping to see a little bit more of that emphasis, but impact where it was due. Saw obviously did get that rip back, and those 4 rounds in a row that FOBBet do put up on that CT side were vicious. And, some of those results were, able to speak for themselves as to, where exactly we were going to riff at this back. And so you see where these shots were coming down. Sorry, we're getting these all the way mixed up for you. Yeah. So, where you were shuffling out, right? Some of these into the end game, and where, Saw were able to break that cycle finally after that 4-round press, even going so far as to really kind of see where the tension was at in those 1vx's, having to test really when it was getting down to the wire, very hot in that situation where I feel like there was a lot of tension pulled, especially in these spots where, it was a dogfight in the A side before Saw was, fully able to be put on the press about it. But they were very much within the conversation of losing this Inferno, ripping back from an 8-4 to that 13-12 was an interesting feat. And I thought it was very interesting to see exactly how hot FOBBet were burning. This may have been one of their most interesting kind of toss-ups within the vetoes. I think that they showed enough in that second half from enough of their sides to really honestly put something to the rest of the series. I don't think that this train is going to be particularly ripe for them either, but it wasn't too well for them on that Inferno to press recently to go. And this is the playoffs. This is when stats don't matter and you got to come out and get it, right? This is a team that is led by Bondic that's played at 7 majors. So I think that challenge is about as much as they want to give its credit to. This is an online game. They have to actually just take themselves out of that seat, rely on the pressure if they can, or, just relieve that pressure, take it out of their seats and see if they can press it into the next map. FOBBet and Saw going to be headed over to this train. FOBBet's opponent's map pick. We will see you in about 6 minutes.
Oh, all right. We don't need that mark guy, do we, Cole? We can get into the action immediately. Rocking up and rocking out. Or take towards A. Saw on the T side. They've already broken through, found their way onto the site. Monic trying desperately to get back to Z, but loses his life in the process. Tension got back onto the site, crept through the camera smoke, but unfortunately lost out as well.
Well, we'll get right into the swing of things here on map 2. Train coming up here, and as you just saw with a very quick end, rushing on in toward that A bomb site, making it look very easy on the entry pathing. That's a good start for this squad. Being able to set the tone right. See if they can continue that. We, of course, got a force buy, though. There's no question about that. Fallback going to immediately answer back with the purchase. Rolling on out here, and Jackie and the Deagle. I mean, just talk about never out of a round here, no matter what the situation is. That's the case when Jackie's in the server, it feels like.
Feels that way. See if we can turn that one around. Already, of course, a good start to it, but still much more to do. Saw favoring a slow approach. You know, sans a couple of attempts at tempo changes over on Inferno. I feel like Train has gotten to the point now. It's been changing fast, as you would expect with the newer map. Oh, Smash gonna get ahead of that smoke. It's become more methodical very fast, right? You know, much like an Inferno, where it's very important to take certain pieces of map control.
Oh my god, Jackie. Just consistently shutting things down with the Deagle. And looking for the last. He can't miss. He cannot miss. Oh my god. Just brutal right there. Piece by piece. Deagle shot by Deagle shot. It doesn't matter. That's how he kicks it off. And well, this is how he finishes it. It's a familiar sign. As Fobbet win the force buy, of course. And we'll get the wars off early here in round number 3 for the force buy wars.
Yeah, classic, man. Fobbet. They don't know how to not force buy, it seems, and they continue to win them. Over the course of this series, it's been a constant factor. Wonderful work. Did a good job last time around. They were actually on the CT side where we saw the majority of those force buys back and forth happening on Inferno, but we're gonna take it on the T side. Ooh, one frag for Smash. Intention's just gonna give this up. Wait a little bit. Get Marks into the mix. Bomb plant guaranteed. More than that, though, seems a little less likely.
Yeah, gonna be a challenge here to close out in the post, especially without deep positioning on this bomb site. Good news is there's a Deagle shot in 2. Materis looking to give Jackie a taste of his own medicine, but Jackie gonna say no. Absolutely not. As we will see Fobbet be able to shut down the force buy. And now the question is, will they go again?
I mean, they killed all but 2. They got the bomb plant. I wouldn't, but, you know, Saw have already shown that really doesn't mean anything. I think that the safer play is definitely to go for this eco here. Tech pause, it seems, for the moment. So I have a couple extra moments to think it over. I do think Train is another example, though, of a map where we saw this on their T side of Inferno. Saw really need all their utility in order to effectively pull off what their best case scenario is, right? They want to play slow. They want to be methodical. They want to get themselves into forward positions via some of that utility. And so without it, I think a lot of their playbook is removed. Short tech hiccup over. And it looks like Saw, it is going to be the eco. Got a little bit of utility. 2 nades and a smoke. And then Mooders has a little bit of armor with this Tech 9.
We'll see that rolling out here. It's good to see them try and prioritize at least getting some guns out here whenever they can. Tension. Good to see him build up some confidence. Immediately finding that impact there with the AWP and finding the follow-up when he needs to fight on all fronts. Doesn't go for the re-peek, knows there's the risk. That takes a passive line. One jumps past his scope, the other stays back. And it is handled no matter what the case is. Bonding with a good flashbang to set him up. Jot looking to try and fade out some shots there will be broken down there. Fodbet will coast their way to a third round here before the buys come back out here once again for the Sol side.
And here comes the first real test for Sol's T side. This is the map where, listen, they picked it, Cole, but I think you could understandably have some question marks about this map in their pool, about their confidence levels in it. Because they've taken some bad beats here. And it's, to some good teams, yes. Not all super strong opposition either. Lost to GG How. It got dominated by Betboom, so those are the ones you look back at and think Sol probably should have been a little better in. First duel there for C-Shot's good, but Marks is traded. But with a guild down, it's 4-on-4.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map that they struggle with in the major qualifier, so obviously there's some concerns here as to how much work they've been able to put into it. You have to see that work showing up here in this veto. It's a challenge onto this map here. We'll see what they can bring to the table. That missed Molly is going to cost them dearly. Could have been perfect to flush him out of position instead. Now, desperate move through the smoke. To Jot trying to fight forward, but a sharp shot from Pondic, man. It looks like he's still got it just as keen as ever. Jackie coming in on a quick rotation here. And they don't quite get a visual on the op of Tension. Tension doesn't connect, though. And the number's going to get punched in the meantime here. There's going to be some challenges in this post plant.
Where does Azuu go? Right now he's out in the open. I don't love that decision from Azuu. Trying to take space, ends up getting bested by it, and Tension gonna hit that shot, even though he missed an easy one earlier. So, felt like they seemed as if they thought they were forced into making a more aggressive stance. Understandable to a certain degree when you're down a man there, but Azuu very out in the open, and not a lot of ways in which Story could support him in my book, so Bobette take a victory. That's that first gun round going wrong.
Timeout immediately called here. As well off the back of it. Some good opening plays here for the side of the T's here at the moment, but not being able to capitalize in the post is a big question. That's obviously a difficult task here, but especially when you're down a player on these B sites. But looking to sharpen up a little bit. Missing some utility at the beginning of these rounds as well, bit of a problem. So we'll see what they bring out here post timeout now. They can get back into the swing of things. Try and show us why they picked into this on the T side early.
Yeah, Golden getting ample time to impact. World, which saw have a lot more here, considering their opening round victory. Yeah, we talked about a lot. The slower, methodical version of Saw can't do that when you don't have the util that you talked about missing. Smash gonna just fall back. Just let him have this space. Bomb about to cross over to the site proper. And so FavBet, keep 5 alive for this post-plant retake.
Site here, trying to hold off in the post. You know these positions so powerful, close towards Z. And the headshots start to roll off this time. The positioning strong enough to get past the bomb plant here, but can they get past tension is the big question. Another shot could have been triggered, but not going to happen there. Saw, and they go straight into the mouth of that B site once again, this time able to hold off in the 5v5. And this time, you can see how good their deep positioning is in holding off against that retake effort right there. Being able to cut them off at Z and use that positioning effectively throughout the retake, threading in more and more kills from that close range spot. Exactly where you want to be right there if you're Saw.
FavBet remembering their victory from the previous round, playing really passive, given so much space, and it's exactly that you just said, right? That gives Saw the opportunity to push further forward. 5-on-5 is a very different beast than a 3-on-2, which it was previously. So FavBet punished for giving that much area over to Saw. Now they have all the bells and whistles and the opera story. It's not the early duel, not the early attempted fight that he's going to take. Again, that slow crawl. Very default from Saw.
See what they bring through towards that A side in terms of the execution. Right now they're getting wrapped up towards Ivy. The aggression coming through from that CT side. They're not aware of this. It could be a disaster before it even lifts off. At least you're seeing the utility be tossed in, but Story's op is going to be the first to fall in this play. He'll drop. Now the information confirmed that it's going to be towards this A side. Reposition from tension's good. They're side by side though, and quickly dealt with by Sajat. Now Jeki on the flank, getting watched by Muteris like a hawk and hunted, but Jeki still wins the head-to-head. I'm gonna go down here, or is it? It's gonna be denied right before they can punch in the digits, and Marix coming through just in the nick of time. It's gonna put FavBet up to 5.
Troublesome how slow Saw we're working that, I think. Can't be that slow and also not have presence anywhere, because that's why FavBet get aggressive. They see nothing, they hear nothing. There was a peak upper B there by Tension. Tension sees, okay, well, like sort of no one's home. Maybe spotted one if I'm not mistaken. That was just the defaulter. So Saw forcing their opponents into a position to take space and then not ready to receive it. That's a crazy aggro swing. And the MAC-10 gets out E-Box and then goes back into Long Dog. Rendezvous with the rest of the team. Now ready for the B play, it seems.
Queued up, but keeping close by here. Can this B side execute with the amount of space that's given over? Could be very effective. Right now, it just seems like a fake. Smoke out to lurk towards that B side, but yeah, I mean, it's not going to be the direction. All 5 players out of Long Dog. How do you think this one's going to go here for Saw? Especially as they now have to work through a smoke.
I'm going to go with bad.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Fair assessment. But, yeah, maybe a good timing here on the play. Contact taken. Op now ready on the scene and a quick kill out of Tension. No concerns just yet here as the rifle steps up, but Story? He spins, he turns on a dime right there. I don't know how on earth he landed that shot. He looked deadly sharp right now. With the op though, his Tension dancing in between these duels and whips out his sidearm for security. Now it's just a Gil in a 1v2. Impossible to dice up these duels and gives Smash a head-to-head right there that he would love. It'll be closed out. I mean, that one came down to Tension though. It was the legwork being done by Saw getting into the bomb site. If it wasn't for Tension's heroics, it could have been a different story.
Agreed, but also a bit of a moment there for Jackie where I think he just thinks Agil's dead, and so Sora gets the fast trade. Like, that probably shouldn't have happened. And then all of that requirement, first and foremost, is for Saw to catch that absurd timing to get out pop. Like, they probably should have had a way more difficult position there. And they got lucky that Marks, I think it was Marks who was on back bomb, didn't see him. So, you'll take it, but also lucky for it even to be that significant, I think. Saw struggling right now on their T side. The B plays have been effective, but the default hasn't been very great. And that's not really because Saul don't have the details set in stone. I think that they're playing a style that Fobbet are very comfortable against. Fobbet, to a degree which I'm a bit surprised at, comfortable sitting and waiting for Saw to make the first opening gambit.
Yeah, definitely get it hanging back, especially with Tension leveling up his performance right now on the CT side. You can get away with that a whole lot more. Playing a little bit more passive. But finally do try and get aggressive. Solo in towards Pop. And Marks just misses big time on those kills. Couldn't actually track a point of damage.
Not sure why Fobbet felt the need to go for that. Especially understanding
there was ecos in play.
I mean, he wasn't entirely wrong, but these ecos have armor.
Yeah, those are a little bit trickier. Those are the hard ecos sometimes there. Not as free as they would have hoped. Neither is this round here. Utility's so good on the execute. And now again, it's about getting in towards the long side. Gil gonna break open new pass. But Tension is fighting back piece by piece. And keeps them at bay, allowing for Jackie to scale. Who's gonna be the next point of contact? Who has to be the next point of contact right now? Molly goes in.
Doesn't clear it.
Waiting behind, and then HE dunks him down. Brilliant HE in. Jackie to finish the last kill. Tension on 14 kills right now. Coming alive here in map 2, and Jackie staying alive for map 1. Continues his efforts as well.
Bro, that round's over. If not for Tension, who finds a way to win a tough duel initially and then steps in front of that smoke, knowing where the smoke was just thrown from and understanding that Saul have to be out in the open. That smoke is thrown from no man's land, basically. And that's a huge advantage the op's going to have against just a pistol. Saw another round where they have a phenomenal B execute and they can't hold on. Tough to be too critical when they're working pistols every time, but still. Only they could transition that Exec into something better. The round win.
Could have had it right there, could have had it, but not gonna have it up against Tension's AWP right now. This T side going nowhere fast for Saw. This powerhouse duo on the defense is not letting up. Jackie and Tension working well off of each other. Now Marks getting involved. Story's up with a couple of maybe redeeming kills, but let's see how much else he can figure out here as the peak stop being gifted.
Yeah, he's gonna get as much as thought that give him. And 2 was already kind of them. 1v5 started, but likely going to end. And best case scenario, Story hanging on to the op. Worst case, it's taken from him. To be honest, Story might be feeling right now that he doesn't have much of a choice but to go in for this, given the scoreline. But no, just gonna cut sound, duck into this corner, and hang on for dear life. What a horrific half for Saul right now.
Counter-terrorists win.
Too many targets to deal with right now. Tension top remaining too strong. We knew this could be the case here on the CT side of Train, but definitely flaring up in a big way. This happens every once in a while here with this team right now. Their Train T side sometimes come through a little bit flat. Finding themselves on the worst end of this map pick right now. See if they can give them anything extra to walk away with.
I think they're about to target towards Ivy. That's where Tension was last round. Is in a similar location, but Smoke gonna extend the timer on that fight. Marks here again, not so alone. Has Smash close by for support. Takes the first contact and Agil falls. But nothing more towards B. Saw really got to make a play now.
Gotta speed up. Now you know that the entirety of that B side is pressed upon and that the CTs confirm that location. And that molly right there, a design to try and buy time. Now everyone on the defense scaling forward, ready to go to help out A. We'll see what they can do. That smoke underneath, nothing right there, somehow manages to miss. And Jackie, the ultimate punishment right there for that. Spots out the boost. This is a disaster. Right there for Saul as well. Ends up getting shut down. They don't even know why. They don't even know how. I think as far as they know, they just got spammed through the smoke, but Jackie had full vision on the totem pole that was assembled right now. So Jad able to fight his way out of a single kill, but that's about it. Thought continue their dominance.
I think the credit goes more to Favbet than a discredit to Saw. It's not been a great half. I think the calling, certainly a step down from Inferno, but I think more an issue of not understanding how to make adjustments off the first couple of gun rounds. That's the bigger issue for Saw right now. They got an early tack, but I don't think they've called a second one. Favbet eager to just sit there and wait. Now they sprinkle in a little bit of aggression, tension up top. The same true for Marks, who's been in Long Dog. I've got no idea that the op's still up here.
Well, so John in the danger zone. Oh, or maybe Tension is instead. So Jot looking to provide the third round by shutting down one of the engines of this defense. There is still Jackie remaining. Marks close by as well. Labored spray, but it will get the job done. So Jot actually burns. And Materis just woefully in the open right there. He's going to be able to provide much. Marks waits for the play to come to him in multiple different occasions right there. And they will. They'll give him the duels that they're hoping for, just holding back. Even in the retakes, playing passive. And it gets the job done.
I just don't know what to do with that. Especially when you got Jackie and Tension on 16 frags apiece. Marks 12. I think Favbet, knowing full well their win conditions over the course of this half, don't give Saul what they want. What Saul are built for is, at least the way they were playing those rounds out, was handling early aggression. They're methodical about re-clearing back towards T main, making sure that, difficulties if you wanted to push B. But even when that came down, when Favbet were getting Marks in a forward position, it was he and Smash that were very effective. Pushing Long Dog and able to connect with Smash over at the B site. Saw's game plan failing on every single aspect.
Looking to stabilize this early defense, but no kills. Not a one out of his USP, and they can't make a way into this retake just yet. Smoke to try and get the maxes here. A couple of big-time frags rolling on up here, but still getting past Jackie is a whole nother task. And Jackie has the shutdown kills to find it. 3 in the round. And there's nothing given for Sajat right now, hunting with the dual Berettas. Jackie will find a 4. 20-6 for this man. Looking to put a quick end to train here.
I mean, he had a great Inferno, too. Wasn't just that, but yeah, it's a kill box right there in Z. No CTs escape the threat. That is Jackie. Sawmill forced into the purchase. Don't have a choice. Giving Fobet a 12th here. Letting them have it is untenable.
That'll help right there. A little opening pick action. Some relief for this camp. And bit of an awkward situation there. Bondic shaking his head. As they look to go in recovery mode now for the fallback camp. No complications here on closing out this map is what Fobbet are hoping for. They want to coast to the finish line, take us into a quick third, and then have Jackie and Tension warmed up and ready to go for Dust 2. What a dream that could be. They can just get past this force by here. If they can get past this 5-7 in particular into Gil. And a bit of an off angle. Looking to surprise. Can he catch him by surprise? 2 kills?
Okay.
Bondic. He's the one that finds the trade, but his teammates were shattered. Completely destroyed. And now they have to delay the bomb plant here. Finally getting into the site. Getting past the crosshair. And giving themselves a chance here. Molly's in. Tension looking to go forward as he's down low. He's tagged out by the Deagle and eventually finished off. It's just Bondic left standing. He's got 6 health here and no escape afforded here. A Gil coming through with a huge gut punch that Sajat started off and will finish in the end right there for Saul to show us that they're not out of things just yet.
In so many ways, those 5-7s have been the most difficult opposition for Fobbet all game, all series. It continues. Beautiful work there. Arzuwu catching Tension as they flood back in. Fobbet with the bomb down. Means they'll continue to buy. And I hate to be the broken record, Cole, but this is the same situation. Fobbet constantly on the force. They've been great on these. They're zooming. Going to be the commitment immediately, but the bomb is over in this area at the B site. What a call. Just walk through the smoke. Yeah, step into it. Hoping to pull someone over with this camera smoke, but doesn't look like they're going to bite. A 2v4. A thought given to this round, but Bondic grabbed another one. They know where they're at. Agil spotted. Jackie, his position known. Agil will ensure that doesn't go wrong. Story's op should have been the round winner there, honestly. Great position. We saw what Tenchi could do. When you're patient, you have the advantages against lesser weapons, but instead it's got to be the rifle. Sejat and Agil doing it again. That's a duo we touched on time and time.
Continue to provide impact here, saving them from any massive concerns. We're seeing another force buy here from Fobbet. I know they got themselves a great lead. There's no cause for concern just yet, but there's force buying into oblivion when you have these leads that can occur every now and again.
You call this the bird from sky angle.
We'll get him on this force buy. No, we'll get
Yep.
him on this force buy. And then you find yourself through a half there where, you know, you never really had the guns. You never really had the opportunities, the utility to execute.
The difference is for FOBBet, they honestly feel very comfortable in those situations. Comparative to Saw, where it was worrisome on the T side when they didn't have any utility. Here, I mean, we've seen FOBBet be very efficient in these types of rounds.
Do that again here, pulling through. A lot of damage done. Good space creation right now, and they are overwhelming the B site. There's 2 entries. This force buy could be paying dividends. And their executes, the deep smokes that they throw in, it's not just the fact that they take the site and establish a good foothold in the post plant as well. Sajat somehow breaks through that tough duel at hand, but not the same is true for Azulu. This is a save called out already. If FOBBet won't find themselves forced by into oblivion, they'll force buy into their 12th.
I also think it's a matter of like just good preparation. FOBBet, the routing on that take, whenever like they understand what iteration of the B take that they're running very effectively. They all scale sidewalk side. Nobody's trying to fight towards oil. Nobody's trying to give a duel over to anyone elevated, whether that be a Gil or Zulu. And so when they're finally taking this duel, it's 3 players taking the fight all at once. It's actually just a brilliant execute from top to bottom there for FOBBet. And I mean, to be fair, we didn't get to see it quite as starkly on Inferno, but it's the same idea that they put into practice there too.
The strength here on train right now, just looking heavily in favor of FOBBet. There's the extra details of their execute. There's some great Ivy control being taken right now. Although I think, oh no, Jackie has a line of smokes. Oh, this is beautiful. Look at the setup to try and close this thing out. Jackie walking his way, snaking in through the site. And now the entirety of the defense has decided, I'm going to hang back. I'm going to play this one passive. Bomb planted in a 5v5. You're hoping for a retake, but there's no secrets. Bondik even holding deep on the flank right now. They're trying to make it through Pop. They're trying to make it through Z. That kill rolls out from Jackie, and that's going to allow him to get in towards the Z side. Post plants looking phenomenal. This one looking strong to close for FOBBet's side, and it's only a matter of time before they put it to rest. FOBBet showing up on map 2 here of Train, being able to deliver in the closing stages.
Yeah, I mean, that's beautiful. I feel like FOBBet did everything right all map long. CT side, it was all about them just standing, waiting, letting Saw take that first step, and beyond that on the T side, even weathering the storm of, you know, a loss in that against that force buy, they got a force buy of their own. It's the classic situation that FOBBet have been in all series, and they do it again.
Yeah, and I'm super impressed with what they're able to bring right there. That's a very good showcase from FOBBet of what they do when they're down and on their opponent's map pick. They don't call it a day. They don't take it easy. They come through and they show that they are the stronger trained team outright right there. So impressive stuff. We'll see what Marky has to say about it, though. Here he's been waiting, ready to talk you all through this map.
Man, I mean, I'm certainly all aboard this train myself, ladies and gentlemen. It was quite something to watch, and the concern is coming back from one of the top invited teams that we have here in CCT Series 1 in the playoffs right now. We'll take a look at those highlights and get this thing going, because my goodness, I mean, I was pretty convinced that you were going to be seeing, I mean, Saw straight up be the conductor of this train, right? You know, pun definitely intended, but like, this is their map pick. You know, they get to start on a T side, which, I mean, I have certain expectations for, you know, where you lead into a game against FOBBet that literally got waxed. I know it's versus Spirit Academy yesterday, but 13-3, literally just yesterday on the 15th. So, I mean, that is quite a bounce back performance from FOBBet, and to do it right here in the round of 16s, where it's the ultimate upset potential to go ahead and flip the script right now before you do go ahead and move on to a third map of Dust 2, then like, I mean, it's hot enough time to do it. And I mean, at a certain point, I mean, it's always been Saw's series to lose, but I mean, right now we sit at it. I mean, you know, I don't even have to argue that FAVBet have been the better team this afternoon. I mean, showing back some really nice graces in Inferno. I mean, that was Saw's to really put that to rest. But I mean, with that one flipped around in that back end, I mean, it was very much within scary territory out there. And I mean, actually within the ring, I mean, you can carry that momentum and you just sprint with it. And I have enough, you know, backing my belief in these individuals to like rip in this dust too, and honestly cause a huge upset here. I mean, why shouldn't FAVBet be able to do it? They just shoved that train all the way forward in convincing fashion. Great bounce back performance for FAVBet. Like I just mentioned, unfortunately saw it to a waxing against Spirit Academy yesterday at 13-3, but today's a new day, and it's in the playoffs where anything can happen. We're going to see if the upset is complete. We are about to pull up to a Dust 2 in about 6 minutes time, so do not go very far.
Everything must fade.
Well, we were just coming off of that train where it was a bounce back performance by FobBet. They lost that in Yala Compass over to Spirit Academy. And that same series lost to Dust 2 as well. Exner, are we expecting a bounce back performance here?
I mean, I don't know. It's tough to get a good read on Saw right now. They're having difficulties up against the forest buys. They're having difficulties on some of these T sides, at least on train. We do hop into a map in which I've seen, I think, some of the best of Saw. With players like Sajat, with players like Azubu, even with Story for that matter. So you're hoping that we can get that kind of trio alive here and ready to play on Dust too. But man, I mean, Jackie and Tension, especially on train, when we're working together, it feels like a team a little bit unstoppable.
I mean, Tension looks to be on one, right? Where we get this offense in, I mean, moving from train where honestly, it didn't really look to kind of banish into, one way or another. I mean, a very solid performance out there by FovBet. I mean, to go ahead and just transition it, something I brought up in my post game was where you have that, I mean, carried off from a very nice second half on that Inferno. You blow them out in this train. I mean, here FovBet looked like the better team. Are they going to finish out strong?
They do look like the better team right now, and I think there's a possibility that they make that happen. Here's the issue for me. Even though I don't really think the argument's very good for Dust 2. Like Cole was talking about some of the upside. That's like one bright spot in a sea of bad for this Dust 2. And some of those are to teams you'd expect losses to and aren't really all that troublesome. But even going back to the first time we saw this iteration of this roster as well in the previous iteration, even then it wasn't good. I'm a little bit worried for Saul, to be honest with you. I think they have the ability to pull this out. I think they should pull this out. But I think the FovBet absolutely are the current better team based on what we saw on train.
Yeah, I kind of want to hit on that right there. I mean, you talk about the sea of difficult results for them right now. Their only win is to M80, and that was with the 37 kills in regulation from Sajat with this current roster right now. So that doesn't paint the prettiest of pictures, to be honest with them. Obviously you look to turn it around and like you highlighted, it's been some difficult competition, but I do expect when they go up against teams like GG How that they're able to deal with rosters like that. That wasn't the case. It got bested there. So I feel like even when they do play some of the competition that's a little bit more beatable, there are some signs of struggle. So, I mean, this is a tough opportunity for Saul to right the ship, and they've got to get their second win here. They've got to have those big performances from those key individuals.
Cole, I'm going to keep picking on you, right? You talk about needing to deliver that. Talk about the underbelly, right? How ugly would this be off of, I mean, a dead last performance, unfortunately, just peering off at land like we spoke about. It's a little bit blunt how I put that, but I mean, that's how it would feel kind of going out in the round of 16s here. How would you paint that perception?
Well, I mean, it would be Saul's first foray into online competition outside of the MRQ, and it wouldn't be a pretty look to lose in the first round. Not saying that FovBet is a bad team by any means, right? No. We know that they've been able to make it through the closed qualifiers. They were able to make it through the Swiss stage in difficult fashion, but they got the job done. But first round exit here for this team is not quite meeting expectations for a roster that I think places their trust in this new core to get them back to a point of relevancy, get them back to a point of looking to enter into that tier 1 space. And if they aren't able to make deep runs on CCT playoffs, that's obviously the first step in getting into the tier 1 space, right? Breaking through tier 2 is being able to prove it in these online matchups where you have to play and do well consistently. And it would be another difficult result. It would be a continuation of series loss streaks for them, and that's far from where Saul want to be, I think, at this point.
I think the hard part too is that when you're talking about what went wrong, how this has gone, it's really about a lack of adjustments for Saul. What happens when the first game plan goes wrong that they struggle to find the answer to? So I think that's where I'm looking at, Mark, is when they have an issue, can they fix it?
And they'll be directly under the microscope here on that third map to see if we will be on to greener pastures. Right now, we've had 3 teams earn their way into the playoffs from those closed qualifiers, boys, and we're 1-1 at a stance of TNL, unfortunately going out to Paravision just before this, and then obviously Ruby's been on a nice run. Got to see right now if FobBet are going to sink or swim, fellas. This train is going to be a blast, and I'm going to have a fun time watching alongside. I can't wait to see if we're going to be able to actually uphold this line of this continuing into be this upset series. It should be a great little show that we get off into where this train does scene in here momentarily. I know we had a knife round coming through, which is actually, excuse me, I think I keep accidentally saying train onto this dust too. I'm not really sure that's, you know, anecdotally going to mean much of a difference. Vincent, where would you like to see the hot hand, or, you know, rather a bounce back opportunity maybe start for Saw?
I mean, if you're looking at Saw, I think it's got to be story, right? Like, you know, with Tension is playing so well, that's got to be something that you need an answer to. The best way to beat an op is to have an op on the other side that can absolutely answer the same call, Marky.
100%. Got that dust too. Gotta go right here on one of the maps we have been kicking these things out the longest, Cole. No Bondic reaching in with that experience from the FobBet side. We'll be loving where this comes comfortably in a third map. Boys, take it away.
Said they had to continue their efforts, right? It's great to make it into the playoffs and the close qualifiers. It's a really cool story here for a bit of a Cinderella run attempt for FobBet. Can they extend it here in map 3 is the big question. As they win the knife round, they'll start on the CT side, and they'll start as strong as they did on train, looking to claim a pistol, maybe even stronger here as the bounce back coming on through, at least from a kill from Azubu. Astoria, Azubu, and Matera showing their face towards long is going to leave them already a little bit wounded right now, with rotations pretty heavily keeping coverage of this A side, and now FobBet looking to constrict their opportunities to run away.
I don't think Saw are interested in running away. I think the whole time they're just waiting a little bit. FobBet continue this investigation up mid, so they've actually rotated themselves out of a A-site hold. Good news is the fast flank is going to be unexpected, you would anticipate. Mudaris is going to go ahead and go back and look. How much does he see? Well, he sees a lot, and he won't be seeing anything more. He's in the grave. The Story and Zulu have to fight, face forward, maybe take a fight towards Jackie. It won't be allowed. They fall back all the way, and they're just going to get overwhelmed. Nicely played. FobBet never stop moving in that round. Always taking activity somewhere.
Yeah, and again, that's what I really like right there in terms of the activity. I think that's a large bit of the benefit you get when you play with experienced members. You're not going to really hesitate. You know all the right moves. I think even at this point for younger players as well, they're probably in that same boat. But the best thing that FobBet do in that round is play everyone together with conviction, right? They all trust that, okay, if we regress towards Cat, we can make things work. We can get our A site even better bolstered up there. And let's run it back towards long. See if we can't get it going again. Quick motion out. This time a little bit less resistance early for the defense.
Yeah, they decide FobBet don't want to take that smoke. They know that Saul have been constant with regard to the opening gambit of force buys, same as them. And I can understand, you know, that's one way to lose a round fast on the second round CT side is fight for long and run into a bunch of Galeals. So decision making leaves them lacking. Couple of flashes and a smoke. They're not even going to need to use those to start to close the gap. Smoke goes down. Another missed shot from Tension. He's got smashed up on catwalk. Tension will drop, but gets taken down. Fortunately, Marix is still alive, and he's there to support the catwalk play from Smash. So another bomb plant, but another tentative hold of this site.
And they're quick on this retake as well. Flashes in perfectly placed. Already the player on the site proper. Flushed out. The flashes continue to roll out. Trades available. And FobBet storm through that retake with ease. Excellent utility in the retake right there. Even when you see Tension in his dying breath toss a fadeaway HE to do further damage. No questions asked. Right now, Marix and Smash being able to answer the call for some good damage early on. Even Mark's able to buy an op if he wants to. I would prioritize that if I was on this CT side, and they do. Good decision right there from the Fallbet camp as the force buys continue to remain here.
When you keep getting these bomb plants, though, I feel like you're in a position where, well, we can keep getting better buys than we had last time out, and it feels good. It feels good. Ooh, great for that to be the case. Nice flashbang to allow for Favbet to escape. Again, I'm a fan of how Favbet looked to fight initially, but aren't afraid to fall back. A little bit alone, though, is Jeki. That investigation will not pay dividends. Leaves them down a man.
A little bit of aggression that's shut down. Going to be upgraded as well. No more weight on the shoulders of this CT side to get aggressive, try and answer the call. I think there was a boost on towards Cat, which provides another duel. And a mid-fight win from Smash as well. Keeping this round in safe hands. Azubu goes for a duel towards long, but a little bit overwhelmed right now. The CT side actually losing out. But Bonda keeps things contained. The cross is dry, so back is turned for attention. He doesn't believe that there could be a push like that. Azubu just ignoring all caution, but getting hunted now as well. And Smash and Bondic joining forces here as Azubu fades away. Gonna make the long trek. The other side of the map here, it seems.
This experience from Bondic, though, not ever swinging there. Waits for Smash to get into the mix, and then they'll fight together. Azubu here in this rotation, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't change the reality that he can't do anything about it. Bondic on a heater right there. A couple of frags for him. Everybody winning their duels in the initial aspect of this round. Sans Jeki. That's around Favbet's start at a 4-on-5. And they still come away with the win.
Just show no signs of concern here. Timeout this time. Harley being brought in. It's all off to a grinding halt right now. Being blown out on train like that, and then now having to carry it over for another challenging T side where you know who you're up against. It's not necessarily the players that we saw in that last map either, right? Now we're seeing the rest of Favbet have a lot of impact. And, you know, to be fair, Marks did have a great map as well. He was, you know, that third force behind Jeki and Tension when they were on that defense firing up. But there is no missing pieces on this CT side right now for Favbet.
And there's one of those pieces that we're missing until right now for Favbet. Tension on this map on the board with the opening duel. I don't even know what Mutter has had. He was bested, though, immediately. What I'm wondering is, I guess he had the scout. The story's now picked up, but either way.
$550 is what he bought down to as well. Which isn't the end of the world when you're going to be rocking with max loss and maybe a bomb plant if you can get away with it, but
I mean,
heavy investment just to get sidelined, hoping for some damage.
Even with max loss, though, that's still not going to be a lot.
The bomb plant looks unlikely at this point when you got double zoomed op in play right now. And Tension having a field day in this round. Deep sightline right there. Easy pickings down the tons. And Saul are shattered once again.
I'm very concerned right now for Saw. Cole, this looks like we're so far from the measured, careful, methodical Saw that we saw in Inferno right now. We are looking at a laissez-faire, like unwilling to be disciplined even Saw at the moment. So far from what we had seen. Like a whole different team in these first 4 rounds of Dust 2.
Very surprising to see a sort of format of a squad that obviously comes into this one with high expectations. They know they have a lot to gain by getting some consistent wins here. We got some DCs in this tech pause. But for now, Fobet keeping control of Saul's T side. I mean, no access granted here. Again, you look at for opening presence, we've seen a couple of fights go towards long, but at every step of the way, I feel like Fobet, maybe besides getting Jackie in towards tunnels, every other opening duel that I've seen attempted right now from Fobet looks a little bit more structured with a little bit more setup. And that to me just shows that they're coming through prepared for this matchup.
Yeah, the only part of Saul's game plan thus far that has had some structure to it is their long take, which I don't really know if you get credit for, to be honest with you. Like,
yeah, you get a good spawn, you toss a couple flashes towards long.
Yeah, it's not like it's not like it's complicated, and it's also not like Saul. You can make it more complicated. You can toss wrinkles into that, but that's not what we've seen. It's Saul taking whatever spawn they have there and getting the flashes into the midst. Fobet, for the most part, if they see a look that they don't like, they're just willing to give it. So, I'm right there with you. It's of significant concern for Saul. You might be wondering, like, why put the amount of pressure that we are onto Saul? Well, I mean, Mark said it at the very beginning of this show. They come in here as the #1 ranked team in the event. So you can take issue with that ranking or, say whether or not you think it's deserved, but that is the reality. And at the moment, they're getting diced up by Fobet.
The expectations are unbelievable right now for this team. I mean, I know that the results haven't necessarily been there, but you look at the wins that they've had to bring to the table and some of the matchups here and the importance of every game that they've played so far. They haven't really had these sort of, I mean, no match is easy here for this team here, from the very iteration in Pro League like we highlighted to the MRQ is their next event, then traveling into more Tier 1 competition with Melbourne and back to kind of the Tier 2 space with Mesa, but still a LAN that is a pretty big deal for you.
With some big names too.
Yeah, and then not being able to deliver in some of those results right there, and then having to actually enter into some of this now online competition. This is new territory for this team, to be honest with you. And the worry setting in right now has to be a little bit overwhelming.
To go from what they did in the Pro League play-in, right, where they beat Heroic and Furia and M80 to get there, right? And then they had a win against Na'Vi.
Yeah.
All of that to lead into, what's been tough, right? Losing the Spirit's understandable. Falcon's the same, but infinitely winnable game against ENCE. Same true for some of those GG Hal and King's Warriors games. So that's why the pressure's on. It's a bit of a different setup and broken apart. That's the off timing of that play. We were just being critical of Saw and how simple the long take has been. They haven't been testable. There's a test that they passed with flying colors.
Now we're going to need the star duo here to close us out if it's going to be a Fobet round. Definitely two players that you don't want to deal with when it comes to bringing home a clutch. Always being made on top of the box, so Jackie making a little bit of a sound cue. I might queue up this defense to leave in this round, try and save onto what they have here. Op and when I saved onto, if they can get away, and Saw do get away with that long control like they needed. Finally able to break through the deadlock of losing out these advantages with a bit of a change up.
Yeah, it's been comfortable cleanups for Fobet, but it hasn't been without losses, right? Especially on the entryway. They've given up a lot of space, often getting into like a 3-on-3. They've only had one dominant round victory amongst these four. So Saving these two guns off in particular are going to be so valuable.
Terrorists win.
While taking advantage of a little bit of a tech issue for Favbet to maybe settle themselves. It is the first time Favbet have played aggressively like that for long, so a bit of a learning opportunity for them as well. See how Saw continue to scale with their long play. As I've been highlighting, Favbet basically get any resistance at long, and they've been falling back.
Nothing short of pretty hyper aggressive here from the Saw camp as well. A lot of off spawn calls being put out right now. Looked like maybe they were going to try that again with a play towards the B side, but slowing it down just a tad. And establishing a foothold here right now. Of map control, trying to feign the cat presence. Put a little bit of pressure on the mid to B. Issue is for Favbet, they seem very prepared for this.
Another smoke, too, that Bondix just delivered.
And he's got a molly.
Yeah, they still got to worry about that mid to B, but you can see what they think is coming.
Yeah, I mean, even still, you have the setup right now from Bondic ready to go. Smoke recycled in. They're going to have to go through this and into a trio of defenders. One falls quickly, though. This could create some complications, and the molly burning smash out of the corner. Trying to not paint himself into the wall there. Story fights through the adversity and now has to deal with a dancing M4 in the back of the site. Tension in the meantime threads in another kill, and now Muteris looking to lock in the digits. A bomb plant secured. A molly in, but they're going to beat him to the punch right there. Muteris thought he had a little bit of time to plant his feet in this post, but that's not going to be the case.
I mean, it's the story of that round. No time to do anything for Saw. They gotta make the aggro play. Smoke in their face doesn't matter. Dream scenario for Checky to go down instantly. Despite that fact, it would be different if there wasn't 3 defenders onto this. Sejat commit to the fight, but gets devastated. Great work on the back of the site. The fact that Smash stays alive for another there. So important.
Good time buying measures. Great utility usage from Favbet. After how quick Saw had been to execute, and having utility that late to the round is so impressive. Their story. Catching a player in transition. There's no hesitation right now. They see that pick in towards middle. They swiftly adjust their crosshair. A bit heavier towards the B side lean. Gonna give themselves options, but Bondic on the edge of that smoke. Ooh, gonna fade right back up here. And 50 seconds left. Bondic's looking to make the ultimate move through the smoke. He can't get away, but sure does frustrate Sejat right there. Out towards the B side though, a Gil doing a great job of gaining space. Smoke and a molly combo is just gonna secure the site. At this point, it'd be the best case scenario to go ahead and bail if you can. There's a bit of a lurk from Muteris that could provide them some coverage here. The op wasn't so dang prepared there from tension.
It would have been a hard attempt to get back in, but Favbet locked out in more ways than one of even that retake, even the move forward. And I thought that things were going further wrong for Saw when they win that round, lose the next in such frustrating fashion, but recovery is still possible.
Terrorists win.
Gotta remember back to Inferno, everything was hard fought there, even though Saw had an 8-4 half, so not even close to too far gone. Bobbit's trying to take the tactical. They've been far more measured about these. I feel like that means that they saw something they really didn't like in the way that that round went down.
Let's see what that could be here. They look to establish more on this defense. The interesting part is, you know, Jackie falling with that secondary op. Just for a repeat right there. They do pick it up. They do recover it for another round of double opping. On Dust, too. That very valuable save here of holding on to 3 guns. Going to set them up nicely. Although one of the ops does fall. Muteris destroys tension.
Can't really afford to be so aggressive there when you don't have any lower control. Like, nobody looking there to gather information. Nobody even jump spotting it. A little bit of an oversight, I think, for Fobbet. Maybe tension a little greedy. Look at the reaction. The rest of Fobbet, all 4 are here at A.
First long though, good position from Bondic. Can't transfer the second kill, and Story has the line covered right there. Brilliant positioning from Story here with the op. Finding a second and the win by elimination this time. Muteris going to close it out with the finishing blow. As you said though, starting off well, getting very elusive with his positioning. They ran head first into the long setup and still broke through.
I mean, I think the biggest issue, though, for Fobbet there is that they take the first initiative. They walk into Story's off. That's why it's sort of okay. Even if Bondic gets 2 there and gets traded, that's going to be juicy! That nade! Devastating. Muteris is going to farm some ecos. The Story in the mix as well. Bondic is the last survivor. But yeah. I think Fobbet let a couple of those victories maybe get to them a little bit. As they let the confidence flow, but that can work both directions. Both a positive and a negative.
Fobbet off the back of already a bit of a issue with some of the disconnects and things of that nature earlier. Gonna have another one of those for Smash this time. It falls. So you're hoping that that doesn't cause too much frustration. Otherwise, saw it taking advantage of that Foldy, finding a couple rounds in a row, looking a lot sharper off the back of that tech pause that we saw not too long ago. Ever since then, have been able to very quickly plant their feet.
Fobbet got to be careful, right? The reason that they were so good on Train was because they let Saul do their thing, play their slow game, and it's been a lot different from Saul this half already. Not nearly the same default approach, but I think that is certainly the strength of Saul that we got to view over on Inferno. And Fobbet leaning in that last round to those strengths of Saul. They got to be careful not to do that.
You're absolutely right. If you talk about the way that some of these rounds are opening up here. It does look like there are so many opportunities for Saul to find these duels, come out with the advantage. So they're hoping to slow down at this point now. I mean, I feel like the big issue with that right now, it is that Saul have a bit of range with their playstyle, right? They have had very quick, aggressive off-spawn moves towards long that have been, somewhat effective here for rounds 1. And they also have these very long, drawn-out plays, so it does become a question of whether or not you are willing to hold on to your utility, if you're willing to play it slow here on the CT side and let the play happen to you, or if you do that, what happens if they gain too much map control quickly and then you're going to be left a little bit high and dry. Some tough decisions that Fobet need to sort out quickly.
Yeah, a couple of chinks in the armor with trying to make those calls. And Saul, maybe a little bit of range, yes, but back over on Train, when that range was maybe a little bit smaller, very effective B plays. Those were the executes that you were talking about this just now, that the default finding really nothing. But when both of those were bested, they didn't have another page to turn to. So that's something else for Fobet. Think on if they are able to be determinate. Okay, what's been working, what's not? How can we change? So despite, I don't know exactly what the situation is at Fobet. I don't think they currently even have a coach, though. Got the more experienced individuals, that's for sure, both in the coaching staff and elsewhere. I think that's been interesting. And poor Smash, though, he's been even back on Inferno, he had a couple of tech issues. Poor guy can't catch a break on that one.
He gets it. So I can get back to tip-top shape here. Team that's been very impressive. I'll have to be happy. Like we mentioned a couple of times at this point, but it is always really impressive when you're a playoff team from the closed qualifier. Closed qualifier rosters sometimes just fizzle out so quickly in the Swiss stage. Now Fallbet not only doing good work in that closed qualifier, but transferring into playoffs with a map win already. ENCE to try and seal it up now as well, and Dust too, and leading currently, but looking to hold on to that lead as well.
I think that story's changing actually, with closed qualifier teams basically fizzling out into the Swiss stage. I think the VRS changes are making that really no longer the case. Think about, it's not just Favbet, it's Ruby, it's teams that are able to make that TNL. Zero Tenacity came through the closed qualifier here. They were just in the playoffs in Thunderpick Europe. Feels like things are much more competitive than they were a year ago, to be honest with you, for those spots.
I mean, if you're able to make it into the playoffs, you know what that means for your VRS. You could be toppling the teams that are invited, and that can change the tides here. Look at the utility damage and the flashes. So much stuff being done. Mutera set up for success and knocking down these pins here piece by piece, opening up this round. 3v2 already, and into the site they go. Big pick off from Tension, but he's gonna have to do it all now. Caught with utility. Smoke lands a little too late. And Tension is gonna be able to bring this one home. Walks through the smoke, and Ozubu was prepared for that level right there. Not gonna let it slide. Saw gonna take themselves up to 5s here.
So impressed with the protocols that Saul had this round. I want to know where this was the first 8 rounds of the game, but At least it's back.
Yeah.
This is the stuff that I was impressed with on Inferno. This is what I mean by a different team. Now they flipped the script, a little bit of a pause, and Saul seemed back. It's all those details that are on for display. That was lovely. That cat take was beautiful.
I'm right there with you. I mean, 2 HGs, and the icing on the cake is the flashbang to turn the corner. I'm sure Muteris could have won those duels on 2 very low HP barb players, but he's definitely going to win if they can't see anything. I mean, that's flawless execution from Saw. And like you said, you do wonder where that was early game. That level of utility, that level of poise to get onto that.
Finally forced FobBet onto one of these, I think probably 2 ecos they've had all series. This is the second one, actually. Been hard to do that, but 2 rounds from the end of the half, I bet want to make sure they have the best weapons in the last of it. And yeah, it's the same situation, right? We talked about the Saul default, how good it is. And this is another example of it. Slow and steady. You get all the important pieces of map control.
Losing out to the pistols right now is a bit of a concern. I want to make sure that doesn't happen in Story. Looking to make sure that they keep this one safe and sound. Being able to bring home the closing kill. And secure this one towards the tail end of the half. Taking the lead towards the tail end of the half as well. Very impressive stuff. Resilience out of this squad right now.
Lined up to look for this, but nobody's seen. Same round called by Saw right now. Nice HE though on Sejat with a beautiful pick. Tension can't stomach it. To the wall, not his friend. That doorway gone with his head. Now Saw, they've done the hard job. They just got to maneuver the 5-on-4.
Yeah, they work through this position. Fight back towards long. Getting a little bit of aggression, but nothing crazy like that. Finally being able to pull through with some ground to be gained here and forcing them into the mid to B. Just a sole defender, smashed with a lot on his shoulders, and he's got a little bit of help through the smoke, actually. Bondic and Jeki find a couple playing on the edges of that smoke, and Mark's now dropped as well. It's just going to be Sajat left standing with the Tech 9 chasing his teammate very far removed, but Bondic just holds the line anyways. Doesn't matter what situation he's put in there, able to overcome and close out. FobBet will be able to put things up to 6s at the tail end of the half.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm on an emotional roller coaster right now. I really do. We go from at the very heights of a beautiful exec and everything going right, and then Saw fumble a 5-on-4 with like a minute 20 to play. Great work from FobBet individually. Bondic able to trade there through that smoke is actually a huge win. You know, that's part of the reason that it turns around and the flank comes active far faster than Saw anticipate. So there's more to it than just Saw fumble the bag, but that's at least 50% of it.
Did a little bit of fumbling right there, but yeah, smoke spam obviously does a lot. Good positioning from the defense to quickly get prepared. Helping out as well, and I'm with you there. Bit of both sides being able to provide themselves. a round back. Most importantly, a momentum stopper here. Could that carry forward into the second half? Could they take some of the momentum into it? Already an opening duel, but a lot of damage done in return from the defense. Gonna make this one a little bit difficult. Azu's starting to find kills to back this round up as well. Those pistols keeping their range here, but it is just gonna be on Azu. Britt's got to get the job done here with 2 guns versus 2 remaining here on the side of Fobbet. To be able to find the shot in time here. Smash will eventually lock in on it and be able to bring that one on home.
You talked about a blocker. Talked about, you know, maybe stalling out some of the momentum that was building. Well, that's one way to do it. Grab back the pistol. We know Saw are force buying. That's something that's never changed. The difference being the effectiveness of it since the second half of Terrain. It's far less effective. Bonding eating nades for days, but it doesn't matter. Azuwu's still the one to fall.
The scout ready to go here on the site. Trying to thread in any sort of damage, but the slow scaling is pretty effective. Gutierrez does pop a shot off and doesn't overcommit. Gets out of dodge here, sets now up his pistols to do the rest of the heavy lifting here. And Story says he's up for the task. Anything else manufactured though, as they just can't make it around the corner. Tension has coverage, so the jumping MP9s will not work either. This has to be a called off save here at this point in time.
I mean, that's another stinker for McGill right now, unfortunately. And I feel like that decision making to be jumping MP9 just kind of shows how desperate he is both to get into this mix and for Saw in general. You know, that's one thing when it's late into the round and there's not a lot of players on the other side, but Fobbet had 4 guys alive. I don't know, it's ambitious, put it that way. 8 rounds now for Fobbet certainty. I don't know how much stock I want to put in these 2 saves. Armor, the biggest value. Pistol. There's the scout. Had ample opportunity, but couldn't quite convert in this last round. Gonna take the fight up mid. Take it to Fobbet. Another good set of nades. Bondic is worse off every time he goes out there aggressively, and that is the point.
How you want things to go here. Give yourself a little bit of an advantage at the very least. How much they can work off the back of that, though. Smokes will still remain. They'll still challenge this A site, and again, Mutiris up these long-range duels with the scout. Needs to do a whole lot more than last round. I think he knows that. Came close with a couple of scout tags. This time a collateral. He scared them. They're not showing up anymore. The map's gone quiet here, but the contain for the top of mid is the big asset right now. Re-peek in, Mutiris can't find the follow-up. He's going to get mollied and taken down before he can escape this position. The shot through the smoke, though. Azuwu does capitalize on the damage that's done. And so this provides a little bit of an opportunity, even with just P250s, even with just pistols, trying to assemble the boost, but the smoke doesn't fade in their favor, and it's just Sajat. A shot away from death right now. But he has a deagle. He's got the one shotgun. He's still looking to try and fight forward, but the headshot comes through out of that Galil. Intention will be able to provide coverage.
Well, it's another round where things get complicated. It starts off with that scout tag for one, not just one, but two. Gets a collab, but doesn't get either kill. As Moonerus tags him up, helps them out, but Fabet. I like that in the 2-on-1, they just keep gun out. They know where the CT is located. There's no reason to change that. Here we go again. Vonnik learning his lesson. He's actually far away. It's Marix who's there early. Did Gil just get... No. I thought that shot somehow connected to someone down mid, but it did not. Let's Gil who got naded early into this round.
Put down a little bit low here at the moment. Not going to be scared off just yet, though. PG side's still playing a bit back. Execute coming through here could be dead late. Everyone grouped up towards Catwalk. I think this is going to be a fake, maybe mid to B, but no, everyone does start to head up Cat. Seems to be the direction here, the end goal. Rifles on the site proper, op on the passive line as well. Good utility here, but already 2 kills from Gutierrez before this one even lifts off. The op hasn't even seen a chance to get a scope up as Gutierrez devastates. But that could be a problem right now. Gutierrez eventually overrun, and the op still yet to strike. Story gets a chance, a pixel, but no connection here, and they pay the price. As Tension sends one back in return here.
There's no one Cat. No one at all here for Saw. So they are unaffected by the fact that Cat control is not in their hands. Bobbet, they're doing it, and they're doing it the hard way. Story finally gets that kill with the op, but it's too little too late. In fairness to him, only had really one opportunity that he missed. Great flashbangs for Favbet. Make it so that Moonerus's double kill is ineffectual to end the round right there. That should have been the... I mean, that should have been the round killer. Should have been the round over.
Yeah, I mean, my big problem right there is, right, you see those brilliant 2 kills from Gutierrez. He's still alive on Goose. He needs to get a little bit of backup right there from his op instead of falling back. Both players were towards car.
He was chain flashed, to be fair.
Yeah, he got flashed off, but he can still cover that line in towards the site. You can fall back. It gives you so many different options. And again, if you're just able to coordinate that fight, it's backs turned for you. It's free picks. And couldn't get in a position. Azua was in that same boat where he was trying to help out, but I think both of them got concerned about a long lurk as well, and both started to focus in on long. They gave that site access up, and as soon as you give site access, especially in a 4v3 and with an op like Tension, he's gonna challenge you. He's gonna pull that one back by any means necessary, and a really frustrating loss right there for Saul, given the situation in the start.
Other key detail as well is the brilliant defensive smoke that was dropped on the site itself. Allows for Tension to get those fights over the top and into CT, as opposed to dealing with the op at long. Just dice them up. Combo of factors, that's for sure. But at the end, the only thing that matters is Fodbet out on top.
Good trades here, punishing the aggression that rolls out. Saw trying to make something stick right now. This boost could be good, but passive line not covered by Tension. Instead, he's waiting for the aggression to come through. They disassemble the setup. Story going to move back towards middle. He's in the best position possible to help out a Gale, who you highlighted has had a tough map. The pain is going to continue unless the molly doesn't spread. Oh my god. There's no way the molly doesn't spread. He's going to get completely overlooked. He's got Nop close by. 1 kill in. Needed more, but he couldn't quite find it. And the firing squad rolls out through the smoke. Azuwu with 2 crucial kills will save Saul the strife of giving over 11 to Fobet. Somehow, they make do.
Absurd from Azuwu. It's 5-7s again, by the way. For Saul that have been so perfect. Have won them so many rounds. Another half buy, or forced buy, actually. Another victory. And that's tough for Fobet, who money's sort of broke right now. Marks has cash, but Bondic is quite low on it. Smash the same. So it's going to be a disjointed purchase, but one that Fobet, as I've said a couple of times, is comfy with. They take the tack. That round all off the back of just a Molotov that doesn't spread into a Gill's position.
There's a big opening from Tension right there to give him a start. Story's up, sideline now.
Do you think the head-to-head count there is Tension versus Story? Cannot
Especially
be good.
after map 1, been a bit one-sided. Tension's taken over since the turn here, and now Jackie doing the same. Up catwalk they go. A fast flank going to be attempted right now, but Smash trying to become aware. Flank does come through. Quick flank from Sajat, going to give him 3. And now he's looking for the 4th, and Marks is down so low. Sajat could just save them here on Dust 2 again. And a Gill comes through at the close. So speedy from Sajat, following in the footsteps of his opposition. Picks up the op for some work as well. I mean, he could just do it all right now. And as I highlighted, the only win that this iteration, this team has right now on Dust 2. It's from a heroic performance from him. Right now, he's got more of a supporting staff. It's not a one-man show, but that round right there goes to show how much he can impact the server.
Yeah. Gets in the mix. That fast flank comes at just the perfect time. Smash is like somewhat prepared. He's looking for it, but there's just so many other points to look at. He's got to be worried about long still. Don't know where they're at. So I'll still have 3 alive. So Fobet forced onto another eco. Number 3 for the series, just because I'm keeping count now. I feel like that's got to be some sort of record for a 3-map series. Nate, you go hard. Ooh, throw it.
A little bit of backspin. A little bit of backspin's the trick right there. that works perfectly right there. I thought he was going to be too late. He just got an idea. Great utility damage to make this one easier. And this eco going nowhere. A little bit of reality setting in. Fobet missing their opportunity for 11 not too long ago. Now Salt are hot on their heels. They've got the heroics. They've got the key pieces stepping up to the plate right now. And Salt putting themselves around off of their opposition while gaining confidence. It's a really good sign.
Good sign. Now just got to continue that. We've talked about how bipolar sometimes Saw have looked over this map. Now's not the time for that to happen. Marks gets the long spawn, gets a look, but doesn't get a connection. And he'll toss the op back over to Tension. Heavy lean towards B at the moment. Here for Saw and Fobet They're taking Cat on a pose. No one on Saw is even looking Cat right now. This is a massive gap.
We saw this 3-man lane from Fobbet in regulation work out wonders when the B site hit came through. But it does leave you vulnerable for this Cat attack here. It puts a lot of pressure on Story's op if it is a Cat execution. And right now it's looking more to be that. And what we've seen out of Fobbet is that they clearly have the flashes to get past this op, right? That's what they've shown us in rounds in the past. That their utility usage is incredible. So Story's going to have to show us something special right now. I don't even think he's going to attempt it. I mean, understandably so, but after what he's experienced.
The scaling flashes are actually incredible for Fobbet. The fact that they've got that down to the wire where somebody's got to be calling, right? Flash 1, flash 2, flash 3. Every next step, there's another one. So it goes down on a post. 5-on-5 retake at A. This is always a little bit dicey.
Ooh. At first towards Cat, though, right now. Marks, the one that's looking to secure this. Story, still with his op. Looking to cover the backlines as Azuwu heads forward, but Story sideline now. And Bondic looking to survive, but Azuwu with another 1v2. Catches the lineup. Finds both kills with time to defuse. Not the first 1v2 he's been brought. A 4K in the round. And keeps Saw in winning ways to just keep coming through with this X Factor.
I mean, it's Azuwu just figuring out a way to win, even when it's tough. Even when it's near impossible, actually. Fobbet set themselves up for success, and Azuwu says no. Final timeout for Fobbet has just been taken. I talked about it before, but very rarely have Fobbet been under the knife. Even back on Inferno, felt like they were the ones not really taking their tacticals. Now they, in one half, have tried to do all of them. Heroics from Azuwu that's making up for a very lackluster Agil. That's what I mean when, saying that I just feel like I have not ever seen the same level from Agil on this Saw team. These are the kind of maps that I feel like I very rarely saw in the past when he was on, admittedly, a far less significant team in Rhino, but that Rhino team, similarly a structured team. So why it's been a little bit of an odd thing to see this. The tech pause now finished. Don't know what it was that time, but fortunately Smash sticking around in the server. Fobbet only going in for the half buy here. They got the full loss bonus, so all these investments aren't going to be problematic for them, and even better, and they have tons of utility.
I have a lot to be put out here. I bet feeling the heat right now. Turn it up to 10. So I've just figured out ways to win in so many of these rounds. Despite some good executions, despite great utility. All that being the case, they know how to close. Agil might get his time in the sun once more as well. Chance to prove his worth here for this squad and show what he's capable of. They're scaling out. There's one quick kill. A second transferred over. He got his 2 right now. It's up for Sajat to close, and he will do just that. Enough time being bought here for his teammates to get involved. And Saw coached through that half by round right there. And they will claim the lead now. They'll have 11 on map 3. Bobet's advantage now vanishes.
Bobet looked like they were in the finishing stretch, like they had done it all. The hard part was over. Well, guess what? Strap on your running shoes. Saw on a marathon sprint to the finish line. No time to stop. Look at the call for Bobet. They're all towards B. Only a smoke for Dora. That's going to delay one man. Gonna walk out of that smoke. It's all coming up to a Gale. A Gale with a struggle all game, but he steps up big in round 22. Unstoppable as Bobet tried to change the pace. They sprint out B into a Gil's waiting arms.
Wow. Just a monumental step up right there. And it has to feel like the weight's lifted off his shoulders right now. The struggle to perform definitely prevalent in this matchup, but breaking through in a moment like that, unbelievable. 3 kills straight through the smoke, complete denial of access, round over. I think Bondik, yeah, he's gonna tuck in, looking for the save at this point. His teammate on the other side of the map, they are shattered. The Jot's on the hunt. Bobet gonna give over series point to Saul if they're not careful. Gonna kill him, but no, Bondik's running away. He's gonna get surprised. Jackie in the danger zone as well. Getting boxed in towards T-spawn right now, flashed off. Now the hunting party can commence. They don't have the best money in the world, but drop an op, it might be worth it.
Don't give Tension an op. That's the goal.
And he's gonna be stuck here. 2 seconds. It's gonna be after time that he falls as well if he's not careful. And he does land a lovely no-scope on a Muteris, but he doesn't last much longer afterwards. The 3 through the smoke, though, a Gil. Huge impact right there. He watches his teammates piece by piece pull through clutches, bring home rounds, and to watch him do that right there when it matters most is incredible.
That's awful. Jackie did go down after time. Yeah, he had $850.
Oh yeah, he did.
So no armor, deagle for Jackie. Don't want that guy without a gun. But unfortunately, that's going to be the reality. Tension's got a scout not recovered, or not saved, rather.
Missed their door smoke as well, so they can't scale up Cat without the worry of an op watching their location. And Mutira spots out a little bit of information. That HE thrown in a lot quicker, looking for some damage. Nothing connected, but looking for it. There's an opening, though. He doesn't have an op. That stinks. Well, at least get a scout out right there and snap story out of the round here. Leverage into this one, and they are taking no time to scale. Muteris blinded up, and Sajat will follow up as well. Shut down from the initial cat play. And catching a Gil in rotation, can he look to close for his team? He will do just that. A light through the doors, and it will be a Gil to bring it on home here. Saul have to pull the recovery on back, and piece by piece, they figure it out.
That they do, man. I think that the fact that they get there in the end is a huge boon for Saul. We talked about how much we were putting importance on this matchup, on just this series, on their result here in CCT. Well, that's the first step forward, Marky. Able to take a win here in the round of 16.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. Where I was putting out to question exactly, I guess where the heart was at, we saw in this playoff in the round of 16, right? Like, I almost kind of get an overview in my entire mentality, and I go, was it really ever in question? Were they not going to pull through? Oh yeah, they were not. I mean, this was up to quite a challenge. I mean, Bobet, they start off this map well, and it was up to Mutiris and the boys to go ahead and, when under the pressure, try and pull it together. And I mean, shout out to the young guns for making this all doable. I mean, some of those B holds out of a couple of these different names, Azuwu was really impressive. This is my first time seeing him ever since these moves made on this Saw squad. And I mean, pretty impressive work on that back end from him, Cole. I was really impressive from the young man.
Yeah, I mean, again, just lifting through here, a big time performance from him in multiple different clutches as well,
Yeah.
towards the B side, towards the A side. Big retake rounds when they needed it most. They couldn't afford those losses late, like multiple chances right there in 1v2s for him to save his team. If he lost both of those, it could have been a completely different story. And that's what you mentioned when you talk about the heart right there and the drive for Saul. Was it there? Did they actually have that motivation to get the job done? To be honest with you, up until the point where I saw a couple of tech timeouts, I wasn't really sure if they had the heart. I wasn't sure if they had the motivation to get that comeback rolling. And they do give us an answer, but it took them deep into Dust 2 to figure it out.
I honestly
Yeah,
think I think that even
Yeah.
beyond that, the fact that they had to have those Azuu 1v2s, that they needed that, like, even then, right? You asked about the motivation. I think they had the motivation. I just think that, the question of whether they actually had the ability to bring it over the line, that was of question all the way until the very end. Even when they took the lead, Favbet were fighting hard. Very good executes from Favbet in general. Finally, they got flustered. We saw that with the round where they're just putting it all on Black, trying to go through that beast smoke. I think that that's a little bit of a desperate move, and at that point, then we saw at some of their best.
Most certainly so. I mean, a great look out of that third map when you wrap it all together. I think we're going to be going ahead and flipping to some of those highlights out from Dust 2 right now, because I mean, there's a lot to be excited about here. I think our round of 16 matchups, just kicking off the season, not to be biased, here in season 3, boys, and series 1 has been top notch, really top notch. I've been super impressive with the bar that we have all the way held here. And obviously these gamers are going to be needing an opponent. Obviously Nexus and ENCE going to be up after this. But yeah, I mean, there was a lot to like about that Dust 2, where we were, getting down the stretch of exactly, a couple of the tails of, where we were getting off on these streaks of rounds. I really did have a lot for that fallback side that I really enjoyed watching, especially where I mentioned it was a nice foot that they were able to kind of set onto. It was pretty nice. And I mean, I think like you mentioned, it was, especially where in contention with Smash and Jackie and all these names, Cole, it was pretty nice where I think toe-to-toe, you're able to see how many more of those names out of that Saw side were able to sort of, match that bar raised.
Yeah, I think, this is always the big challenge here for an underdog team heading into the playoffs, already off the back of a big run, is actually completing the mission. That's a whole nother task. And just, I think Saul got there just in time when they needed to.
Yeah, 100%. And we'll go ahead and take a look at some of these highlights, trying to smack these on through before our next quarterfinal, our final round of 16, got to get this down while we have it to go. But yeah, I mean, when you were following all the way down, I mean, I really was hot on my opinion of like, where we were hopping in for Favbet in this third map. And I mean, where you have already seen some of these upsets occur at around 16. I mean, honestly, here it's just the upset on paper. I mean, when you watch these teams playing the server all afternoon, it wasn't until, the end of this third map. And, when you check back into that Inferno, because I mean, Train wasn't, really up in the air at all, that it was this Saw side that was really pushed out until it was kind of posted. And so, where you have that, kind of deep pool, you're able to get this cut out from Saw, right? I mean, this Inferno is going to favor them. I mean, I don't know that, I would be completely, put out. I would be facing the disappointment I would if obviously shoved out of this online series in the round of 16 portion. But for a Saw team that, as we speak about, right, as the highest ranked team in this series, whatever it is, like there are a lot of these opponents where we're looking to actually see if Saw can handle Favbet, right, a team that, if we're going to go riff off of the on paper rankings again, they should have no problem being able to really handle probably pretty easily. So the fact that this does get all the way down for it, and having to, likely face off against either ENCE or Nexus after this is going to be, a pretty nice challenge for an ENCE team that is a hot project here or rather that Nexus squad that is, obviously grinding in Romania, have some newer faces from the last time I saw that Nexus score. So I'm really excited to check into that all the way after this. And man, I mean, some of these clutches were just ridiculous out of this guy. Excuse me, I just completely butchered the man's name. Where you had that out for Saw, I think, where obviously you bring in Ozwu from that endpoint project with Sajat all the way at the end. I thought it was pretty nice for you all the way back. And I have my gamers to help me finish this thing out. Welcome back.
Thanks, man. I think we're actually at the tail end of our allotted time for this best of 3. So we got another one. Yeah, you were teeing it up nicely. We got ENCE and Nexus coming up here in a moment, but I think we're gonna toss over to a break. We're gonna get things wrapped up for this one, and we're gonna go forward for our final round of 16 matchup when we return.
our final round of 16 matchup here in Series 1 of Europe, Season 3 of CCT, boys, and the playoffs are just rattling off. So I've got to play somebody. We got Nexus and ENCE here to get this one through. Cole, obviously, ENCE has been through some drama, couldn't see to the major, unfortunately, a project that is looking to see some of their best scenes in 2025. Looking to take a nice step here in the round of 16.
Yeah. I mean, again, there's some high expectations for me watching them roll on through the MRQ, but this is a roster that is putting in a lot of work, right? And although they didn't make it, I can still see the dedication behind this team at the moment. They're still looking to impress. They're still looking to show us what they're capable of. And despite that fact, I still am watching this team put in so much work. I think the motivation's still behind Glaive in terms of the setup of this roster. You can still see some of the big pieces. We talk about Casper Sky and what he brings to the table. I mean, he's still a huge piece of the puzzle. And my big question, as we know, ENCE is a team that is very good at working out projects long term, is what this roster could do with this iteration. Can they make it to the big stage in time before maybe some other teams start looking their way?
That certainly is the task. Formed last season and went ahead and won a LAN event just after shortly picking up Kaspersky over from that Young and Ninjas roster. But we know a couple of these young names. Of course, we know Mr. Four-time major champion Vincent. How about this former Mouse NXT and where a lot of our attention goes to an underwhelming potty?
Wow. Okay. What a serve up. Nate has been incredible. I think that's that between he and Kaspersky, the two young pieces of this roster that are really exciting. And that's not to take anything away from SDY. I think it's been good. Right. And that's what you brought him in for. It's what you expected to see. To speak to the final point that you make, listen, it is a reality. Potty a little bit underwhelming, and I'm pretty sure it came out of the ENCE Academy, if I'm not mistaken. So, and in that, I got to see him a bunch of times. I felt like was fine at that level, and unfortunately, the step up, it hasn't been all that kind. I think that is certainly, if we're talking about weaknesses that this ENCE team has. Unfortunately, he's the one that you look towards, that you lean in on. You're like, yeah, this is a space that could be upgraded. For me, I think in a general though, this ENCE team can still be very effective with that fact. They have the pieces to win games. It's just about finding a consistent way to do that. That's where they haven't been able to actually find those wins more often than not. When they're taking victories here, they oftentimes look really good. The issue is that they just don't always have that same level. I think that this is a team that can beat the likes of a Spirit Academy and then comes and loses to Ecstatic the next day. In comparison, I would put those two rosters on very different pedestals, and that's where I struggle with ENCE. It's not about what they do at their heights, because I think we all like that a lot. It's where they're at the worst.
Maybe some of the same symptoms that we're seeing the way of Saw being having a troubling time taking care of rosters that they on paper should. We're going to go ahead and just flip the script here, and I'll begin to pick on Cole again, where, Cole, we go from one side on one of the most accomplished, or the most accomplished IGL, right, for majors, that's hard to argue with, to one of the most tenured. Right, we know BTN has been rocking out here for the Romanian side for quite a long time. Cole, go ahead and tell me about this Romanian squad.
He's closing in on it's crazy, 9 years almost with this Nexus roster, and that tenure alone is unbelievable. But behind it, again, the pieces here, it's also a long time with this core here, between Zello joining up with this roster around 2 years ago, Raga always being the right hand man for BTN. They've been able to build the Romanian scene quite nicely, but now calling upon familiar and more proven players, right? You bring Lau and X to this roster, and I think you just know what you're going to get out of him. The ceiling of this guy can be incredible. I also think, back into a Romanian core, that he's experiencing a lot more success on an individual front here, a lot more setup from this roster, which I think is for the best of reasons right now in terms of the ceiling that he can bring to the table. So for me, in a very similar vein, Nexus is a roster that is always good at making playoffs. They're good at making it through the Swiss stages. They can even start off well in playoffs, but past that point, again, this team still yet to really make it into those big international events that I know this roster would love to introduce themselves to. So trying to make it deep into these runs, make it past CCTs, get first place prizes is the big goal here. And that consistency is a big question for them as well at this point.
Most certainly. I mean, you get up within this conversation of guys exactly pulling up to a 3-0 directly in this first season 3 series here, Vincent. It was a little bit lackluster for them just on the round end of season 2, where it was a little bit interesting for that Nexus roster, unfortunately, having kind of an in and out playoff routine. Are we expecting the same thing here off of a 3-0 sharp placing, but you immediately have to stare down ENCE?
I think you got to put some respect on that 3-0. Just to be honest with you, big wins, right? Cybershock, Passion, and Ruby.
Absolutely.
There's no slouches in that list. Like Cybershock, a little bit less off than they were maybe a year ago, but still, I think a team that's contending for playoffs at every point. So, and then you got 2 other teams that are both like playoff contenders, or not, if not that playoff team. So I think that. Respect for that. Unfortunately, I do think on paper this still should be the same exact page turning for them, where it's ENCE that they're up against. ENCE are the ones again that have all the pressure on their shoulders, though, and I think that's a relief at the very least, because Nexus come into this. I don't think anyone's like anticipating them to like win this game for sure, right? They have a chance to. Launex has looked really good coming into this. Sound as well, rejoining this roster in the last 3 months. It's now his 3rd time with this roster as well. Separated by a bunch of different teams, which I think is interesting. It kind of goes back to maybe some of the lack of depth that is sometimes within this space, but also with the reason that BTN continues to bring the guy back, it's clear that there's something there. So I don't have a lot of faith here for Nexus, but I do think that they have a very winnable game up ahead of them, especially when you talk about the bright spots in Launex, especially more recently.
100%. I'm really excited to see him into this roster. Before we transition to the veto, I think something that Cole mentioned that really stands out at 20 years old is this is a guy that walks back, as you painted the picture beautifully, with, just loads of experience and is very valuable in that sense. Excited to see Zello, obviously, challenge into Potty this afternoon as well. But like I did just serve up, we're going to be flipping this out to where we're going to be getting down in our final round of 16 matchup here, where we send this through in Europe. Where are these Nexus fellas going to be able to get a foothold against this Dust 2 squad? Against this ENCE squad. I may be accidentally leaking already, boys. But we're rolling up to it just momentarily. And I'm really excited to see where you're going to exactly be to strike into, Glaive's sort of court, be able to actually pull up with BTN and see where exactly this vibe is going to be at just in the beginning of the series. It'll be just interesting to go, right, wherever we do see this out, because I've really liked covering the Romanian squad. I've seen them in many different European CCT series of that last season, and so, it's been where obviously one of these lines where we talk about so many teams that, we've even seen zero tenacity within these matchups, obviously having to grind out from that close qualifier. They obviously are out to grind here. Nexus, they reach into the vetoes. We finally get this through, and the front part of this is not such a surprise, Cole. We reach onto Dust 2 quickly by the Romanian squad. How are we feeling about this into the front of the series, if I didn't so spoil it before?
Oh, brother's been muted. That's tough. I got you. All good. I think the beauty of this Nexus team is that they actually have a really good map. It's not like they have crazy depth, but they do play 6 maps, which means that that's part of the reason I think they can usually win and find ways through these Swiss stages, is because in just about every veto, they're always going to have a chance in this thing, Cole.
Yeah, and I think that, again, you look at the best advantage you can ask for here, and one of your more strugglesome maps, a map that you like to avoid, that you won't pick into often in Inferno, just being outright banned by the competition. So, I mean, you talk about that being a huge asset here, but you hop into Dust 2, which I think has always been a strong suit for Nexus here, and again, Zelo's opping really lines up well with this, where he can sometimes be a very forward-facing, aggressive piece of the puzzle for Nexus. You get onto a map like Dust 2, you get opportunities to do that a whole lot more. So always interested to see how their strengths lie into this map here to open things up. But ENCE opportunity to bounce back, definitely going to be prevalent. I think they've been able to do some of their best work on this map here, where you talk about some of their big wins up against teams like at the MRQ. They were able to use this map pretty effectively in a couple of those best of ones that they were playing out there. So that's obviously something you hope to see this team lean in on as a way to answer back to the strengths of Nexus.
Absolutely. We send this down. Yeah, where we get to this, I mean, Nuke and Mirage taken out, Vincent. I mean, you're playing 6, and I think that does come with a certain sense of like looking at the results on paper. Sure, you can like crack down to the win percentage and whatever will you have. I think where we have another kind of shaky foot notice into this Nuke and Mirage, are you so surprised to see those out and then Anubis all left over?
I mean, I feel like for me, it's just more about comfort than anything. So it's not so much like a surprise or not a surprise. Like Nuke definitely towards the bottom end of what Nexus like to play, but for the Mirage side, I think that ENCE could have been comfortable to go into that. Anubis just a far better map in general for this team. I also think that Glaive is one of Glaive's strengths, I think, is the mid rounding, and so I think that Anubis really lends itself to that. That can be really efficient for them. So, if we get there, that's going to be a possibility. I also think some of the best, I know the win rate's not that crazy for Ancient because everybody plays it. And so some of those big losses for ENCE have come at Ancient as well. I also think that Glaive has been at his best calling on Ancient more recently. I think it's been really good. And on the T side in particular, I've been a big fan of what they've been able to do. And they can rely on some of those star pieces that we were talking about, the rifling core of Kaspersky in particular on the CT side to help build them up and find those victories. So am I surprised, Marky? No, not particularly. But I'm also not surprised to see an Anubis Decider. That's a comfy spot on both sides of the equation. So it's a good place for us to end.
Certainly to get that through, and we already spoke about where we've had some trouble on both of these oppers, right? I think lightly kind of tapping that into Zelo being where the consistency has been required for this Romanian squad. Would also, like to see him get a big stab at it. But, where we've come to shine a lot of, attention to these riflers, Cole, I know that STY is quite a good Dust 2 player. Is this where you're looking to, see him stand up on one of his highest rated maps for ENCE?
I think SDUI's strong suit, especially as he kind of enters into more of the tier 2 realm with this ENCE roster, he's just a huge floor raiser in terms of the output. He's going to bring you that consistency. Also, a great secondary, voice into the mix as well. So when you talk about the leadership aspect, you've got a bunch of young players that I think could really buy into the system that both Glaive brings to the table, but also STY and what his influence can be. So, individually, I think you can really count on STY in the server, but on top of that here, what he's going to be able to bring in the mid rounds and being able to offer up a lot of information for Glaive to capitalize on. I think that's what makes this team so much stronger now that he joins the roster. Even if it didn't feel like the biggest splash of a change here, bringing him in around last year, it did feel like the right direction in terms of ENCE trying to bounce back and trust in the process that some Young can bring to the table. I've always really liked his influence on this team. So that's my big detail here, is that I'm hoping to see him fire up in the server, but also be able to bring in some good adjustments as well.
100%. We quickly look across the aisle. This is where we, started off on one foot, and, now we can directly look at the pair. Vincent, we have this matchup directly served up through obviously a little bit more youth on that Romanian side, where we have SDY in that conversation, obviously to try and support this foundation of ENCE. How does this Romanian player provide this comfort for Nexus as he joins back to this project?
I think that the reality for Lon X is that it's been pretty decent throughout. Like, he's had a bunch of different opportunities, and I think some of them going better than others, obviously. But in general, I think he's consistently shown that he has a very high ceiling. And it's kind of funny the way that Cole put that. The problem is actually the floor for Lawan X. I feel like we see a very high ceiling. Sometimes will drop off a cliff, though, and that's the opposite of what you get with some Young. So there's a clear contrast to be drawn in this head-to-head, because Lawan X has been good, especially at the start. This first month with this Nexus roster has been incredible. Look at the rating and everything. That is legit. The question is, okay, where does that go from here? Is that going to be continuing? Are you going to see that against some of the step up in opposition that you're now getting in playoffs, namely ENCE?
Yeah, I mean, you should see his ceiling be more consistent. I think just off the back of the construction of this roster alone, right? I mean, now he's getting a lot more attention, better roles as he hops into this team. So you're looking at that being a big difference maker with Lawan X in the server here, where I think that can provide a lot more stability. You're hoping to see the fact that he's back with the Romanian core as well help out in terms of his individual performance, because there has been times where this is a guy that's been trusted in certain cases, kind of in tier 1 spaces. So Lawan X, obviously with a lot of pressure on his shoulders right now, but with this setup, with the trust in this team, I think it's for a good reason. I think you can definitely trust that he will be able to bring this level with this Nexus roster in particular.
100%. It's a great conversation that we have here, and the discussion that we have serves up a very nice photo for all of our viewers watching along, because they've already seen this bracket. They are familiar with that face, and obviously it's going to be ENCE and Nexus going to face up against Saw. Which one of them will pass along? That is where we are going to exactly decide in this round of 16, which, unfortunately for you, you are going to have to wait at home just a little bit longer. We do have some technical sides that we do have to iron out over on the Nexus end before we do get this going. But hey, that's stuck with the common theme. These are online games, and they're not going to be pretty, not going to be perfect all the time. But that's when the pressure's got to come on. Obviously, we knew that third map of our previous series even, dealt into some of those maneuvers. And so the best competitors are the ones that can move on without that affection. We go here to a brief pause before we do rip into the beginning of this series. We got a Dust 2. We have got ENCE and Nexus just after a bit of a break.
Well, apologies for our delays, but we're right into the action now. ENCE Nexus. We gotta go get a mouse. Someone broke a mouse, so that's why we had a few minutes. We're ready to roll. They made it back in time, which is genuinely impressive.
That's why you keep a backup right there. Backup game and mouse right there, just in case of emergency.
Break in case of emergency.
Yeah, put it in a nice glass case here. Wonder who it's gonna be. Whoever's the bottom frag in the server after this is the one that had to get the new mouse right there. Zello, he seems to be nice and comfortable as he opens up the round though. As he's able to find the opening pick on Glaive, who had a little bit of time but couldn't quite connect the headshots here. Long cross smoke in as well. T-Shot's showing a lot of face right now, but they're not moving just yet. And they have some extra utility to back this up. They're getting fights on the site proper. But now the recycled smoke back in towards the long cross is going to be valuable here to get great position scaled-wise here, allowing X the first at bat. He's going to look to surprise here, clearing out Cat first, and now trying to take contact into the site. Molly to isolate onto Cat, but X-Cat, Kaspersky, and his teammate close by, and SDY keeping him nice and safe. Bomb going to be planted, or at least attempted to, but he's going for jumping shots right now. They yet to get the digits punched in. Night2 as well, able to follow up, and they can't get the bomb down. In fact, it's going to be a shutdown here. It's just Sound left standing, and he gets overwhelmed. ENCE collapse.
I mean, SDY staying alive for so long. He's the one that you really want to look at. Nexus just can't track him down. Great work for Kaspersky to get his one, and now SDY just stays alive forever. He's just allowed to chill, and they can't isolate. They can't try and take the fight onto Potty because SDY is right there on Gandalf and Night2 is on Cat. That's great work for ENCE to correct what was off the rip a bad round. Glaive goes down without anything on the first attempt over at Long. That's a great adjustment that they're able to make for a win.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm impressed as well. You have a little bit of struggles to, hold off on the site right there proper, but again, like you said, the time buying measures from STY and everyone getting involved there off the back of that. No bomb plant means no purchase, though. And Sapati and STY just get to feast. Some free ecos right there. It feels like we're back to reality after that chaotic last series. We don't get to see any funny business, no forced buys here. We've got a eco round in round 2.
Yeah, took 17 rounds for us to get one of those on the other side. That other series. 3 ecos total. That's what the count was at the end.
Really?
Not for both teams.
Oh, just for one team. Yeah, it's just for.
That was just for 5-bet.
Okay, I was about to say, I was like, that's
Nah.
insane.
Nah, it
But
was
yeah,
like,
train was so one-sided, they never had problems.
yeah, it was like 6 total. Either way. Kaspersky, wow, this is ambitious. Just gonna slow it down a little bit. Rugga, I don't think actually heard this, but
Ooh.
Slowanex adjusts the crosshairs. Kaspersky gets leveled.
Thought he might have had a chance right there. A little gap in the default, especially hearing the player speed up towards Cat, kind of focusing in on that location. There seemed to be a little bit of a panic in Nexus initially, but Launex shores up the vulnerability. They already planted the flag here for an opening pick. Now it's about holding on to this advantage here. I go with the tough tool at hand. Oh, but he spins, man. Potty had the back turned and everything right there. Dream situation, but can't capitalize. Now you are running into the last 2 players remaining, but it's only an MP9 at range here. The A1S has gone elsewhere. Flashbang's good, but dodged up. Braga really good at turning around there, avoiding that utility right there. And Naitu also showing his face early on is weary of a lurk. Smoke recycled in for the cross as well, so they'll be golden to get that bomb planted safely this time around.
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, he's gonna get out of there. Great escape has been made. But Nex is gonna be happy about that one. Great adjustment from Launex to take down Kaspersky. And like you were saying, man, I felt like that might have been the best possible situation for Potty after he looked so hot on the Moss last round, but absolutely dumpstered. None to even talk about. Nexus will take the first gun round, happy with the outcome. So ENCE not too worried yet. That was a bonus.
That
They
position
played-
from Potty is officially fool's gold, man. It looks so good because you have to clear out that close left angle. But the amount of times I just see someone whiff on the back turned is pretty impressive.
I think
Just
it
happens
comes,
way too much.
it comes down to the real issue, which is shooting people with their back turned is
It's
impossible.
hard. It's hard. You know, hit your shots maybe, but that it is crazy how many players will kind of struggle from that position.
But maybe it's a matter of they just don't want to shoot somebody who's not looking at them, which
It's
is
not fair.
understandable. Yeah, like,
Just showing respect to their opposition.
I'm a fan of fairness. I get it. Kaspersky in another forward position. Last round it was long. This time he's down lower. He's got help if need to, but he's gonna get hard cleared. Not the first time, but great work. He just crawls along up ahead of this flash, but Launex still bests him. They don't know about Naitu yet, and they're not gonna until he takes him down.
Can't survive anywhere else though. Zello did open up the round with an op shot there, and Braga opens up towards long as well. So while these trades look pretty good towards the lower tons, they're gonna lose this A site, and they're gonna get mollied off so that they can't really start the retake, at least not just yet. Bomb yet to be planted here. Another molly on the site as well. Have to wait that out too. Okay. HE does a little bit of chip damage while we're at it. The double swing in, but Naitu on the jiggle can't quite get a visual. Glaive doesn't seem too keen on making this happen, at least not just yet. Having to roll through CT, not an easy ask here, especially with the op ready on the platform. The bomb planted for Plaid as well. You're going to have to hope that you can get these kills on the site and then smoke the bomb off. That's your only way into this round here. And flashbang good. Swing in though, Glaive able to sideline one, spotting out the other as well. Jumping shots. Glaive now has to get the smoke on the bomb. That's the only way they win this here, and it's successful. They're going to try and cover off the op as well. He has to whip out the sidearm. Glaive, he outmaneuvers his opposition perfectly, and ENCE will steal the round.
How the hell has Glaive done that? He's got the jumping shot. This is a banger on the Rega, but PCN, what are you supposed to do? And once he gets the smoke down, he's essentially won the round already and then takes the third anyway. ENCE, relying on Glaive, but big win. Shutting Nexus down at the first opportunity after losing the bonus.
They take care of the biggest of their problems already early in this one. Find Glaive out of the gates. Kaspersky does not relent right now, man. Up middle, and he takes another one for his troubles. Wipes that man advantage aside with some quickness. And the rest of the roster geared up and ready to go. HG's going to arrive a little bit late. Cross is already made here, and Young surprised by that. You could see he was a little frustrated. Big move from Zello, but it can't quite track the aim, and both players a little bit low on health now. For ENCE and Raga. Love the quick motion towards long. No hesitation in this play whatsoever for ENCE. And that's just going to leave Nexus out of position right now in this post plant. Getting hunted. He moves inside the smoke. Smart move from ENCE to buy himself a little bit more time. But his teammate, not so much. Raga falls. Now it's just ENCE. 13 health here and expecting multiple players on the catwalk. But trying to cover the cross here. Smoke fades away and not in his favor. Potty has the coverage.
Retakes have looked good from ENCE, and, you know, sure, you can talk about how Glaive a big part of making that possible in the last round, but this is more of a team effort. Nicely done. Fast flank, unexpected. Comes up for the victory. Kaspersky into the mix. Over the top of mid to start that thing off. Well, it's, you know, been a conversation of expectation and all this stuff, right? Especially with regard to that last matchup. ENCE has the same level of expectations, I think, on them. Maybe a little less. Maybe more important because of how their last 2 or 3 months has gone. The ups and the downs. You know, another good result be very important for them. That's right now, ENCE looking untouchable.
No matter what situation they're in. Will overcome some adversity in these post plants here. Already finding an opening pick is a good sign. Young tested once again on the site, and good for a kill, but the answer back has come very quickly here. Potty's on the scene, though. Throwing in more shots with the op here, getting hunted down by Zello. He wanted his gun. He'll take it. But he won't be able to hold on to it for too long. Night2 will be shutting that down, and ENCE remain on top.
A lot of criticisms of Potty coming into this matchup, right? Kind of talking about what, you know, as a whole has been middling to not great. I think at best been middling, right? Big impact, though, from him as a whole, these first 5 rounds that ENCE has been able to win. And that is sometimes the difference maker for ENCE, right? You know, a little bit of a step up from Potty. The rest of this team can be very consistently good.
Whoa. How'd that smoke bounce in right there? That's from, like, middle as a CT smoke for tons.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know how exactly that was thrown or who threw it, but that at least holds up a little bit better for your B anchor to keep his utility for a little longer. Pretty cool to see. Either way, man down here for the CT side. Potty is getting in the face of the opposition right now. And this setup so forward facing. They walk into the trap. A double up in towards middle. They sacrifice the space towards B. This could be the saving grace. But Young, he timings it well here and cuts them off before they can get established in the site.
That's one of those moments that you were talking about for SDY, where you were praising him in the pre-show. It's exactly the type of thing that you can rely on him to do. Gets a little bit of vision, able to see it now. Set Potty up for the easy one. Glaive gets the info and says, here, come on, I got you. Great double from Night2. Follow that up by SDY, and it's over from that point on. Nexus pick into dust too, but they find an ENCE hot to trot. Nobody missing the mark right now for ENCE.
Just a single hiccup on the bonus. Since then, they found multiple ways to win. That last round being shut down in a 4v5 deficit. Multiple retakes in order, and crosshair precision from Glaive to punish the long aggression. Just holds mouse 1 as they walk on through. Quick 4v5, and look at the setup. It's a jiggle down low and a swing up high with conviction right there from Sum Young. Oh, but there's a bit of a gap in Cat, and it's exploited. BTN threads in a kill, now down to 10. Won't last too much longer there. Last player inside the pit. Zella's hoping for as much damage as possible.
That was icky in the best possible way. Yeah, that's nasty work. It's not just the jiggle high-low situation too. Right after that, they had a flash prep from Catwalk, and then there's another flood. So 2 people down lower. So even if, say, Glaive goes down there on the lower side of that, and there's 4 players in front of him, there's a flash right behind them. So that then it's another double swing at minimum right after that. That's a great little protocol. Deadly way to retake long control for ENCE. Nexus realizing just what they're up against. They'll take attack. SDY on a secondary AWP.
Don't mind it. Bolster up the side a little bit easier. I will say I'm not going to be too judgmental because Sum Young, he's been caught in some challenging positions and he's still, dropping 7 and 5 here. So he's done his job. We're up 7-1, but he has been taken down on some of those cat takes and quick scalings towards long. So if it makes his life easier, I'm happy to see it.
Also, just a situation that you are allowed to be in with the lead that they've got. You got that extra cash. Now Nexus take a timeout. Big surprise factor going to be the secondary op. I think that's a good way to be proactive in your adjustment without getting too crazy yourself, without making an over aggressive play necessarily. This is a tech pause, by the way. We had a tack and then a tech. So just for confusion's sake, that's how it went down. Wonder if the mouse driver needed to be reinstalled, huh?
Yeah, maybe.
I
said earlier, right now BTN looking like the culprit at the moment of the mouse breaking. But BTN's got to have backups, right?
I mean, he's got a backup on a backup. Also, no way it's Glaive either.
I thought it was someone on Nexus.
I thought it was the opposite. I thought it was
okay. Okay, I don't know.
I don't know. Info I got was Nexus using their tech to fix an issue.
Oh. Okay.
But then prior to that was ENCE broke a mouse.
Yeah. Okay. In that case,
so I'm saying definitely not Glaive and likely not SDY.
Well, right now Glaive's the main culprit. Bottom frag is the one who had the broken mouse. That's what I'm saying.
Good point.
You got to break in a new mouse. You don't have a lot of time to do so, so you're going to be a little bit rusty.
Oh, Potty. This time going to be bested. That's been an opening duel winner for Potty almost every time he takes it. This time it's just dominant. Raga. Actually, that's terrifying. He had the bomb in that fight. He's just like dueled an op long, dry, and won with the bomb on his back. Kaspersky's in trouble. He doesn't know, but it's instant for BTN. Now Glaive's got to do it all, but he misses the shot. Dave, honestly, might be the call here for ENCE.
Absolutely. Get out of dodge here at this point. You pulled off some impressive retakes. This will not be one of them. You're going to have to give this one on up. Raga's opening duel, I think, just sitting inside of a smoke and waiting for that long fight. And then cat gap. Kaspersky kind of giving up a little bit of vulnerability here in that department. Not fully understanding of where the opposition could be. Gets caught a little bit surprised. That'll be a tough round loss after so much success. You don't have a lot to say, but hey, Sunday Young with a nice shot with that AWP. Gonna keep all of these guns involved here, so I guess not a bad way to lose when you were able to hold on with 3 guns.
Yeah, limits the losses of that secondary op investment too. Thanks to SDY able to bring it over. So unfortunately, he not allowed to wield the big green. Gets one on the exit, but otherwise unseen. We toss over to Potty. Zella gonna take the fight. Oh my gosh, there's a lot there. But he gets off of the boost fast enough that it won't be a matter of problem.
Oh! Sometimes Young just wins the spray down right there. Lao and X and BTN trying to meet him at the entrance of tunnels right there, but no. Denied access. Somda Young keeps him at the door. And now he's already pulling through on a flank, so this round, it's got a bit of a scary tone to it right now, set by ENCE, that they are a team on a mission. And Potty gonna get a head-to-head here that he could dream of. If this is a dry swing, exactly what you're hoping for. Good utility smoke on in. The cross attempted. Rocco will be able to establish a foothold on this round, but again, Somda Young's already arriving on this flank here. Being covered for a second, but not anymore.
That's a nice smoke. That's going to allow Raga to continue to fight forward. Great trade from Glaive, who really had one job on this take. Don't die. Glaive's going to go back for the flank. This is going to be very slow. Even though he's sprinting, maybe going to be unexpected. 2 coming through from CT. Gotta start moving. Surely this is going to be Glaive winning the fight. He swing wide. Yes, he will.
Whew.
The first shot is his, but it's a quick trade, and Potty cannot get there. The Sound with 3 kills in a 1v2 clutch to keep Nexus in winning ways.
Yeah, I mean, that round, this is how it starts right here. I think that's how it would finish. Rag able to thread in that kill, covering the flank there from Zello. Awareness. Eat in, and oh my god, okay, that makes a little bit more sense when shots like that rattle off. Sound looking incredible in the 1v2. So wondering how that could have gone so wrong for ENCE. But Nexus shooting their way out of a challenge. Be able to save themselves some worry.
The trade on the Glaive, too, from Zello was so important. Oh, wait. They don't know. Kaspersky's up close. Natu gonna take the fight. They don't know that there's a second guy here. I don't think the Deathcam would have seen it. Flashbang to get Glaive back into the same position we've seen, but they're all behind that smoke, Cole.
Smoke doing a good job of buying time here for, again, the flank to come through, but Braga with a lovely shot as well. Lao and X entering in. And they tried to buy time, but they couldn't keep them at bay for long enough.
It's not just that they couldn't keep him at bay. The fact that then they lost everyone as well. Glaive doing all he can to survive. Flank's coming, but you're going to know that's a possibility. The op currently watching it.
Oh, that's going to help. Maybe draw out at some attention. That the flank looking to be the last to activate, hoping that Zilla will try and help out his riflers, and he does, and in a big way. Covering off CT spawn, walking back into the angle for Kaspersky. Time's running way too low, though. This looks more like a contained game right now. BTN through the smoke will find one. Kaspersky on the fade will get one as well, but Nexus bouncing back. Piece by piece. Walk away with 3 in a row here and looking for 5 in total in half.
Yeah, great recovery. And the money is complicated. Kaspersky getting the saved 8 AWP is going to be helpful, but it doesn't change the reality that 2 out of 5 members are broke. The auto shotty for SDY. I think I might know where he wants to take that. Funny enough, doesn't actually take it where I thought.
Everyone knew he was going cat. The best place to play with the auto shotty.
Yeah.
Lord, tons? We've already done that enough.
That's true. Been a ton of aggression there.
You can see that there's a lot of patience here. Nexus waiting for tons of aggression.
That's in it. All right. I know it's a bit of a jiggle, but This duo cannot comfortably fight anything here that isn't right in front of his face.
Towards middle. Flashbang works good. There's the end goal here for Nexus camp. A lot of presence towards long. They want to go into this auto shotty. 1 kill at least. That's alright. Quick little trade out though from Sound as he's left alone. And there's no resistance towards long, so this A-split's going to be pretty deadly.
Kaspersky's fast though on this flank. They're going to speed things up. The Glaive's death no longer of note. Sound has a smoke and it's favorable to get the re-smoke off. Kaspersky not going to have any ability to impact that bomb plant. This is deadly. That smoke just buying time.
The boost. They thought they spammed that corner enough, but of course Sound was able to avoid those shots here, and Body's just got to wake out that molly to his own detriment. His time's running a little too low. Too able to find an opening here with a kit. Trying to make it in though, can't get it past the op, and great diligence from BTN to just hide on the site. Those are easy pickings for Zello towards the close. They will walk away with their 5th round at the end of the day. I mean, good first half put together considering the start was a little bit challenging.
I mean, from 7-1 to 7-5, you'll take that. That is a huge recovery for Nexus. Necessary considering you picked this map. You now go over to the CT side, feeling a little bit more confident, looking a little bit more so. ENCE the ones that have been bested, I guess, at the end of that half. Not in its entirety. Tight lead. What they'll be able to hang with.
Pass towards long. Won't meet too much resistance there. A little peek action from Zello. Hoping that the range could support him. But those Glocks are good. Even at distance. I'm going to be planted. Attempted the jumping shots there. Kaspersky showing his back to him. Making sure that he can stay alive and tank through. Spotty lands the trade as they take the fight in towards CT. Last player's left behind the smoke in towards long. Or Cat rather. Some Young has long control. Under lock and key, saying no one's flanking. Prepare yourself for the triple swing on Cat, and a couple of kills actually do come out impressively enough from X, but and still win the round. Enough numbers to trade things out.
Yeah, that pistol victory will start to give ENCE a little bit more of that lead that they forego the back into the first half. Same situation here for Nexus, who don't go for the force buy. Feels crazy to say that after our last series, but once again is the case. On here at B. BTN swings and loses out. We've got to get this bomb out of dodge. Okay. He's hurt them all now.
Free ecos in the underpass here, but not so free at the end of it. X offers up 2 quick kills. Makes it more costly. Backs up an AK for his troubles. He's gonna get out of dodge. So the best possible exit you could ask for right there for Nexus in a great investment. Get to walk away with a gun.
They are on the hunt. This is not a guarantee. Body's coming on the other side. Walls closing in around him. Time for this. Plenty of it. ENCE. There's no certainty Oh, and that's right when Body's gonna swing. Yeah. He thought he'd made the great escape. Little did he know, he was in a box of ENCE's own creation.
No great escape right there, but still bringing in that buy here. There's been a lot of caution, as you highlighted, in the economy for these two teams, and Zello already shuts down one of those pieces right there. I mean, trying to run down Suicide, gets blasted by the AWP. Zello able to set the tone for the round when he gets that op out.
I mean, ENCE clearly just not anticipating that an op's going to be out in round 3. Take cat control for ENCE. Need to be smoke plastered up as well. Get a flashbang. Zella's going to come through the smoke, and he's got sound to recover if need be, but not required. Not necessary. Zello's got 2. How do ENCE navigate from here? 3 on 5.
Sop already adding an extra kill here. Not only opening it, but continuing to find impact in the mid round. Not leaving ENCE with a lot of great options, but maybe a good one is mid to B. Smoke can't be lasting for too much longer. And it doesn't matter because the sound has a visual. Allowing X does too. Nexus sweep that round flawlessly. No casualties taken here. And what a line from Zello. Perfectly predicting the movement right there from ENCE. Like you said, maybe not anticipating an op, but one in your face to start off the round. And it continuing to provide impact is really frustrating. ENCE now going to be shattered there without much ground to be gained.
What in
Is
the...
that R8?
What are we... Are we being for real?
Body's about to release the cowboy.
I don't think ENCE are coming to Dallas.
Wah, wah.
They'd fit right in. At least Body would, but... I can't believe we're spending money on this piece of shit. Like, what are we doing?
What do you mean? It's so good.
Yeah, I hope it gets a kill, just so that you and Mark can point and laugh at me and me be right anyway.
What if it wins the round?
Then I'll apologize and still be right.
Even when you're wrong, you're right.
You're getting the memo.
I see how it is. And instead the Glock is the one that offers up the only kill. Potty did land a tag though. He made it possible. He tried to keep the dream alive. Dead. Some shots round out from sound. Unfortunately, no damage done. No kills confirmed with the Potty's sidearm there.
The real crime is that he has it equipped. What does he not have equipped as the opper?
P2. Ooh, he better have the P250.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's the crime. Is what does he not have equipped? Because he needs the ball. Anyway, I'll leave it alone.
Maybe dual Berettas?
Could be
you
that.
don't need dual Berettas on the T side.
That's true. Could be that.
Let's hope for that.
Very forward position. Great diligent flashbang though.
Ooh.
Nice shot.
Ouch.
Sticking around. Yeah, he had the exit strategy drawn up, but unfortunately doesn't take it.
What happens when the molly makes your exit strategy not possible?
It becomes a hot exit.
Oh. SDY? Got his crosshair right in. All he had to do was click mouse one. He just didn't know. Just didn't know. You never know what's around the corner there. In this case, Raga waiting patiently. And that
other
Molly's
side
going to
of
force him out. This might force a little bit of panic in the communication, but for now, it's still feet planted and execution in towards this B side. They're all split up on this defense, and they all get plucked apart. And they don't take long to bounce back.
No, they don't. Even in a losing matter, though, ENCE kind of showcasing one of the most fun parts of his game. He's just got some snappy aim. Like that one a missed shot, but his confidence to just go for the one tap every time is funny. I love this. I love to watch it. Get shut down. Rocket doesn't even get a chance for escape. Limitations abounding there for Nexus. As good utility from ENCE helps to clear them out. Body getting the second opener of the round. From that point on, they can just take their advantage and walk into a site.
This op again. Blaring up. Already positioned away from it. They've certainly learned their lesson of avoiding Zello, but can you avoid sound in an off angle like this? He was forward facing on catwalk and goes unchecked. Takes his 2, gets out of dodge. Mission accomplished here. Saw the 5v3, how it played out. ENCE's favor not too long ago. These opening duels, when it happens, it's dominant for both these teams.
And when it happens, it's fast, too. For Nexus, particularly. Body trying to manufacture an opener there. A valiant effort, to be sure, but no victory. Nice shot from Zello. And I mean, to be honest with you, how does ENCE continue to navigate this? Jumping backwards around the corner in the hopes that you're going to catch Zello. You don't. Glaive 2 trades. That's through the edge of the smoke. He's now got knowledge on another one. Double swing. Double swing should be the end. Raga actually on the flank will get it done. He got triple swung there and didn't realize.
Such a risky play from Sound. He did have his opper that was watching the top boxes peak, or top mid, palm tree-ish. But the issue is that smoke did land eventually. How long can you really sit in that position unfazed by the idea that no one's going to swing top middle? It's got to be just so terrifying, but he sticks around for just long enough to find that multi and then stay alive. Get out of dodge afterwards. Really good look out of him.
Just like that, Nexus bring it back. He thought that first dominant perspective from ENCE might have been definitive. Not the case. They're going to have to go for this half-bite pistol and armor. Don't actually get any kills off the back of that. Boosted up. What trust to having BTN. Zello boosted, gets his, BTN grabs the other, and no one affected. Whew. Zello gets leveled, but this should be an easy cleanup.
Body's not alone, though. He's got his buddy. This little charm on the end of his deagle to try and carry him through. It only helps him with one, though. Nice shot from Glaive, though. Good setup on the totem pole, and no real big deals here for the side of Nexus. And they're moving quickly towards tied scoreline.
See what this gun run has on offer here for ENCE. Like you said, a tie could be lovely, but SDY
Tagged him up and even through the edge of the wall. Connects on a double opener. It's been fast, you said. Well, how about another one? Fast and loose with this long play. SDY comes out. Kick it.
Yeah, BTN trying to answer back. Needs a lot more, though. Gonna be limited at 1 before the door closes. HE, good bounce. Oh, and Launex strikes as well. Oh, no. This one spirals out of control here. And now the tables have been turned against ENCE. The bomb was left on Cat here, so Kaspersky gets onto the site, but it's no matter. He doesn't have the bomb to plant. Gonna have to try and hunt these kills. Potentially make noise dropping off here. We'll see if he can do the silent dismount or if he just prioritizes getting the bomb. Either way, he's on 19 health. There is an HE for Launex. He's gonna have to take his time recovering this bomb. That off his list. And now move back in towards the site where an HE could immediately end the round. And there's multiple of them here on Nexus. Oh, right beneath him. He sees him. There's an isolated duel. A little bit of backspin from Sound could do the trick. But he's going to keep his gun out in this clutch right now. And Kaspersky's going to reposition. I don't know if he's registered the sound cues towards long, but now it seems like he's aware. He's taking the gamble at least. Keeping his attention turned on the cross. The Sound waiting patiently by. There's a molly that's going to confirm his position now. Kaspersky, he has one shot to deny the cross here. He's got to catch him with his nade out finally. The thing that Sound was trying to avoid for so long happens in the end. Getting caught with util out against an opponent who's so incredibly low. And ENCE and Kaspersky bring that round back.
Oh, ENCE turning around what could have been mind-boggling. Two-man advantage for SDY at the beginning of that last round, and steps up. The end is Kaspersky. Take the next step. Devastating for Nexus. Their economy on the knife's edge that's about to be cut to ribbons. Whoa. They've got to be careful. He's very alone right now. Support's coming. But it takes too long. It takes too long.
Oof. Seeing the vision for that. Or that, to be fair. But that long execute looking a bit dicey. Very, very awkward on the inbound. At least to trade back in a B site to be gained. SDY trying to facilitate the access in. No way.
SDY.
Looks like he's trying to bait the crowd into making noise. This is an online matchup.
Yeah, it does look like that.
But yeah, it's a shame just shaking around here. But it is precise when it needs to be. He fakes a drop, but it's not baited out at all. Great awareness from Sound, and no way Potty can get out of that position. Not with a scout, at least. So,
dude, Nexus had nothing this. I mean, not nothing, but they had MP9s. One rifle is what they started with. Raga able to take that rifle and farm with. Just so disjointed here at long. Like, there's no way that Glaive needs to be fighting there or continue to fight when he's not under pressure. There's no molly there behind him. Maybe he was anticipating it coming, but regardless, he doesn't buy enough time for his teammates to get in. And so once they do, he's already dead, and Raga can just handle the business. Just when you think ENCE have bought some time, that Kaspersky 1v2, that's when things go just about as wrong as they possibly could.
yeah, it's just so So awkward right there for such a gutsy call. Maybe lacked the execution and couldn't complete the vision that they were hoping for. Raga puts a quick end to that. He's been bringing some high impact kills here. And now it's your chance to just have a field day at this point. The Glock's in play. Bit of an awkward timing though. We'll let these pistols scale. A lot of damage here for his troubles. Eventually bested is Sumdayoung. The long flank coming through. Raga's down low. One bullet away from death. And a headshot from Sumdayoung. Oh my goodness. Glaive trying to make it up the long side there. Gets bested by sound. But a panic setting in here for Nexus as those kills start to get collapsed. The fact that Raga doesn't fold over here. The fact that he's the last man standing on A. Incredible. Because that could have been disaster if he wasn't alive.
I mean, still might be. All those rebuys going to leave Nexus on the brink of disaster again. So we're going to be cutting it close. ENCE, this purchase leaves some to be desired, particularly an op or even a better rifle on a potty. He's had a very good game here tonight. Big amount of utility still missing as well for ENCE.
The Sop's taking a deep line, might get exactly what he's hoping for. But no, potty instead. Gives it a swing, gives it a go, instant pick. And you think now you can take this long control. There won't be a lot of resistance here. Raga tries to hold the line, but is folded over. 3v5. Only a single point of damage, in fact. Lave at a 99. Everyone else standing pretty here, and kills continue to roll out. Touching BTN as well specifically makes you believe. And maybe you can set your sights elsewhere. Or maybe you can just end it early here. Potty with 2 quick kills to close. And ENCE will still manage to find their way to 12. And that damage that was done that you just mentioned is going to come calling here in the 24th round.
Yeah, that's an incredible shot from Potty. I mean, he was under the microscope at the beginning of this map. We were talking about where sometimes goes missing. He's been anything but. He's on target. He's consistent. And he's dominant. Another tag there through the door. Well, they're zooming up, though. Might be a bit of a surprise.
Oh, Naitu still shuts down the double up. As we said, when those kills come through, they come through quickly. And 2 opening picks offered up to this T side in the 24th. A chance for them to close the door. Their opponent's map pick. And a 3v5 to do it. And they remain patient. They wait for the next move here. Raga going to give them exactly what they're hoping for. Sumdayoung posted. The map information just starts to get darker and darker here, so you have no idea where this T side is located. All you know are that players are dropping and every move is punished. And it's just going to be Sound left standing. As the rest of the team moves out, I mean, on every extremity, now they're starting to really lock in on his location.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how good a game he's had, which has been good one. He's going to get caught, he's going to get exposed, and he's going to get rocked out of the round and out of the game. Map number 1 going to ENCE, and in a tight fashion, Nexus almost bringing this one back into fruition, but it's ultimately a loss there at the end. Their map pick falls by the wayside call, but a tight victory, one that had a lot of ups and downs, and we got Mark standing by to take you through all of it.
Yeah, ups, downs. That was a damn roller coaster we just went through. And it was a pleasure to watch alongside that. I mean, really, where you kind of shine into all of the best parts of Nexus, you also see where we questioned all the parts of both units, where we came to, came hot in the press, especially me, onto the side of Potty. How did I introduce him? I think underwhelming Potty or something of the mix really was one of the shining reasons alongside where we expected some Die Young to, right, hold up that very nice side of Dust 2. So let's go ahead and take a look at it. It was a really fun one to watch alongside with, and especially where you get off this foot where Dust 2 was, a questionable one where it was, being brought to this pick immediately. And this is Nexus trying to exactly really find where their ticket's going to be in this series. And they picked well. I mean, this ends up being in this 13-11. And I mean, in the best case scenario, seeing how shaky it could get for that end side, which I mean, really start out strong, right? It starts off on I think a 6-1 or something like that. And you do see this darting back in the Nexus direction. So even tested, I feel like under that bar, it was very, very nice. And so you were seeing some of the shots even early on. Potty was hitting on that end side, and it was really good stuff. Really good start from the Frenchman as well, putting up, really good coordination with SDY over here in this B bomb site. It required a lot of the plays from ENCE that did absolutely require them to, honestly, it didn't feel like there was a whole lot that was complicated within a lot of these approaches. Great clutch by Sound. This is where things start to turn around, but it just sort of seemed like this is when Nexus were absolutely reaching in their bag and, starting to feel comfortable on this Dust 2 and, feeling that this is not just going to be one foul swoop of getting out with this in, comfortable fashion of like a 13-6, that's exactly where we're headed if ENCE were going to keep up that pace. But I mean, it was a nice clutch back. They end up sort of getting to a point where you can really, I mean, you could come back after, missing the entire half of that first game and, expect it to be a pretty vanilla map of Counter-Strike, right? It was a really kind of two tails of a roller coaster there, two sides of that within that first 12 rounds that, put you in that dictation. And so then obviously even ripping off that same Band-Aid, it was ENCE that looked really, really strong in having positive signs to even really get into that same rhythm that, potentially we were seeing, that we were seeing during that first half. And it was very encouraging. And so even in like poetic nature where like these big rounds do come and then Nexus finally like gets a very nice swing round on top of it, and it's where you push it to this button at 8 and then you start picking up the pace again and again and again. And a lot of these do become very complicated. Obviously, some of those entries were very nice for ENCE out there, but it was just finding different ways for Nexus to be able to doctor exactly what Glaive was calling. But then you do see it's like a little bit more of exactly where obviously we're, screaming Potty's name, we're screaming SDY's name. But as these, replays come down, you see that it's a very solid performance from, the ENCE individuals kind of all around the camp. Can't really find a place to complain there. And, it was a really nice couple 1-2 punch, especially that opener out long there with the scout where Potty does find that just on a duel. I mean, is very, very nice. And of course, this flick, just to put that down, was, kind of the icing on the cake. And, really good stuff out from an ENCE squad that, I mean, let's be honest, right? They're under some, public perception of having some trouble within some of these online games, and you want to see them be able to take that next step and be able to make these majors and be able to actually get this down, right? Budapest is now on the calendar, and so you keep tracking it down. Got to build a resume to get there, and that's by standing on these CCT tournaments in the tier 2 and trying to build your way through them, right? We just got done with a series before. We've had a couple of teams fight through the closed qualifiers and get to the point where you're in playoffs, right? Imagine what type of campaign you're putting up for your ranking there. And it's been really great. Obviously, going into exactly where this gets the most dangerous for Nexus, it's ENCE's map pick, which is Ancient, and where Glaive can set up his boys to have an absolute field day because they seem fired up. That map 2, that Ancient, coming in about 7 minutes time. We'll see you after that quick break.
Let's get this thing going. We got Ancient up next here. ENCE with an opportunity to close this one out more comfortably. I wouldn't say Dust 2 was all that comfy, to be honest with you, Cole, but a victory nonetheless is where they stand at the end of it.
Yeah,
So,
a win is a win that you'll happily take as they get the job done right when they need to. Now, we'll see what they can rely on here on Ancient at their home turf. Their map pick, map that I think Glaive has really been able to work fantastic with this roster. And same with, again, talking about a map that some Young can comfortably maneuver on through as an individual. Being for a nice little setup here. We got the smoke going out to the B side, the execution utility, and their B player's already fallen, but this sets up a trap in the mid side of things here. There's way more resistance than they ever intended, and now they're running headfirst into the stack. Night 2 trying to run away, but the bomb is on the floor here. And the collapse is in from the remainder of Nexus. They will seal it in. Lauenex doing all the heavy lifting in that round.
yeah, I mean, he was so many times for Nexus on the first map, the hero, if they needed one. Sound had a bunch of those big moments as well. But, like, when you're talking about turning the tide in a round, Lauenex was the guy to do it. And he's done it again right there. Going from the most stuck, impossible location to being able to pick up a 4K. Playing off the rest of his teammates beautifully. Leveled up. Our Nexus on the pistol. Unfortunately, it's going to be a hot second here before we get back in. Kaspersky dropping from the server. Yeah, I want to know. Cole, maybe you know. How do people remember this lineup? Because I feel like I never ever can hit this lineup. Like these insta smokes, like the 5th spawn is easy, but like
I just kind of, I mean, you do it 100 times a day, you know, not 100 times a day, but 100 times a week, you know, constantly in pugs. It just gets ingrained in your memory at that point. It's just muscle memory at some point.
yeah, I know, but
And
I
to be
was doing
fair,
that
a
at
lot of
one
people
time.
do miss them.
I was pracking it a lot, and I just never could.
Yeah.
Like these non.
I always go to the bricks or the little like squares as my reference point initially, and then I go. There's little like lines in the bricks up above, and that's how I kind of measure mine out.
That's a good shout.
So like you can see the 3rd square, 2nd brick is what I would think in my mind. It's pretty intense, you know, but I don't like Ancient anyways, so.
I always just cheated and threw the like. There's like some slightly easier ones that aren't quite as perfect. Like they land a little bit further to the left than you would ideally like. But I hit it every time.
And you just pray your mid player can lock it down, you know. It's just,
Yeah.
you know, hopefully you can do something.
Or the pro tip if you're a North American team is you just have whoever's 5th spawn throw the easy one every time.
There you go. Get
That's
it all
the-
sorted.
Yeah, that's the pro tip. Because like you said, especially for a while here, I feel like it's not nearly as common to miss these anymore, but especially when they were first becoming the meta. Dude, I swear 1 in 3 missed.
Actually, and I don't know the 5th one, which is funny that is the easiest lineup, but I
That's
only
funny.
got through 1 through 3, and I got bored.
Well, surely, you know, if you're not one of those, somebody else will know it, right?
No, not with the crew I play with.
Oh, that's how I approach window smokes on Mirage. I like
Yeah.
learn the 3 easiest ones, and then if I don't have any of those spawns, then it's not on me. You know, I did my part.
Fair enough. I'm with you on that.
Here we go. Back into the mix. Back into an eco. What? Kaspersky took damage down to 5 HP. And then Raga's like, yeah, I that's mine. Comes back in and gets served a headshot.
Oh my goodness. Throwing rocks long range right there, doing some damage, but you never can get the bomb plant easy. These Glocks are crazy, though. Anything extra? Not quite, man. Those Glocks are tearing through the defense right there.
7 headshots.
Yeah, but they needed 8. They needed 8 headshots for the bomb plant.
That's hard fought. Never a time you wish you had anything but the Glock. Get the boost up on the shelf. It's been a minute, but last time I watched them play Ancient, you know, they were particularly good at something I think a lot of teams struggle with, which is playing passive on this map, like on the T side. Letting the CTs take whatever they want, basically use all the utility they could please, and then being effective at like fighting back through B doors and taking mid late. I think that's a really tough thing to do, and they've been good at it. SDY gonna get his 1, and there's a refrag.
Answer back there, but a great flashbang. Continued aggression rolling out. This Nexus camp, they aren't just taking the space, but they're being able to reinitiate on the map control as well. Through multiple different facets so far. Body has to do a lot of heavy lifting right now in this round. Could catch Zello in transition. Spots him out, but you get spotted with the bomb as well. Difficulty getting into this bomb site at the moment here for ENCE. He tries to dunk some damage down. Molly goes deep. Not as effective as I'd hoped, and Zella's still an off angle. Great contact taken by Sound. And Zeller gonna get it back turned for him. As easy as can be. Nexus up to 3 right there. No questions asked.
Yeah, I mean, ENCE going to what exactly I was talking about how like they enjoy playing a little bit further back initially, and then they're going to take that space once Nexus are starting to run out of utility. But as you correctly pointed out, it can be difficult to continue like fighting and playing off of one another efficiently in that situation. Nexus having no problems whatsoever. They'll get the run boost out. They keep going. Zello with his quick rotation. ENCE thought they could get here in time, but they are wrong. Incorrect.
Yeah, getting shut down. Towards AN, towards the middle. No access granted right now. 3v5 here, chance for Nexus to build up a good economy. And they already spot out the early success, so I like the idea of just playing back on these B sides. We've seen how good they are at walking down from this long position. Catching the contact approach, this is exactly why you're keeping your distance right now, because there is no utility. There's no smokes to isolate here. Bit of a labored spray, but Sound will lock it in eventually. Nexus go up 4-0 right now. With
Incredibly
dominance shown on their defense.
Yeah, this is super one-sided right now. But I also don't feel like we've seen anything from ENCE, right? Like they get that first game plan round that I was talking about, and I don't feel like they executed poorly. I think Nexus just outdid them a bit. So I'm curious to see what this next round looks like for ENCE. Sure, nothing really found on those anti-eco or on those ecos, but you're okay with that being the case. Very heavy lean towards the A-bomb site. All's quiet on that front, at least from Nexus's perspective. Nobody heard just yet. And to take in that direction. Gotta speed up when you see that many players, surely. They've just rerouted.
Well, I mean, here's the ultimate decision as well from Night 2. Fighting through the smoke or behind it. There's just no access granted whatsoever. And he falls back in the safety and the confines of this utility. Good news is they do take donut control at the very least, so it's not completely empty. Although it's hello.
You were
Right
saying?
there is 10-0 and is saying, yeah, you'll get nothing.
Zello hadn't even had a gun, an op rather, just yet. Oh, nice shot from Glaive. I don't think that's going to get them back into this round. Wait a second. 25 seconds. He's got the bomb in his back. Big win for Natu. Lauenex still on this site, and they're closing in. But time of the essence. The first contact made in Lauenex. A bit of a surprise on both counts. I really don't love when they see 3 players in mid that ENCE don't snap A. They have everybody there at A, including the bomb, and they see 3 mid and they don't snap A. I just feel like that's got to be the move.
Yeah, you think there's got to be a move there in a 3v5 to be able to take space back and pull the disadvantage out of the pit.
The sit and wait move, that's where I'm like,
Sit and wait move in the 5v3 doesn't often go well.
there's not the players on this ENCE team to make that work, in my opinion.
Although, hey, maybe they called the Glaive go kill move. See if they can do that more often in the earlier part of these rounds. Almost made it doable in the 2v5. They've got their utility pushed early. 5 players with conviction here to start off this round is a good sight to see here for ENCE that are looking to bounce back. Whatever they do, they're going to do this round together here. Right now, taking a risk running through the cave smoke, but all systems go towards the B bomb site through cave. Trying to make some moves here, but cut off by the initial fight. Oh, Deagle shot through the smoke. What is that from Kaspersky? And now the bomb being planted safely with protection of Kaspersky as well. That is unbelievable. Zello and Raga already out of this round, calling it a day.
Sometimes you need a little bit of a pace change, and that's exactly what it was for ENCE that gets them their first round. Yeah, unreal that Kaspersky's hitting that shot. I think, to be fair, it was as the smoke bloomed. I think he got a little bit of vision prior to taking the trigger pull, but it doesn't change how impressive it was. Quick adjustment. ENCE are right back in there. They really needed one of these types of rounds, Cole. They did. They were deflating fast.
Yeah, off the back of a timeout as well, right? And then, no question about what the vision was of that round right there. 5 players towards B, no default and no waiting around. Let's close the distance. Let's get in the face here. Let's, at least give ourselves a chance to offer up trades and entries and our execution on our own terms. And finally, they get the opportunity to do just that. What do they go back to here? Off the back of it here, Young flying out towards middle as he does. It's traded 1-for-1, but at least gets able to provide an opening pick here for a squad.
One step in the right direction, no doubt. Well, big reclear. Kaspersky? Like he wants to take a step through this smoke, but that would be certain death. BTN on the other side. It's going to fade soon. My goodness. Yeah, he's dead to rights. Kaspersky going to be gone.
You can't park there.
It's not allowed.
Gonna get a ticket all over. Zello and Donut. Gonna get a slow peek in from the opposite connection, but the flank here rolling out. Go potty. Spots it. and they're rolling through Temple. They're silent about the approach right now. Sound's going to become aware and is going to try to beat them to the punch. That's a big question, though. Oh, not fully aware that Sound was in towards CT. And they'll be able to knock down the last 2 kills, no problem. Nexus, don't take long to get right back in.
No, they don't. I mean, on the one hand, I think that some of the moments of this round a little bit unlucky for ENCE, that Kaspersky moment in particular, though I think he could be more active in that fight. On the other, Nexus just taking all the initiative. Everything that happens is on Nexus, not on ENCE. And I think that that can be a strength of ENCE, but right now it's been a weakness. SDY trying to change that a little bit, but it's on and off timing. It's so blind. Everyone can't see, but BTN's vision returns last. ENCE understanding that criticism that I was just levying at them is a problem, but now they change. Will it be off to the right position? No. Sound shuts him down.
That's a quick shutdown as well from the cave side. Body's up, trying to find something. Bring home some success, but Nexus leveling up here. Completely locked out of this B site. They try and go back to what has once worked for them, but this time reinforced a little bit of structure in the defense.
Hey, Potty. Gonna grab a couple of exits, you would think. A couple is ambitious. A nice try, I guess, but things are getting bad fast here, Cole. And it's taking another tack, and to be honest with you, I don't know if it's a matter of ENCE doing the wrong thing right now. I feel like Nexus just kind of have the right answer to all of the problems that ENCE are perpetuating.
Yeah, I'm with you on that here. We have been seeing really good defensive protocols here. Good individuals right now. Cello and Launex just firing up here on the defense. Consistently Sound with some good moments as well. So you're talking about good players finding ways to defend here. The only rounds that we've seen here from ENCE are off the back of these timeouts. And so we'll see if Glaive can try and take a step out and identify that weaknesses here in the Nexus setup, because there doesn't seem to be too many options for them at the moment, right?
No. And
hands off keyboard for Glaive. How's he doing this?
Impressive. There's a ghost taking control. Alternatively, his camera might just be frozen, but probably not. Down. He's the only one like on the site proper. That lurk smoke gives him so much space to work around. Great flashbang. Scaling flash is beautiful from ENCE. Fortunately, they're fresh out. That's all they've got for this round. They've just spotted Sound. They've gotten into Temple, but how much does this give you when Nexus are just playing to contain? They have received this push. Glaive has the bomb.
Sound. A little bit of pressure, but the defense is overwhelming. Trying to take a fight in towards Temple side. Not a bad idea, but now stuck between a rock and a hard place. It looked like Glaive just trapped.
He certainly was. Bomb down on his body. STY. I'm going to be honest. He's going really slow about this, but with 30 seconds, I think he should prefer to go down here rather than survive. He has at least recovered a gun, so it's not worst case scenario if he does survive, and that might be enough to convince him to hang on to the M4.
Yeah, he's got head Kevlar. 2,000 in reserve for utility. If you want to keep your A1S, you can. You can do that.
Allowed.
What he can't do is win the round, though, and that leads up to 8. For Nexus, they are showing no signs of stopping at the moment.
I'm getting to the point where, you know, this scoreline for ENCE is the point of no return almost. I know that doesn't really exist. There's always the chance to come back, but, you know, for ENCE, I don't know if that's going to be really plausible.
With you on that here. I mean, we'll see what they can do. They got to get some rounds rolling here. First things first. It could get worse here before it gets better. But there you go. Kaspersky able to finally break through once again, and it's a third. He can't just stop with 1 or 2. No, he needs to take the whole team down. And 3 quick entries looking to provide ENCE their second T-side round. He's been the engine for the majority of this T-side success, and now the round just gets to fall into their open arms. That's exactly what they needed right there.
Yeah, a little bit of relief in what's been a troubling T-side. Limitations for ENCE, certainly. They could still claw back a 8-4 half if this is the start of something better. At that point, I think they could be very happy with the scoreline like that. Problem being getting there. Taking a peek at the money for Nexus, it's not actually that amazing. Like, it's good, and the save would help even more so. But it's not that great. So if they could kill Raga, be the next step in that process. There we go. Yeah, Kaspersky, deadly. 2-round wins, and he's the MVP of both of them.
I mean, not a lot you can do on the Nexus camp when you see entries like that as well. And, well, there's a great nade stack on towards the middle side. Lots of damage on the Rega and a kill.
You can't fight him, nade him.
That'll do, yeah. Whatever way you got to get your entries here. Kaspersky going to continue to compound the pressure. Zello looking to be the hero of this round right now, where he needs to be with the AWP. Only up against 3 here. The first piece of the puzzle's found, but a great answer back from Potty. And Kaspersky is still doing his lurking. About towards that B side of the map here. This one all but guaranteed here for a third. This is exactly what they need to try and close out the half. Give themselves some room to work with here. Chases in from Sunday Young. Not going to let him pick up the gun and run. And bring in a third and do a good job of breaking through the economy here finally as well.
I mean, it's another round powered by Kaspersky, though. You know, that nade stack, it's a good decision, right? That's, you know, another thing that you can probably look to Glaive as the reason for. But Kaspersky, it's on the entry, it's on the... Otherwise... Okay, this is interesting. Kaspersky's gone for a Mac 10. He could buy an AK. They're going to be on pistols, but not on no armor.
You can't jump and shoot as well with the AK. I was going to say you can't do it at all, but you can, kind of.
No, Glaive showed us you can.
It's possible. But not as good as Mac 10. You can't do this with the AK.
You can do that, though.
It didn't matter what gun he had. He was getting headshot by the 5.7 no matter what. And quickly answered back there for a 2-for-1 at the end of the day. Good trading gear for ENCE to keep this round secure. And a nice shot from Potty, man. Looking sharp with the AWP. A little bit revived towards the tail end of this T side. Looking much more like Dust 2 than other parts of ENCE. He got the barrel. He's got that telescope zoomed in on Loun X. And he'll get spammed out of his position.
See you later. Potty triple kill, providing some much needed consistency and coverage for what started off on the wrong direction. 8-4, that's a phenomenal recovery. But I'm not sure if ENCE are in the market for recovery victories right now. Nexus striking while the iron's hot. I mean, 13-6 for Zello, 15-7 for Lowen-X. That's a dynamic duo that was unstoppable to start this map.